Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
You seen what he did on Facebook, right? Listen, I'm gonna make a motherfucking emoji like this, look.
Beyonce Production.
BoxingVoice.com. All the guys want. I want what Mayweather got. I want what Mayweather got. You done bust your ass like Mayweather. Go fight. My life has always been a fight. I sacrificed a lot to get to where I got to. You don't think you're being overly critical to a guy that took a body shot and didn't go down?
There's no pressure. That's just my style. My style is to dominate. I want to get the guy. I want to stop the guy. You know, my motto is man down.
BoxingVoice.com. Why you mad? I'm not saying the man can't take body shots. Wait for motherfucking March. We're gonna take this shit to the limit. BoxingVoice.com.
Yo! Welcome back. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? We have a jam-packed show, and I'm sure it's going to bring in a lot of weirdos, a lot of fanatics, a lot of hardcore boxing fans, some sensitive boxing fans, just a little bit of everything. But the truth is, it's looking like Canelo Alvarez has put an end to the entire GloveGate situation. We'll have some video evidence that will bury the hatchet when it comes to GloveGate and floppy gloves, to say the least. Also, we're going to be discussing the potential, could be, may not happen, will happen. It's not yet. It hasn't been determined as of yet, but Fury Wilder 3 is reportedly likely to be postponed from the July 24th date due to a COVID outbreak in Fury's camp. They're saying at least 10 members of Fury's camp have tested positive. Obviously, Team Deontay Wilder, one Tay Jones, is saying this is Tyson Fury. We've known him never to make a defense, and if he pulls out, who didn't see this coming? Obviously, paraphrasing a bit there, we'll give you all the details. We're also going to be talking about David Benavidez continuing to be the hardcore. He's like the Robin Hood for the hardcores. He's robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. And what is he robbing from the rich? Their pride, their egos. These rich fighters on this pedestal, on this status they claim they have. Well, Benavidez cares nothing about that. He wants to fight you. Belt, no belt, 168, 164, vaccination, 160, non-vaccination, COVID, no COVID. It doesn't fucking matter. I love what he's doing because he's keeping the pressure right on Jermall Charlo. Jermall tried to take it off himself by saying, I'm not 168, bro. Well, now Benavidez is saying after Uztatigi, he'll come down in weight. What is Charlo going to say now? It was different for him to move up to 168 and fight a dude with no belt. But now that same dude who brings a huge demographic wants to come down to your division to challenge you for your title. There is no bigger fight for you on the PBC side at 160, not named David Benavidez. Take that fight. Lions only. Let's go. What else we talking about? DAZN. They bring in my brethren back. Javier Fortuna, Joseph Diaz Jr., the face-off, the weigh-in. It's over. 134.6 for Fortuna. They call him the boogeyman to build this fight up. Shout out to Golden Boy trying to bubble him so that when Joseph wins, if he can win, goes on to have beaten the quote-unquote alleged boogeyman. But Marioski, what up, champ?
Hey, Daddy, this is a dog.
All of the champions. Team Charlo, we in the building.
You ever seen somebody drop somebody for the jab, putting the jab to the body, put him out? Man, that's different. I hit him right in the right spot. Take the out of him. I don't know what happened, man. Like I said, I wish him well.
BoxingVoice.com.
Yo, what's that? Your Jermall Charlo, Houston, Texas edition intro?
I guess so. It's been a while. Listen, it's a packed show. It's a lot of stuff that happened immediately after we went off the airwaves earlier this morning. A lot of different things to discuss and talk about, but yeah, it'll be fun. I think it'll be very, very fun show.
Yeah, man. Let's not forget we got a few guests lined up. I believe today we have now I'm being told the Sugar Hill is also positive, because I seen Coppinger report the Sugar Hill wasn't positive.
I thought that initially they said he wasn't, but then I've read a couple of tweets that said he was. So I do not know.
James Benitez with the counterpunch. He said, "Don't say a word. Let me lead the tone of this show." What's up, James?
Yo, what's up, Ness, man? Yo, people gonna go ahead and start off trying to say, man, yeah, man, Fury gonna use this shit just to duck. But man, why you gonna duck somebody that you pretty much beat up for the past X amount of rounds and shit, man? But but also before we get started, man, a lot of people gonna come with these excuses to support Wilder. These excuses, I say it's bullshit. Other fighters say it's bullshit. Besides the excuses, this is the same man that admits that he has sex before and after fights and shit. But we're gonna still call him he's our champion fighter and all this and that. Let's all just admit it, man. This is the first elite fighter that he actually fought, lost. He just needs to take this L like a man. And I believe the third fight is going to be the same result. And that's my call, Ness.
All right. I mean,
starting it off.
This is exactly why this fight needs to happen, man. There's so many. I mean, Mario, you're better at giving the facts than me. Let's give those out before we give our opinion. What exactly is taking place when it comes to Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder? What's being reported by Michael Coppinger of ESPN?
So Michael Coppinger of ESPN has some quotes, by the way. Top Rank said in a official statement to ESPN, we continue. So, okay, first of all, there's no official determination as of yet. That is 100% true. This fight at the current moment is not postponed, canceled, or anything. But the likelihood that it takes place on July 24th is becoming extremely unlikely. That said, the other aspect of this story, and we'll get to that, but so Top Rank said in a statement, we continue to monitor the health status of Tyson and his team, and the status of the event has not changed to date. It was a crazy roller coaster. Oh wait, that was a different one. Yeah, so essentially, you are right. There are members of his team that have contracted COVID. As of now, Fury is symptom-free.
They said no word from Fury. Like, how is there no word on Fury when without him there is no fight?
Yeah, well, as far as no word, I guess you mean if he hasn't said anything. But there are reports that he is not suffering from any COVID symptoms, and I don't, it's not to say that he's asymptomatic or he's whatever. I don't know. He's not he doesn't have any symptoms. It's as simple as that. That's as much as we know at this point.
So,
but
did you hear the rumors on the industry that Isaac Lowe is the one that contracted it, or did you not reach you yet?
Well, I saw that in the thing. Oh no, it wasn't Isaac Lowe. No, I did not see that.
Yeah, I'm hearing some rumors that Isaac Lowe is allegedly who has COVID and could have spread it.
Yeah. So he was patient 0, I guess, in the camp.
Mm-hmm.
That would make. At some point they're going to figure that out, right? But one of the big aspects of this is that they're reporting that for them to move it, to keep it,
there's no date to move it based
there's
off what
no
I've
date
seen.
to move it. Exactly. Yeah. To keep it at Reliant, there is no date that's available for them to move because obviously Pacquiao and Spence have a date, August.
And then the UFC got a
21st,
date.
and then UFC has a date as well. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's still up in the air. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. I don't think this fight happens on the date that it was supposed to happen. But at the same time, I think that there's a reason why they've yet to like officially say it. Like, I don't think they want to say it's postponed without a date because that seems weird.
Did you see the rumors indicating the ticket sales weren't doing well and they changed ticket prices?
Awesome. Yes, that was another aspect of this that you know is making the rounds. Essentially, they're
saying because no UK people could travel, the ticket sales aren't looking the same.
And you know, and of course that set off the rumor mill, right? Now people are saying, well, you know, there's no real COVID, that they're trying to push this to a date where people can travel. Same thing with Tia, exactly. So I think that ultimately, regardless of what it is, you know, it's plain that and simple that this fight is not taking place on the 24th. Which really
you don't
sucks.
think it is? I think it is.
No, I don't think it is at all.
I seen the Malik Scott interview. I seen a Bob Arum interview, and according to Bob Arum, everybody should be straight. Let me just play that audio.
Okay.
To Fimo's contract, and I hope as a result of the restructure he didn't get the COVID. But again, it's really, and look, let me tell you something. We tell all our fighters, you guys are fighting for big money, and as promoters are laying out big money. Get yourself vaccinated so you don't contact the COVID. Now, you take the two fighters here. Fury is totally vaccinated, and I talked with Shelley Finkel a little while ago, and he said that Wilder's been fully vaccinated, and their corners have been vaccinated. That's taking responsibility.
So who the hell isn't vaccinated? If you went through the extreme to vaccinate the two fighters and the two fighters' corners and teams, who's really dirty? Are they really dirty, or is it a huge conspiracy to drum up more interest to sell tickets that aren't selling according to the detractors?
I don't think that this is the kind of story that sells tickets. Like, if anything, this is the kind of story that makes you not want to buy tickets because you don't want to, you know, spend all this money, and yeah, you get a refund for your ticket. Yeah, you can get a refund for your plane. Sometimes you don't get a refund for your hotel, and or at least for, you know, like, you know, Airbnb or whatever. So I don't think this is the right route if that's what the motivation is, because as you said, you know, you look at the screenshots, there are plenty of tickets still available, and you know, it's a little odd. A little fishy, it feels.
We got the right opinion with a $1 super chat. Just showing love.
Showing the love.
Just showing the love. Got another super chat we're going to get to right here. You know the number to call in, 14255695241. Press 1 one time to voice your opinion on this topic and many more. After this super chat, I'm going to pull up this very interesting video of Canelo Alvarez. Here we have Davidian from Buffalo Falls that says, "Hey, Boxing Voice family, I don't believe it will be postponed. I need more evidence. God bless everyone in the family." 100 emoji, black heart 2 times. Man.
Here's the reason why I don't agree with you or the last super chat is because if they were going to just go ahead as planned, I don't know if this comes out the way it comes out. Like, I don't know if it takes this, you know what I mean? Like, because you're in like media relations, and then that also means that like you're in charge of like locking down and containing stories. So you already have a plan before the story gets out. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, you know, person A and person B have tested positive. They're now being quarantined. They're away. We're continuing to test everybody, and you know the safety of our participants are the most important facet of this fight. And so then once you do that and you assure everybody, you know, you move on. Whether it becomes a story at that point, it has nothing to do with, you know, the fight itself, because it's going on as planned. The fact that they have no determination yet that's the part to me that's very tricky, because if you knew what was going on for certain, then you would have already moved the date. But if you can't move the date, and that's why you have, you know, yet to come to a determination, that's a whole other point. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you're not wanting to move because you don't know where to move. So it's like you're trying to hold on to those last bit of, you know, strands of possibility that this fight is, you know, takes place on the day it does. And the last thing I'm going to say about this, or you know, as far as this goes, like, I hope it happens on the day it happens. I cannot take the negativity and the bullshit every day on Twitter regarding these two fights. I mean, regarding this fight, the two fighters, and the fans that, you know, love them. Like, it's just too much. Like, I was hoping we'd get this determination. I was hoping we could just put it to bed, you know, and if we have to wait another month and a half, that's
tough.
Oh, man.
It's tough because it's becoming a toxic, you know, subject. You know, I watched the Malik Scott interview, and they keep repeating that it's more than just a fight to them. So, you know, for us fight fans, nobody wants to wait, man. We got a super chat from CRB1. It says Michael Coppinger also reported a bunch of lies and absolute BS about a fake Fury versus AJ fight. They better not postpone my flight book. Well, I mean, I'll just say this about your super chat. He reported what he was being told and what was true. He never said the fight was happening, and if he did, obviously that's where he was misled. But that there was an offer, the amount of money, the location, the people. Yeah, he was reporting all that. You know, the fact of the matter, Wilder had the ace in the hole with arbitration. He won it, and it ruined all those plans. But it doesn't make Michael Coppinger a liar.
No, not at all.
He was reporting everything that he was able to get from Eddie, Bob Arum, and Frank pertaining to another fight.
If anything, Bob Arum was the one that was, you know, kind of being deceiving. And maybe he wasn't being deceiving as much as he was being, you know, neglectful. You know, maybe it was more him being, you know, trying to, what's the phrase whenever you're like, you know, like the lack of knowledge, you know, like you're an idiot on purpose. Like, you don't want the knowledge. So it's like he doesn't want to know whether that, you know, the arbitration would have worked or not. So he's going ahead with the fight. So it was like being reported that there was a fight because there was a fight and it would have happened. Monkey wrench got thrown into the system. Like, that's what happened.
He was reporting like that a potential fight could take place. You know what I mean? But we got what rep it, who says campeón. Campeón is right. And since he's saying champion in Spanish, let's go to our Spanish champion and play the tape. This is actually Deontay Wilder, but who we're gonna play at the moment will be the new GloveGate. Oh wait, so that didn't work, right? Okay, let me do that over. This is what I wanted to do. And then I want to give it some audio.
Gloves. Canelo used the same gloves.
Let's take it from the top.
X gloves. Those gloves use horsehair and they are far more flexible in a weird kind of way compared to non-horsehair padding gloves. Canelo used the same gloves and you could see the identical flexibility with the glove when slapping and flicking the jab out. So when that was well debunked.
So what we're showing here is the MX gloves. Now keep in mind these are very controversial gloves. These are the same brand gloves that Floyd Money Mayweather, aka Pretty Boy, paid Marcos Maidana $1.5 million not to use. What the video is telling you is that these MX gloves that use horsehair have a certain level of flexibility that allow Canelo Alvarez to flip the jab or flick the jab and cause that floppy like glove that Tyson Fury used with the patent or Pathin or whatever glove brand he had. But here we can clearly see the face of boxing making his wrists flip and flap, flippity floppy. You know? No one's calling GloveGate here. And moments later, he went on to sleep calm like no one ever.
Yeah,
I know
it
it's
was
hard
one
for
of
you
his
to
toughest
watch.
fights.
I know it's hard for you to watch because of who got slept in the next seconds or so. But
Well,
what do you think of the floppiness in the glove here that Canelo is demonstrating in this fight? That obviously went unlooked or overlooked, right? This fight is from HBO and Golden Boy versus Khan so many years ago.
Yeah, definitely. What I take from this is that, this is the only way that, Canelo could have beat Khan. No, I was playing. Listen, I think that from the very beginning, I thought the gloves looked weird. I didn't know what was going on with them, but I thought they looked weird. I thought that there could be a bunch of different explanations for it. Some of them maybe not, some of the explanations not so good for Fury, some of the explanations not bad for Fury. This to me is in the realm of what the gloves were doing with Fury. Now, some of the video evidence that we have from Fury, Wilder 2, is very, it's different. You know what I mean? Like there's some more, like we have more footage of the fight as it relates to moments where the glove looks distorted or floppy or whatever. But this clearly shows that this exact glove, the exact same glove, it is known to do this. This is like a natural phenomenon that it's, that plays into this. So I don't know if we can just say case shut and slam the gavel and throw out the case, but I can say that this stacks onto the idea that, the gloves are the gloves. Like it's not, egg weights. It's not missing padding. It's not, the wrist halfway in. It's at the end of the day, it's the way these gloves are made.
Yeah, and these are MX. What did Fury have? Did he also have MX?
Oh,
because I know in the first fight, in the first fight he had those like PAFFON gloves or PADDON, something like that. Some P gloves. But all we're showing is that some gloves are made different. Intrigue in Atlanta says vaccination doesn't mean you can't get COVID, which is absolutely true.
That's true. Yeah, I was going to say that earlier too. Thank you.
That is true. We also got a super chat from The Right Opinion who says, so Fury and his team vaccinated now. There's an outbreak. Shaking my head, laughing out loud. Not impossible, but very low percentages. More likely, he ain't ready for Wilder. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you're vaccinated, your probability of getting COVID is even lower, but all of a sudden, your whole team got COVID.
But you got to think about it, though, Ness. You've trained, and you've trained with a team. Like, you're right. When you're vaccinated, the percentages, and by the way, it's different for everybody, but your percentages of contracting COVID go down. That said, that's when you're in a realm where you're at the grocery store and maybe like 1 out of 15 people or 20 people have it. It doesn't mean you are coming into contact with them. And even if you are coming into contact with them, it is most likely in a fleeting moment. Can you still catch it like that? Sure. But when you're talking about a team in closed circles in a gym with sweat flying, with spit flying, I mean, there's literally a guy in camp that holds a bucket for you to spit in. You know what I mean? Like people have that. So it's not to say that, you know, that the vaccine didn't bring their chances down. Obviously it did. But they're in a situation where the odds of contracting it if someone has it are higher than most. You know, so like that's the thing. It's like somebody could have caught it because the vaccine didn't work for them or whatever. Like they're one in whatever a million. I don't know what the odds are. And then to be in a situation where now you're in a camp and you're surrounded by these dudes for hours and days, and you're in close and you're doing all these things, and I mean, you know, it's the right recipe to spread a disease like that. You know what I mean? Like, in all seriousness, it really is not. It's like the ideal situation for a virus that wants to attack as many able-bodied people as it can. And
so right now on YouTube, I'm screen sharing Team Wilder Tay Jones, his statement, which is about 5 hours ago when the news broke at 2:03 p.m. I'm going to say Central, even though it shows me Eastern, right? But he's on Central time. That being said, he said, and I quote, "At the end of the day, this is nothing new with Tyson Fury. He's been getting out of fights his whole career and never defended any titles. He and his whole team is fully vaccinated. Truth is, Jared Anderson stopped him on his feet in the gym. No way out. No way out of the rematch. No way out of redemption. Man, obviously sparring is sparring, and Jared won't tell us, but don't you wish we could just call Jared and find out if
I
that's
would
true?
love to just ask him and
Wow.
him just give us the truth.
Yeah, and
I would
Jared-
definitely like to know that.
Listen, Jared looks very small when next to Fury. That would be such an impressive thing.
Well, he looks shorter. That's what you're really trying to say, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But
yeah,
even
he's
even
a large
even-
man, like.
But even in thickness, he does not look like a Fury.
I mean, no, of course not. But at the same time, Fury doesn't look like a Jared Anderson either. Fury has gotten into good shape, or better shape, I should say, and he's just like a naturally bigger man. But Jared Anderson is the athlete. Jared Anderson is the guy who has, actually, like, the size on Jared Anderson goes a longer way. Is really all I'm trying to say. That said, though, I don't see the logic in that. Like, I get it. He has a history of not defending his, title or situation, but it's like, it's not like these are like crazy conspiracy. Like, the man gained a shit ton of weight. He went to he didn't do all of that to avoid a rematch with Vlad or anything like that. And in this situation, again, I mean, maybe it is cap. Maybe, it's not as bad as it sounds, but if it is, I don't think it's because Tyson Fury doesn't want to fight Deontay Wilder. I think it's because ticket sales or whatever. Like, if this isn't true, it's because of something else. Like, they're ready to fight. I think that there's nothing more these two guys want than to just get this done. And by the way, where's the option here? Like, what does Fury do? Like, he can't just run away from the fight. He already tried to get away from it. He already tried to get his big fight with AJ. It's not going to happen. You have to take care of this fight. So the logic to me that, like, you're just postponing the inevitable, like, I don't get it. Like, look, could he just be not ready? Sure, that's a possibility, but it's a possibility that I don't think, because he looks in better shape than he had before. Like, I don't get it.
Punch Drunk Boxeo. What's up, my brethren de lo
What's
mío?
up, Punch?
Que lo que?
Dímelo, mi gente. What's good, y'all?
Chilling,
What up?
man. I seen you doing an interview with Michelle Rivera.
Hey, man, you already know, man. La Zarza Ali Rivera.
Yo, you looking lean,
my
champ.
Spanish, my
working out.
My Spanish.
I know that's a lead-up question to get to the border was. I know what it is. You trying to set me up? That's what it is, huh? You trying to set me up?
I was like, I didn't realize you were on. I saw it. I came on. I was like, oh shit! Like right away, I was like, man, his neck looks smaller. Like, but you know.
Nah, that's the way how you you know what I'm saying, put the camera, you put it a little lower. You know when people they like to take a picture a little lower so they can see they can feel leaner.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? If you take it like this, if you take it too up, then you look fatter. Nah.
You're just like this the whole time on the show.
Yo, he getting the angles right and shit.
Get the angles right, my brother. Get the angles right.
Punch, man. We got a few topics. I guess the first one is: have you ever seen that Canelo Alvarez? I can send it to you right now. Have you ever seen that Canelo Alvarez video with the floppy gloves, the MX ones?
The Canelo Alvarez one?
Yeah.
Nah. I haven't seen that one. Man.
All right. Let me send you that, man. Take a look at that. We already screen shared it to the class. School's in session.
You
got it though. I'm gonna actually screen share it again, but I want you to have it up front and personal so you know what you're looking at.
Got you.
What you think? What you think of that glove?
Go on your cheetah, man. Cheetah.
Right? That's the only way it could be Khan.
Cheetah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's canceled. Canelo's canceled.
Oh, man.
Because of what he did to Khan.
Yo, floppy gloves with Canelo, man.
How dare he do that to Khan?
What you think of that glove game?
Because he's from the Middle East or something like that, right? He has a little Muslim background, so he's against Muslim, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So I get it. I get what Canelo Alvarez is trying to do.
Yeah, so it means other stuff. Yo,
yeah,
and you know, you could tell he hates babies the way that he is using them gloves. No, I'm playing. But yeah, like, in all honesty, though, what is it? Does it even correlate for you? Like watching it? No.
I think the better question is, does it look the same? Do you
think, okay, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, thank you.
Or is this video being circulated as a way to downplay Wilder's accusations? Do these videos look the same? Are they two floppy gloves, or is it, this is just out here to downplay this other situation?
I think it's to downplay the other situation. You know, you're gonna have to look for something just to downplay. We gotta compare this to somebody, and especially people gonna compare it to somebody else that they're gonna hate, like Canelo Alvarez. You know, so I mean, man, yo, even didn't you have the fighters? You know what I'm saying? Daniel Garcia even alluded that certain type of gloves could do that.
Exactly.
Definitely.
So why everybody else want to act like a professional when the professional is telling you what it is?
Well said.
because their counter to that is like, oh well, these other professionals like Steve Cunningham and other fighters, they say and come out and be like, yo, I don't believe gloves can do that. So you got some fighters like, yeah, some gloves do that. Other fighters like, man, I ain't never seen a glove do that. Like Mike Coffey, the heavyweight. He like, bro, I ain't never seen a glove do that.
Yeah, but the problem is that even some people took it further and were like, yo, you know, this is a history with Crunk Gym. Like, this is what they did. They taught him this, and they've been known to bring in other sparring from outside the gym and you know, load gloves and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God. What a coincidence. We got Joey Spencer on, and he's another fighter who thought.
He did say that, yeah.
Yeah, you know, he's like, yo, the Crunk is known for that. Like, I'm not saying that. He said that. You know what I mean? I'm not, you know, I'm just
So what is it? So the Crunk Gym is known for its cheating? That's what it is? Is that what they're trying to cast them with?
I ain't never heard that.
That's the narrative that that other people put out there. Joey Spencer is one of them that put that out there. But me personally, I've never heard that. But at the same time, I'm not a professional boxer.
Yeah, I've never heard that. You know,
I mean, you could just try it. I mean, folks, hey, let's do a science project. How about we all get the glove?
Yeah, but it's a little bit more difficult than that, because you know that your hand has to be properly wrapped with gauze and tape. Then you got to try and do that craziness, right? Because I got a glove right here. I could take out.
That would work.
I got a glove right here that I could take out. That if I'm not putting it on with any gauze or any fucking,
and if you're not sweating into the fabric,
it's gonna be easier to manipulate the glove because I got more
once it's
room.
broken in.
I got more room in the glove. But once the glove is put on your hand and you got your hand wrap, you got that, it's tight in there. So it's a little bit different slipping your hand out. So like, yeah, I could do it right now as a sample. I could slip on my hand out of a glove because I'm not really wrapped. But once you wrap, your knuckles fat as fuck, man. You know, it's not.
No, but I'm
easy.
just. But I'm saying, I'm saying like even when you working out and you hitting the heavy bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even when your shit is right, when it's correct, you could bust a wrist.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you tell me, I want to try it. Hit the heavy bag for 7 rounds, 5 rounds with the way that you feel. You know the hand is. You'll break your wrist.
Oh yeah.
Hey. Most of the people that saying this stuff never wore some boxing gloves. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Great point.
All right. Looks like we got our first guest, Joey Spencer. What's going on, champ? Champ, can you turn that sideways?
Hey guys.
How are you?
What's going on,
brother?
man?
What's good?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Oh, you got rotation lock on, Joey. What you got, an iPhone over there?
You guys hear me now?
We hear you, but you got your rotation lock on. And man, maybe you want to get off your Wi-Fi or connect to it, one of the two, because right now it's a little choppy.
I just did it. Is it any better?
Slowly, it's you're definitely on slow-mo right now.
But you definitely unlocked the
screen.
The screen, yeah.
All right. Sorry about the difficulties, guys.
No, you're all good, champ. We're just happy to have you.
Man, are you a little under the weather, or is it the internet? I feel like almost your voice sounds different.
No, it's the internet. Different parts of my place has different connection. It kind of messes me up sometimes.
All right, stay there.
It should be better.
Yeah. You're a little better there, man. So Joey Spencer, thank you for coming on the program. We appreciate your time, brother. How are you?
Really good. Yeah, really good. Just getting ready for this fight in July 31st, and everything's going well. I'm good. I'm real good.
So, to be clear, you're on the Mike Coffey, Gerald Washington card in the Prudential Center?
Yes, I am. New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey. Yep.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's my hometown, my stomping grounds, man. Born and raised in Newark, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to have you on that card and strengthen it out. You know, I'm a big fan of Mike Coffey, and you know, he's getting this opportunity now to main event, and you know, having you on the undercard, a guy that's been on television, you're definitely strengthening it by doing so.
Thank you.
So, do you know who you're facing?
Yeah,
Dan Carpenter.
Guy named Dan Carpenter. You guys
wow!
might be familiar with his brother. Yeah,
definitely.
His brother. Yeah,
Oh,
he comes from a
snap!
fighting family.
You're fighting a Carpenter. You know they're upset minded. Tommy upset somebody in his career before, man.
Yeah,
gotta be careful.
Chad Dawson. He beat Chad Dawson.
Yeah,
and,
man.
So I'm familiar with the family, and he's tough. I've been watching this film, and he's got that same toughness that they have, that they all brought to the ring, and he definitely comes to win. I seen him. He's never been stopped, and he's had a few losses. He's had about 13 wins and 3 losses, but he's never been stopped. And I've watched him. Sorry, boys. He's never been stopped, and I've watching the film that I've watched. I've seen him eat some shots and keep coming, keep fighting.
Yep.
He's got grit to him. So
yeah,
he tries to fight and he tries to win. He is, I'm sure, coming with everything. So, but I am too, so I'm ready.
That's the book on the Carpenters, right? Like they're guys that are tough. They're there. But I love the fact that here's the thing, right? You're still like, you know, you haven't reached that level to like championship yet, right? But it's like I've been watching you for so long. Like I saw you debut, so it feels like you're not 21. Like it feels like you're older than that, not because you look older or anything like that, but because I've been watching you for so long. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's part of it. I mean, people forget that I turned pro when I was 17, and it just gives you, and it's just like kind of the new age. A lot of guys are doing that instead of going longer in the amateurs, and so I've been growing in the pros, and I'm starting to feel that my age, in my maturity, even in my body, and just the difference. Just it's amazing, I come into the pros when I was 17, and you don't realize how much your body is going to change, how much of a disadvantage physically you are at that point. Skills, when us young guys come into the game out of the amateurs with such an extensive, amateur backgrounds, the skills are always usually in our favor against a lot of these guys that we're in there with. But I didn't really realize how much of a disadvantage or an advantage it is to those guys who are 26, 27, 30, 35 years old, until just every single year. My sparring is just completely different now. I mean, just feeling physically, I'm 21. I know it's not finished yet, but my power is at a different point now. So that gives me a lot of confidence. Just knowing I'm 21, I'll be 23, I'll be 24, 25. I'm not even finished. So that's definitely a good feeling.
Would you say that you would you recommend, like, okay, so you did this, the route where you turned pro as a 17-year-old, right? And we have, Canelo and a handful of others that have gone that route. Would you recommend that to like a young fighter? Let's say you meet a 12-year-old and he comes up to you and he's like, "Oh man, Joey, I'm a huge fan." Would you tell him, "Yo, this is the better route. If you want to be a pro, if you want a career in this game, this is the route to go"? Or do you think that it's different for everybody else?
I would have always said that, but it's hard. It just depends, to each his own, because some people, the amateur route is the best route. Some people turning pro is the best route. But all I know is I've seen a handful of very good prospects lose this year. A handful of them. And,
good point.
You just never know. You know what I mean? It's just I had a tough fight when I was newly 18 against Akeem Black, and that one almost didn't go in my favor. And a lot of guys aren't coming through those tests that they're having, and they're losing. And
great point.
And that's the reason. It's not out of skills. It's out of, first of all, the pros are a completely different game than the amateurs. It's a completely different preparation. It's a completely different weight cut. Everything is different. And then, like I said, we're at a physical disadvantage when it comes to getting in that ring with grown men. So the matchmaking has to be so perfect if you're going to go that route. And it just depends. So when COVID hit, the reason why we're seeing all these prospects lose is because COVID hit. There's no more fans. Promoters are running on some tight budgets. Yes, and they're like, we don't have time to build you on these TV and, DAZN cards, and where you're getting streaming spots, you're getting, televised spots. We don't have time to build you. You got to show us something. And as a result, these guys are losing. That's what's happening.
You're right.
Let me slide in here a Patreon question from our loyal listeners. We got David Maldonado in New York City. Says, "What's up, champ? How would a Tank fight versus Fimo play out, in your opinion?"
Oh man, Fimo is one of my favorites in the game right now. But nobody, I don't think, in that that circle of fighters, I don't think beats Tank right now. I think Tank is on another level at this point. He's getting to that point where he was the young, really talented fighter. Now he's becoming the veteran in that whole circle. And not only that, but he's still young and talented. But as far as in comparison to those guys, he's starting to get to the point where his experience, his strength, he's 26, he's in his prime, he's, all that's coming together at the perfect point. And that's I think going to be a hard man to beat in that division right now. Now in a few years, maybe it'll be a different story, but I think Tank beats everybody in that division that he fights. Not saying that it'll all be like he'll run through everybody in the division. I wouldn't pick against him right now.
It was good, Spencer. I would love to ask you this. Mayweather recently was alluding that legacy kids don't eat legacy, right? Alluding to that, money, you got to watch out for your purse and things of that nature. You got to watch out for money. For you, what is important? Is it money or is it legacy? What's your approach?
Well, obviously I've got a family to feed, and I've got people I've got to take care of. But the difference is we don't need much, and we're not trying to. I'm not. It might be a weird thing for me to say. I don't think many people talk like this, but I'm not necessarily even trying to get rich. I just am trying to make a living, and I love this game, and I'm trying to have some great fights. This is what I love to do. So I don't have that mindset. Now, am I going to work for free or get cheated? No, but at the same time, that whole mindset, it's just not for me. It's just not for me. I'm a simple guy. I already make enough to have everything in the world that I need and my family needs. It's just the way it is. So from here up is just a bonus. So at that point, that frees me up to fight anybody, anytime.
Amen.
And at the same time, we're going to be smart about it because I'm going to leave this with my marbles. But that's what comes back to what I said about being young. And when I hit a certain point where I'm 23, 24, you're going to see me be willing. I'll fight anybody, anywhere, anytime. And I'm excited about that. And I can't, it's one thing to say it, but actually doing it is a different story. And when I get to that point, I'm excited to prove that. And not just prove it, but that's just what I want to do. It's not really even about anybody else. I want to do that. And I'm not trying to fight and milk and get as much money out of this sport as I can, and stay in the game till I'm 35. I'm trying to retire by the time I'm like 30 years old. I started this when I was, I started boxing when I was 6. So I want to get as many big fights as I can in before that time. And you're not gonna have to squeeze me too much to get me in there. So that's my mindset on it.
Sliding one in here, we got James Valdez, San Antonio, Texas, says Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence Jr. Who wins and how?
That's a tough one, man. That's a real tough one. That's a hard one to even predict for me, but I'm going to go with Spence because I feel like they're both A-level fighters, and Spence has got the size advantage and the physicality advantage on him, just being more natural. And I've been around him. I feel like he's more of a natural. Like, I feel like he could fight at 154 no problem and be fit in completely fine as far as size. He's a very big 147. I've also been around Crawford, and I just think that as far as that goes, they're both A plus fighters in the game right now, and he's got the size advantage. So with that being said, being such a tough call, then I'm going to lean towards Errol.
You guys jumping in?
Yeah, I actually wanted to follow up real quick. You don't have to like go into this if you don't want to, but the modesty of or the willingness to live modest from boxing, is that how you were raised, or is that like a philosophy that you've developed on your own? Like, because you don't hear fighters at any level, say that, and I'm just kind of wondering where that comes from.
Where it comes from, there's definitely a time period where I wanted a lot more. There was definitely a time period where I wanted probably what everybody else wants, and hundreds of millions of dollars and Floyd's route and stuff like that. But I'd say that comes from my faith, really, just being grounded in my faith, and I'm God-fearing, and I feel like when you have too much, it's easy to lose yourself. And I like to be comfortable, but I definitely just don't want to worship things or be trying to get my happiness out of those things. I'm very happy in a very simple lifestyle. And I think that's one of the keys to happiness. So, and keys to joy is not going after the things of the world.
Man, that you don't sound like a 21-year-old, brother.
What are you, Christian?
Wise in your years.
Yes, sir. Yes, Christian. Yep.
Yeah. My parents were raised Christian Pentecostal, so I hear it in some of the words you're using. We got Coach Myers in Connecticut that says, "What's up, champ? I see you're listed as a middleweight. I thought you was at 154, but at 160, I think a fight like James Kirkland would be a good name and a good win after your next fight. What are your thoughts?"
Yeah, so this is a good question. So my last fight was at 160. I fought a pretty big 160 pounder too. Like, he was a filled out dude, and I can fit in there if I decide to. I'm pretty stocky, so if I need to only cut down to 160, I'm gonna look pretty natural there. But I'm cutting down to 154 for this fight, and I'm really just bouncing back and forth until I really figure out what I want to do. Because, like we're talking about, I'm growing so much, and in a situation like that, it'd be like if someone called me and said that they had a James Kirkland fight for me at 160. Then in matchups like that, I wouldn't shy away from that, And until I really decide which division that I'm going to make a title run for and maintain. So, yeah, I can fight 160. I fought 154, and we're just really just seeing where it goes. And but I've got my eye on the 154-pound division. That's what I want. I want that division to be the one that I stick at. I actually just kind of started to make that decision watching some of the fights over the weekend with Lubin, and Charlo's got a fight this weekend. I've definitely got my eyes on that division first and foremost, I think.
Oh, you see that's opening up. It's going to open up if Jermall Charlo, Brackestein, gets the undisputed. I believe Jermall Charlo is going to win that fight, but you see that the 154 is going to open up, and it's going to be a better chance for you to shine, you feel?
Well, I just think that, first of all, I think Charlo is going to move up. I always kind of, whenever anybody asked me over the years who I had my eyes on, I wasn't, I wouldn't talk before my turn, I should say. I knew that Charlo was going to move up, like me saying, like, I want the belt. Like, it's not my time yet. I'm 18, 19. And I knew that he was going to be moving up. And then sure enough, right before I get there, I feel like he's eventually going to move up. He's going to have nothing else to do here. And he's about to get undisputed. And then I'm sure I heard some interviews saying that he's going to move up to 160. And so I heard him saying that. And that's not necessarily why I have my sights on the division, but looking at everybody in the division, I really just feel like I can be the boss of it. I feel like I can, I'm coming into that time where I'm going to start to, within the next 4-5 fights, I'm going to start calling my shots and calling some people out. I got my eyes on the whole division. I just really feel like I'm definitely underestimated. I definitely don't. People don't realize what's coming. I haven't shown my full potential in the ring yet, and it's going to take somebody to bring it out of me. But me knowing what I can do when I look at guys like that Lubin fought, when Lubin and Rosario fought, Harrison, I'm real cool with his guys here in Michigan, but I watched him fight. I watch who else? Even everybody, even Charlo. I feel like I feel like I'm better than all of them. I feel like I can beat them. Now I feel like I've still got maturing to do and growing more in sport, some things to learn still, some experiences to have. But as far as me and my potential and what I know I can do, what I've seen myself do, I know I can beat these guys, and I'm excited. I see all the belts.
Shout out.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna go to Patreon. Go.
Oh, that was a good question, good answer. But and maybe you can't answer this, but David Benavidez just recently said that he would move to 160 for the Charlo fight, right?
Yeah.
And
Jermall Charlo.
For the Maul fight. So the thing is here is like, I guess what I'm trying to ask is like, when you're in the division that you're in and you are making a real run at a world title or maybe even unification, would you do that? Like, would you put yourself in a situation where you would move down to get like, a Pacquiao fight or something like major, or where you're going to stay and continue to, fight in that division?
Well, that just depends because like, Benavidez has already won the WBC twice.
Yeah.
So he can move down and fight Charlo, and that just be a big fight. And he's not really getting other fighters that really want to fight him right now. He's kind of in a stalemate division right now with Canelo got all the belts and he's about to fight. So it's like, yeah, I'll move down to fight Charlo. But if I hadn't won my first title yet, it would just depend on timing, because if I was close to winning that title, I wouldn't be wanting to move down. And then I would never move down further than 154 for anybody, because like I said, I can be a 160 eventually, and 154 is definitely my limit as far as weight cutting that I would be willing to do.
Thank you. That's what I was driving at. Yeah. Okay.
Man, we would think that moving up in weight, that's what they call it daring to be great. So now it's moving down in weight. Now it's backwards nowadays, huh?
Yeah, I mean for Benavidez, because Charlo said like, why would I move up? He doesn't have a belt, so Benavidez has to chase the champ.
Yeah, that's a good point, and it's true. It's true, but that's also just like. Benavidez's mindset is one that I look up to. I feel like it's lost in the game nowadays, and I really look up to that. Like he said, I think he said something along the lines of the money too. Just like these guys, like it's crazy. Like big fights aren't happening over the difference of 60-40 and 50-50.
Yep.
So what's that? Like an extra few $100,000 in their pocket. I don't need that. You know what I mean? So I'm good. So you won't have to worry about me. And that's an honest truth, honest fact. So if there's a fight on the table, we're not going to have to take it. You want 60%? Have it. You know what I mean? I know I'm taken care of. I'm good.
For sure. We got Brandon in Houston. Hi, Joey. Thanks for coming on, and good luck on the 31st. With two major fights being postponed due to COVID and the possibility of Wilder Fury being postponed due to COVID, do you consider not being vaccinated pre-fight in the same light as not making weight?
Not being vaccinated is in the same light. Oh, yeah. So that's a good question. I haven't really thought about that. And I was just kind of waiting because even for this fight, I was wondering if it was going to be mandatory. I was just wondering how that was all gonna play out, if it was going to end up being mandatory to be vaccinated before these fights. Here's the thing, man. If I don't want to, we were talking about today, I don't want to miss my fight because I wasn't vaccinated. I got COVID. Like, that would be a messed up situation. I've got so much invested in these camps. I've been training I broke my hand and I've been off. That's why I've been off for a good, 13. It's been probably like 16 weeks since my last, 16 weeks since my last fight or so. It's been a long time. And,
damn,
because I broke my hand. So now if I get COVID,
bro, that's crazy. 16 weeks and you coming back to a Carpensi?
Yeah.
You fought January 30th, so it's been about half a year.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And I was riding so much momentum in that fight. As far as my camp was incredible for that fight. And then I just never stopped training. That's what the thing though is this fight. I don't waste any time. And after I broke my hand, I trained like a maniac for the whole time. Didn't take any time off. Came right into the camp, basically ready to rock. And so now I'm basically just cruising to the fight, trying not to do too much because I came into camp in such good shape. So I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
That was one of my favorite things about you. You started off like a gun. It was like 5 fights a year, and then 4 fights a year, and then obviously COVID hit. That derailed it. But
down a little bit.
Definitely.
But I'm finding the gains. I'm seeing the gains in the time off. I'm actually realizing that fighting, man, everyone's different. And fighting all that time basically meant I was in training camp all year round, cutting weight all year round, But I'm seeing huge gains because I never take time off from the gym. And when I get in a relaxed period of time where I'm not up against a fight. I'm not up against I'm not fighting a right-handed or a southpaw, so I have to focus so much on specifically something that I have coming up. So I just really I'm in the lab and get better all around, and that's where I'm seeing insane, really, really good gains and as far as my boxing goes. So I've actually liked it. I've liked the slowdown period a little bit.
Awesome.
We got What Rep It that says, who are your top 5 pound for pound?
Oh man, that's a hard question. I actually gave a pound for pound list like a while back, and I realized that I didn't put Pacquiao on it, and that's I feel like Pacquiao's got to be on it, and so I would say, but I don't know exactly where. Probably so I would say my number 1, probably Crawford. This is straight off the hip, so if I'm missing somebody, don't judge me. But I'd probably say Crawford's my number 1. But man, I haven't seen him fight in forever. I gotta put Spence in the top 5. I don't know exactly where. Probably put Manny Pacquiao at 5. I'm just trying to piece this all together. Manny Pacquiao at 5. Some people in the higher
Canelo.
Oh yeah, man. Canelo's number 1, and then
Woo!
number 2.
You had Ness and Punch sweating over there.
They shiny head and stuff like that.
I hated him or something.
I was waiting for him to say Crawford number 1. I'm like, whoa.
I was like, dang, you saw the video before you came in.
I don't know how I forgot the number one guy in my opinion, but Canelo number 1. Say Crawford number 2.
What about a new one?
A new guy? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But
top 5?
Top 5, I don't know. I would definitely say he'd be in my top like 6 or 7, but I don't know top 5.
Did Tank break your top 10 pound for pound yet?
Maybe I think for me, probably top, like maybe just broke the top 10, but in order to really break into the top 10, I feel like I'd like to see him like beat like a top 140 pounder, and not that Barrios wasn't a top 140 pounder, but like another one like Prograis or Regis. If he fought him and beat him, I feel like that would be like a real big step, or somebody else at 140, and then it's like okay, because that's and as far as pound for pound goes, like weight classes mean a lot to me, because that's like that's what it's all about, you know. That's what pound for pound is all about. I feel like pound for pound has a lot to do with how many weight classes you jump, and being able to move up in weight and stuff like that, and take that test. I don't know if I finished.
Jump in.
What's that?
Somebody was jumping in? Okay. I got Young Tigre who says, what's your thoughts on Crawford not fighting top welterweights?
You know, it's tough. Like it's like everything that we talk about at the beginning here. These companies are trying to keep everything in house, and I understand it, but I also just wish the game wasn't suffering the way it is, because the game, not that it doesn't still have a thriving fan base, but the fans need to be given the fights that are the real fights, the big fights that people want to see. Like, what's the point of being in this sport if the guys that everyone wants to see don't even fight? You know, like, I don't know, like, I don't want to be involved if that's the case. I don't want to be involved if I've got a guy over at Top Rank who says he's the man, and I say I'm the man. Then why aren't we fighting? If we don't fight, then we don't know who's the man. And as far as Crawford goes, I don't know what really caused that. I think that it can go both ways. Like, I think that if I was Crawford, I would have signed with Al Heyman when he had the chance, because he knows he would have gotten the fights at that point. They would have already fought probably, you know. And but it goes both ways. I mean, you don't know. It could have something to do with Spence. It could, as far as Spence and him, but I don't really think so. But because all the top 147 pounders are with Al Heyman, and so that really screws him, because obviously Al and Bob don't work often together, and you kind of got to see that coming. I think that Crawford obviously gets the short end of the stick on that, because Spence is good, and everything that Spence says is true. As far as Spence does not need Crawford at this point. He can fight everybody and still have a Hall of Fame welterweight career. Not that I don't think Crawford is going to be a Hall of Famer, or he is. I'm just saying, as far as at the welterweight moment right now, Spence is good. He's got all the fights in the world. You know, he's going to fight Pacquiao, and he can fight Thurman. He's got names. And then after that, maybe he'll circle back around to Crawford, but Crawford's probably going to have to wait for a while.
We have 2 more for you, champ. Big Casual says, what's up, champ? Do you think Jermall Charlo should be on the pound for pound list if he successfully, he didn't put the word, but he said if he's successful against Castano?
Yeah, I think so. I think he probably should have been already. You know, he fought when he beat Rosario. Rosario had just knocked out J-Rock, got all the belts. He's knocked out Lubin. Lubin's proven what he can do now at this point. If he beats Castano, he definitely, I think, should be. I think he deserves it for sure.
Last one from Victor Banuelos, who says, who has a better resume, Gervonta Davis or Terrence Bud Crawford?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Yo, the fact that you said it's a good question is because it's comparable, man.
Yeah.
Those resumes, I mean, one guy won more belts, but the names are comparable.
100%, yeah, 100%.
I mean, he does have Brooke and Khan, but they were just so like, that it was like, so it was so over for them.
It was awful. Yep.
How about Victor Postal? How about a Gamboa? Come on.
No, but Gamboa,
I was gonna say, listen, I was gonna say Crawford, but
you could give him Postal.
Yeah, go ahead.
You could give him Postal, but then they got the common in Gamboa. They got the common opponent in Gamboa. And if you give him Postal, you got to give Tank credit for Pedraza. Postal, a one-time champ for a vacant title. Pedraza, a two-time real champ.
That's a good point. And I was thinking the same thing. That's why it's hard.
Plus, he got Leo, four-time champ Leo.
Yeah, exactly. And
but at least he's going for varsity belts, not junior varsity.
That's true. And Khan's better than anybody that Tank's beaten. Let's be real.
I mean, what version of Khan though? Not that year that Crawford fought him.
I mean, I guess that's fair, but I mean, look what he was able to do with Canelo too. I mean, it's Khan is, no matter how you slice it, on paper he's best. He's better than anybody that Tank's beaten.
Joey, don't bite, man. He's just a very, very big Khan fan. He's,
I'm a Khan realist. That's what we call ourselves.
I like Khan too, but I'm gonna go with Crawford. I think Crawford. I'm gonna give it because he got undisputed at what was it? 140 that he was undisputed?
Yep.
I feel like that kind of jumps you up. Undisputed is not. No matter what names you fought, obviously that's a big accomplishment, and when you get that, it's to be respected. Just like Charlo. If Charlo goes and wins this week, he hasn't fought any huge names, but if he gets undisputed this weekend or next weekend, then that's something to be respected. It's not an easy thing to do. He's the king of the division at that point, So I feel like that's I'm gonna have to give it to Crawford. It's hard, so I gotta choose one, and then I'm gonna give that to him.
Champ, that was the last question, but I sent you a DM. Can you check that video out? I'm going to go ahead and screen share it to our audience so we know what we're looking at here. And, I hate to do this, but you've had such a good conversation on this. Now, this is a secondary video of another fighter kind of doing the same manipulation with the gloves. And you had a very, adamant stance on gloves in the past. So I want to know what you think of Canelo Alvarez here and his little floppy gloves with these MX gloves that are allegedly, horsehair, so they allow for more manipulation. I wonder, could he hear me?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I can hear you.
Oh, perfect.
I know. I was like, uh-oh.
What if I got to repeat all that, right?
So in this video, it definitely. So here's the thing: if I've worn the MXs, and the MXs are very, very soft in the knuckle, and they're a puncher's glove. They're similar to the Reyes's. They're very soft. If I were to let my hand go completely lifeless, which a lot of times I will when I throw a jab, then it might look like that. And the reason why I say that is because I didn't see any footage there of him throwing hooks. Now, the reason I said that about Tyson Fury when I watched him do it is because he was literally hitting him. It was like he was hitting him with the palm of his hand, like from what it looked like in the glove. You could literally see him landing with that shot and specifically holding his hand away to land it that way, which made me think it was premeditated. I wasn't necessarily just saying it because the glove was floppy. The glove was floppy, and it was also seemed like it was hanging and low on his wrist. I don't know if I can tell the same thing in that video. And I haven't noticed it when he's doing when he's in other fights as well. But with a jab, I could see that happening, looking like that. But I couldn't really say because I didn't see him landing on that specific part of his hand that I saw Tyson landing with, and that's what made me so adamant about it. So it seemed very obvious to me,
So right now, breaking news, Dan Rayfield is reporting that Tyson is the one that contracted COVID and the fight is in fact off and postponed. Hopefully, they get this fight back on and it's not going to be postponed. They're saying Fury only had one vaccination dose and not the second one. So I guess that meant his probability was higher that he could contract the the disease or the virus. That being said, who are you picking when the fight does, and if it does ever happen? Have you changed on who you may be picking due to Wilder's new trainer, his training clips, or are you just like, Fury got his number? Where are you with this fight?
I think regardless of anything I said in the past about the fight and about the glove situation, I just felt like that was obvious. I feel like people were trying to ignore it, and I felt like I had some insight on it that might have been unique. But I still think that Fury might know exactly how to beat Deontay Wilder, which is put him on his back foot. But with that being said, Wilder can always land that shot that he landed so many times in the past and could land it, and he's proven that he can knock anybody out with it. And I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Wilder. I'm pulling for him all the way. I hope he wins. I want him to win, but I'm a little bit worried that Fury may have his number. But at the same time, Wilder can knock out any human being on the night, and so I know that's a possibility.
Let me ask you this: when people say about the back foot, because I'm one of those believers that I feel like that nobody would have thought the approach that Tyson Fury, that approach, not even his own fans would have thought that he was going to approach Deontay Wilder on the second fight like that. Yeah. So is it more that Deontay Wilder wasn't prepared? Was it a game plan thing? Because now I feel like Deontay Wilder knows that this guy is capable of outboxing him and outslugging him. So in the trilogy, now it's not that he can't fight off the back foot. Now he's prepared to fight off the back foot because he knows that Tyson Fury now has a style that, he can mule him, use his weight, in which his team couldn't prepare for that. Nobody else could have seen that. So I do feel that Deontay Wilder has the athleticism to actually punch off the back foot if he's prepared for that. If you got the right game plan and he knows what's coming.
I definitely think he can. So here's the thing, and I agree with what you're saying to a degree, because I think that he can definitely do better off the back foot than he did in the first fight just by preparing for it. It's not that I don't think that he can punch off the back foot, because he landed some shots off the back foot in that first fight, so he's definitely athletic enough to do that. But where I'm coming from is I don't think he can defend off the back foot, and I think that that's not something that's extremely easy or takes a short amount of time to learn with what I saw in that first fight, because the holes that were there in the first fight were pretty drastic, and it takes a long time to learn something like that, and Wilder's never had to, and he started in the game extremely late. I think he can do better on that front for sure, but I think if he's going to win, he's got to command the center, and Fury's saying he's going to come into close to 300 pounds in this fight, and I'm concerned that maybe he won't be able to do that, but I think he's got to command the center, not let him push him back, and he's got to be able to open up shots differently, which is what I'm seeing when Malik is working with him on the pads, that he's working on opening up shots differently. Instead of just launching the right hand, he's working on opening up the shot. So I think that might, if there's a difference in the fight, I think that might be it, just finding shots better. And,
Malik doesn't believe that he'll come in 300 pounds. He says, Fury's a guy that's known to lie. That being said, we do got Kelly Pavlik coming on, so I want to give you this last late question from the fan that slid in. Adrian Rowan, he's in Wisconsin. He says, what was the hard part about Akeem Black fight? I know him personally, and I feel by gutting through that performance, you derailed his career.
Yeah, so the tough part about that fight was being naive, being young, being early on in the game. I brought it up at the beginning of this interview. I don't know if you guys remember, I was talking about just being just new. I was screwing up weight cuts big time, coming in way too heavy and losing the weight completely wrong, rehydrating completely wrong. There's just a lot I still needed to learn. I'd never even been the distance. So then when I had a guy like Akeem come in and be so tough and take my punches that I thought nobody would be taking at that stage, and that I'd had a certain amount of, a certain level of guys coming in and not taking the shots, I thought, I'm good. I'll just come in, and even though I was feeling like feeling real sick in the back because of the way that I ate after the weigh-in, and I was like, you know what? It'll be all good, though, because I'm going to come out, I'm going to knock him out. He won't be able to take my shots. Way overconfident, and I paid the price for it. He came through it. I panicked. Adrenaline set in, and my body kind of failed me in that fight. But the heart saved me. You know, my body failed me, but my heart saved me. I was able to gut through it, like you said. I don't really know what Akeem's doing. He hasn't won since. I mean, we even talked about maybe doing it again if he were to win another fight. And he fought on PBC after that fight, and then he lost it, and he hasn't really been active since. So it just kind of fizzled out, and at this point, just wouldn't even make sense. But I'm like super proud of that fight. Not proud of it, but I wouldn't change it for the world, because that fight gave me so much experience just about what I was doing wrong. I got a lot of stuff straight because of that fight. And I'm benefiting from that fight to this day, you know, and even in my training and my, like I said, in my weight cutting and my rehydration, it made us get everything straight. It made us get a hold of experts. It made us bring people in that could help us with that. And now I'm thriving. So I really appreciated that. And honestly, looking back, like, I'm very thankful that Akeem brought what he did on that night, and it forced me to find something in myself. So it was good. It was a great fight.
Well, Joey, man, please give out your social media. We appreciate your time, man. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, man, let us know when we could get you back on after the fight to get the victory lap.
Take that victory lap.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much, and follow me on Instagram at Joey D Spencer.
All right, brother, take it easy. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Up and coming prospect contender Joey Spencer. All right, so we got Amin on the line in Essex. What's good?
Yeah. What's good, fellas?
Chilling.
What up?
So
how you feeling about this postponement?
Yeah, man.
Yo, man. Yo, King. First of all, shout out to King Born, man. King Born called me. He was hot about this. I didn't even know. I was fiddling around, you know what I'm saying, moving around. And first thing I heard it. Yo, it's a fugazi, man. I'm just a fugazi. It's a straight fugazi. My man. Yo, he came out there. He was in Vegas and one of them suites. He out here like Russell Brand and get him to the Greek. You dig what I'm saying? Furious, get him to the Greek, and he ain't getting to the Greek. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good reference.
Yo, that's how I feel, man. He had a Jeffrey or some shit, bro. I don't know.
Yo, and Candy Slim said it in the chat, but I thought about it immediately. It's like, why wasn't this just announced like earlier? Like, I mean, there's no way they just found out. Like,
well, they had to do the tests. You know what I'm saying? They had to do the test.
You think that? Oh, so you thinking that he just like the way that sounds is like, so he was testing positive. I mean, negative, like right up until whenever Dan got his source. Like
this is the second instance of a top ranked fighter coming down with COVID.
That looks shaky.
I mean, come on, man! Like, come on!
Come on, guys! You're still living through a pandemic.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that fucking Punch's best friend Fimo. The stigma is that he faked that's fake COVID. So now they're calling this one fake vid too.
I get it. So Tyson Fury's with Teofimo Lopez in Italy, I guess. You know.
No, he's not with Teofimo.
Listen.
He's not with Fimo in Italy, but he is with Top Rank, who likes to use the COVID excuse.
For sure. And it is a convenient excuse. That's, you know what I'm saying? Some fighters will use the mental health like Ryan did. You know what I'm saying? Then they show up somewhere else chilling. This guy's using COVID and then they're going to be somewhere else chilling.
I mean, you know what's funny, though, that I'm you know, since we got the news, right? And I'm looking at certain comments and stuff like that. And not everybody want to see proof. Not everybody want to see proof. I mean, what proof? We've been talking about that like for a year and a half. That we want to see some proof from somebody.
Yeah.
So now we want to see some proof from Tyson Fury.
If I don't go to work, a certain amount of days, if I got sick time, they're gonna ask me for a note, bro. They're gonna ask me to produce documentation after a certain period of time. If it's a medical excuse, I'm just saying, if it's COVID. Like, yo, women post pregnancy results online all the time, man. Just, you know what I mean? Black your name out and post the results, man. I appreciate it.
But the thing is that you got to give it to the boss, man, right? So that's Bob. Like, but you ain't gonna give your results to the whole company. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's kind of how I see it. It's like you want proof. Like, look, Jermel Herring look what happened there. I mean, it was 3 times that the fight got pushed back because, you know what I'm saying? And nobody was asking for proof because nobody believed
You
that,
crazy. You
Jorge
crazy.
Linares also.
Jorge Linares,
But
Good one.
Jermel was asking for proof on a Harrison ankle. Like, nobody believes pullouts, man. Fighters don't believe pullouts. Remember,
Yeah, but
Jermel.
COVID is a different animal, though.
Bruh.
Like, that's something that we're all dealing with. Like, people still get COVID. It's not like people don't get COVID. Listen, to me, the weird thing is not getting COVID. The weird thing is why.
The weird thing is
did
getting
you
it
not
with a
announce
vaccination.
it? Why did this thing take so long? Like, is there a scenario where they just found out? Sure, I guess, but I don't know. This is
even
weird.
for me, the level of precautions leading up to. So okay, we've already been. First of all, you're exactly right. It's COVID. The whole fight, or what seemed to have been, the reason why the contract should have expired is because of COVID. Been making us wait long enough. You mean to tell me 2 weeks before the fight, COVID's gonna make us wait again? Like,
They tripping, man. Let me get to these super chats, fellas.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We last stopped off on the right option who says, so Fury and his team vaccinated now. There's an outbreak. Shaking my head, laugh out loud. Not impossible, but very low percentage. More likely he ain't ready for Wilder. Supermax says, according to the tweet and our own Eddie, BDG, Bola de Grasa, outbreak is getting bad there in Vegas, obviously. I now wonder if they'll move Pacquiao Spence as well. They better put Pacquiao Spence in Dallas if they're going to move anything. You know what I'm saying?
Hashtag get him to the Greek, man.
Great point.
Big Chop, Unbiased Boxing says, if it was Wilder, they would say he mentally unstable. He doesn't got COVID-19. But Fury gets excuses. He says, but Fury gets excuses even though Bob said Fury and his team are vaccinated. Scared.
Another word, excuses. So now Tyson Fury has excuses, huh?
Well, they don't believe the COVID.
I mean, they got to keep it consistent, man. I mean, for real, there was somebody else that was giving some allegations, some excuses, and now they're like, yo, Tyson Fury got excuses. Oh, now he got excuses now.
I would say it the same way. A sharp blade cuts both ways. If it was Wilder, I would say, yo, I told you my man wasn't ready. I told you you got somebody else speaking for him too much. I told you the headphones wasn't an issue. I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing because there's no reason after all this time they're not taking proper precautions after going through all this legal wrangling, after going through all this preparation. Like now. Nah.
I'm just saying, man. I don't see the same energy, man. What y'all feel, fellas? Y'all see the same energy going both ways?
I mean, I see the same energy in people not believing any excuses. They didn't believe Wilder's and they don't believe Fury's.
Exactly.
We got another.
So it's consistent then.
In my opinion,
sure. I think it's consistent from like both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a person who's gonna sit back and just watch the fight and not have a dog in the fight, like I see both sides being unfair to the other side in terms of demanding proof when certain things just don't really need that proof. Now, I mean, to cast allegations is one thing, to have a legitimate reason to, like pull out, that's another thing altogether.
So let's all be consistent. Everybody don't believe in no excuses. Any excuse anybody give, how about we all be collective, be a whole family, be like, no, we don't believe in nobody's excuses. Tyson, Deontay, why is that fair? I think that's consistent.
I mean, I think that's how it has been. When Wilder came out with excuses, there has been more people that wanted proof than those that just believe because they believe. We got
definitely
Supermax with another super chat who says this fight is as decisive as last year's election.
You
2024 back.
We got Andre Dakota that says, thank God airlines don't charge change fees anymore. Fight needs to happen in July. September, it have to compete with baseball and NFL football. Damn.
Word. So it's definitely not going to be at Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. I mean, they could find like a Saturday, I guess we're on the road. I think that one of the Pacquiao fights that happened in November was kind of like what happened, but yeah, it gets harder. It gets harder to do it in Dallas during football season.
We got looking at Minute Maid Park or something.
James Benitez Super Chat says,
That'd be
if the
dope.
fight doesn't happen on the scheduled date, people are worried about Wilder's psyche, which is comical, but I think Wilder's camp should be happy. At least you get more time to tighten up. No thoughts, gentlemen?
I do think that it actually favors Wilder to sharpen up, build his chemistry with Malik Scott. I think it works good for Wilder, in my opinion.
I think you're right.
I agree.
I think adjustments take time, right? Like if you're a fighter who's coming off the 2 fights that you just fought and you feel confident about them because you look good in both of them. Whether you're going to change your approach in the ring is one thing, but you're not going to throw away the game plan. You're not going to adjust things that you did correctly. But from Wilder's standpoint, where he's trying to make these adjustments, time is your friend. The more time you get to make these adjustments, the better prepared you are come fight night.
Not only that, mentally, I think it provides an advantage because, whether it's true or not, you know what I'm saying? You might tell yourself, I told him meet me outside. He ain't come out that side door. Crack a smile and say he's scared of me. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I got called to the office. Nah, no, you didn't. I'm pretty sure. So whether you telling yourself that, whether it's fact or fiction, I think his team and his camp, they grow more and more confident at their preparedness versus the other guy's preparedness. And I think he might need that. He benefits from that a little bit.
We got a super chat. My bad.
I was gonna say it does look that Tyson Fury was being irresponsible just by the clips that he's shown. Different states, gym hopping, just he's with like a bunch of fighters, bunch of people around him. He does look. We don't, Deontay Wilder don't show a lot of clips, so we know Tyson Fury's been all over the place. He shows it, and maybe there was some irresponsibility on his part.
He was in Miami. He flew from LA to Miami. He's chilling. Look, you got to be responsible, like you said. We got Intrigued the Incredible in Atlanta says, if vaccinated, quarantine time should decrease. Yeah, so that means they could still set the fight up.
If vaccinated, quarantine time should decrease. Is he saying that
if Fury is really vaccinated, his quarantine time should be shorter? That's what that means.
And that's like he's saying that that's true. That's not an opinion, right? He's saying that because that's the fact.
Well, he's saying that's his fact.
It sounds like it would be true. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm trying to see. Does anybody know that that's accurate?
I felt pre-med.
I haven't passed the bar just yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I went to summer school in 7th and 8th grade, so don't look at me.
Look, I'm so fucked up. I said the bar. I'm thinking law school. I'm all fucked up. Listen, we got another super chat.
I didn't even catch that.
We got another. Go ahead. Go for it.
Now I was gonna say if a lot of money is invested into these fights, especially the big ones. This is a mega fight. This is an international mega fight. Mm-hmm. So should they just keep staying in the bubble?
Yeah, but again, I think they gave them more leniency because of the vaccination. They probably got too comfortable, man. Probably. But Scat Rant says, didn't the Yankees have an outbreak and they were Fury? What the hell? Didn't the Yankees have an outbreak and they were Fury vaccinated with the J&J? I still think Fury lying though. That was a little hard to even decipher that one, right?
The Yankees. Listen, last season baseball. It was a shit show. People. Teams were getting pulled out of their games for weeks, sometimes. Days. Series were canceled because multiple people kept testing. Positive every. It seemed like daily almost, but as far as the Yankees test, I don't know what he's talking about.
Man, I think in baseball, man, they should have never had no breakout, man. Everybody's apart. Ain't nobody close to one another.
Yeah, you're right.
Especially not them outfielders. Them outfielders out there for real. We got what rep it that says El Maldito Borracho. So he talking about who's you? That's you.
Dímelo, mi gente. Dímelo, el sazón, el mofongo, el adobo, el borracho. Dímelo, mi gente. ¿Qué pasa? Spanish today.
Let's see what else we got. We still got a couple more super chats I want to get to. We should be having Kelly Pavlik. He having a little bit of difficulties jumping on with us. We got LV Sluggo says Canelo, who failed a drug test, is defending another boxer who failed a drug test. Keep playing Inspector Gadget while I get ready for the trilogy. Hashtag 2-time. Well, let's be clear. Canelo ain't defending Tyson. Damn. We just used his video.
Yeah, they just.
Is that what I was like? He's talking about another story or something. Is that the connection?
Yo, I noticed that's the energy to justify somebody's fuck up. They got to bring up Canelo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's
that's why.
He the face of boxing, so they look at it like, yo, if he's doing it, you know what I mean? We got Gil Lopez. It says, Saludo Punch, salute TBV, peace and hugs. With the little hugging emoji. All right, champ.
Hey, pause.
Hugs to you. Number one Packer, shout out to you. He's Dominican and Puerto Rican. Let's go. What we got? Who's up next?
So damn, man, it's sad though. Not anybody that catch COVID, even though that we know that this affected the whole world, but anybody that catch COVID, now we not gonna believe in them.
We want proof, man. Like when Jermel caught COVID, he looked like he caught COVID. You know what I'm saying? Just make it look real. You know what I'm saying? Make it look real.
So you know what's funny though? Now this is gonna give the legitimate you know what I'm saying, observation of Jermall Charlo when he was saying that Benavidez better take his vaccine.
Yeah.
So now he looked like an ambassador.
But this the thing. He better take both vaccines because that's what happened allegedly to Fury. He only took one.
And look, talk about consistency. Isn't that the same Charlo that kind of got at Wilder? Because he was saying his whole point. Am I wrong or?
Yeah.
Okay, so no excuses. The consistency of no excuses, and that's all it is. Nobody's saying you can't get COVID. It's just like, yo, if you get it under these circumstances, definitely you're being irresponsible. And because of that, because of what's at stake, I just need a little bit of proof. Just make me feel comfortable. It's business.
Yeah. But the whole boxing world got on them. Jermall Charlo for talking about vaccine with David Benavidez. But look at now.
Yeah,
sometimes people was ahead of the curve, man.
But listen, I mean, I know you want to make it look like, yo, isn't it ironic? But at the end of the day, my man was talking about fighting, and this dude was talking about giving out vaccinations. You know what I mean? So the energy was different. You know?
Yeah. No. I mean, look, I don't know. I think it's silly. Like,
I'll go to the super chat in the meantime. 2 times. Let me see. We got let me see. We got Dana, or is it Dana? Dana, I'm gonna say. Jones says, is Joey looking forward to fighting with Lorenzo Truck Simpson in the near future? Sorry, brother. The way you get those answered is on the Ask Joey Spencer post. That's the only way we can ask him now. That's why we didn't even notice that, because there's only one place where his questions will be placed and pulled from. Did Kelly jump on with us? I think we got Kelly Pavlik in the building.
Yeah, I am here.
How are you, sir?
Youngstown, Ohio's own.
Yes,
doing
sir.
Good.
Good to have you, man. Can you turn the camera on, sir? So the world.
Yeah, I'm getting new at this Skype, so give me a second. I'm trying to get this all
figured out.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
There he goes.
There's that pretty face.
Can you turn your phone sideways just so there you go. All right. So, Hall of Famer here, Kelly Pavlik, man. We were literally just talking about you. It's funny, our co-producer schedule. We were just talking about whether or not Jermaine Teller, I don't know. It was something about Jermaine Teller, and your 2 fights got brought up, and obviously the fights with Hopkins and stuff like that. But I know you're doing your own podcast now, man. So please take this opportunity to let everybody know, first and foremost, where they could catch you on your own podcast, and how often do you do it?
Well, yeah, I took a little break from the podcast. I'm all over, man. I'm in and out of town. I'm actually getting ready. I got to head to Vegas for 3 weeks for on a couple other things that I got going on. But the podcast, when we do it, we do it usually Sundays, non-football season. We do Sundays at 7:00. When football starts back up again, we move it to Tuesdays at 7:00. And it's called The Punchline with Kelly Pavlik and James Dominguez. And you can find us on Facebook Live, YouTube, and then we also have our fight page, so on Facebook.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'll start it right off. We got a couple of questions from the people. We put out a post letting them know you'll be on. We got David Maldonado in New York City that says, "What's up, champ? How would a pretty boy Floyd versus Sweet Pea Whitaker fight play out at 135?"
Wow. Well, Floyd at 135 was a banger too, though. I mean, well, you could bang. I don't know. It's hard to see Floyd losing. I can say a couple things on it. You know, my take on it. First of all, a lot of people would think it would be a boring fight because of the tactical skills of each fighter. I think it would be a dream come true to watch a fight like that. But I have to go with Floyd in that fight, and here's the reason why. Sweet Pea, was he one of the best defensive fighters of all time? Yeah, obviously. The only problem with Sweet Pea, though, he could have made fights a lot easier. Usually when Sweet Pea made you miss, he was so far out of range that he couldn't counter. And the name of the game is making you miss and making you pay. I think with that being said, I think Floyd was slick and fast. And I think Floyd, and throughout the long run of the fight, I think Floyd would win it. I think Floyd would pick it up towards the middle rounds and the end of the fight, and I think he was still in the rounds.
All right. I'm going to keep shooting these off unless you guys got something to jump in. We got James Valdez in San Antonio, Texas. It says, "What was your toughest fight?"
Oh, shit,
Good
man.
question.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, you have Miranda, you got Taylors, you got Hopkins, you got Martinez. I would have to probably say, you know, obviously the Hopkins fight. That was one where, you know, it just wasn't my night, and they had to dig deep just to finish the fight. Didn't want to get dropped or stopped in that fight. So I'd have to say that, you know, Bernard is a legend. Sergio Martinez was a hell of a fighter too, you know, and that was a frustrating fight, you know, because I was up, you know, and they had me up after 9 rounds, but Sergio picked it up in those last couple rounds, and there was nothing I could do. I couldn't pull the trigger, and that made it tough. And the first couple rounds, Sergio was tough to figure out as well. I mean, he moved and he worked off the stick and he popped at different angles. So those were pretty tough. Then when you get down to just the overall crudiness of a fight, you know, I have to say Miranda because of how hard he hit. You know, Miranda hit so damn hard. Everything he hit you would hurt.
Damn. Austin in Tech. Was somebody gonna jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Looking at you know, from generations, eras, and things of that nature. Do you think that boxing have plateaued in terms of skills?
Not at all. It's actually scientifically impossible. These athletes are evolving. You know, in every sport you see it.
Kelly, I hate to interrupt, but can you just focus a little, because you're not in the center and it's cutting your whole face and head off for the audience.
How about here?
You want to go to the right or your left? Other way. That way. There you go. You're in the center now.
Okay. Shit, these dogs. Hold on. Major. No, so, you know, the sports are evolving. The athletes, and they're faster. They're stronger. They're getting bigger, and the same with boxing. I mean, they can't get bigger in boxing because you got weight classes, but these guys, I mean, they close the gap so fast, and a lot of people take that away. You know, like the biggest thing I always get in arguments with is everybody's always like, "Oh, well, the guys of old school or the guys of yesteryear were better," and that's because of history, and that's because of guys growing up and listening to their father and their grandfather talk about how good fighters are. I'm not knocking them. They're all these guys from the past are legends. But if you're going to go back and watch Harry Greb fight and watch him train, the guy fought like the mascot for Notre Dame. You're going to tell me he had better technical skills
Word.
So it's I mean, it's irritating. It's it's just like I said, it's science, man. These guys, these athletes have evolved. These guys today, it don't look like it because they're in against other top guys, but their fast twitch muscles are just so fast. I mean, watch how fast a guy like Crawford and Teofimo and Lomachenko, how fast they close the gaps on these punches and how explosive their punches are. And it's a totally different ball game, and it's not taking anything away from the old school. It's just it's facts. I mean, these guys can fight and they can hit and they could and their technical skills. I mean, watch the half steps, watch how they catch punches and fire off. I had a funny one. Somebody told me on there during the argument. They were like, "Well, Jake LaMotta, they don't teach the double shuffle no more." And I said, because they can't today. Guys are too fast. You try pulling a double shuffle jab on somebody today or a right hand, they're going to get their neck broken. It's just a different ball game, and speed is the game. So it's just for me when I hear that, then when you stump them on it, when you stump some of these guys on the records and the records of the opponents, the first thing that comes out is when they don't have anything else to say is, well, they had more heart. And that's not true either. And I'm not saying that this is not being biased. I mean, I've been retired a decade. So believe me, this ain't nothing coming biased for me. I'm just saying how it is. I mean, there's nothing more than 30 years from now, me wanting to sit on the couch with my grandkid telling him, yeah, I would whoop these guys' ass, right? Middleweight title fight. But the reality is 30 years from now, these guys are going to be that much farther ahead than they are now.
Kelly, speaking of the past generation and fighting now, what do you make of the sudden resurgence of certain fighters and exhibitions? De La Hoya's talking about it. Ricky Hatton threw his name out there this week or last week, I think. Miguel Cotto, Marquez. I mean, the lists keep going on and on. What do you make of it, and what is your opinion on it?
I'm up in the air on it. I mean, a part of me saying as long as they're coming back fighting each other, they're older and they're going against each other. I got it's not that bad. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, you guys are old, man. And it's just time to hang it up. I mean, legacy. I could tell you this as being 39 years old, almost 40. But it being around that age where, I caught the tail end of Sugar Ray Leonard's career, I could see where a lot of people where his legacy could diminish a little bit. To me personally, hell no, it don't, because I understand the fact that he was older and he was fighting way past his prime. But sometimes you just got to know to let it go. Personally, to me, my mental health, my health in general, my life is more important than going back out there for that last hurrah. Some of these guys, it may not be for money. I don't think De La Hoya needs the money. And some of these guys, it may be for money. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm not totally against it, but I'm not for it. It is what it is. And if they want to do it, I think the Roy Jones Tyson went a lot better than expected. I was really expecting to see two geriatrics in there, stinking it up. But they actually, I can't say anything. I mean, they went in there, they looked good, and they would have whooped my ass, I'll tell you that. So I can't say anything on that.
Can you give us a couple fighters or one fighter that you feel like is the evolution? Like when we look at the NBA, we see the skills and athleticism of Russell Westbrook. He's not your normal point guard. Or you saw the athleticism of LeBron James and his longevity. Do you who in boxing today you can look at and be like, seeing the naked eye, oh, he's the evolution, that speed and power we haven't seen before?
Good question.
Very good question. And there's a handful of them. That's the scary part. It don't seem like it. It don't seem like it because there are so many of them. But let's just go Shakur Stevenson. Okay, how about Boots Ennis? I mean, look at him. That dude. Hell, I was at first. Everybody was talking. I'm going, who did he fight? Then I watched him fight, and I didn't have to see him fight any world championship level guy.
Yeah,
I watched how big he is for 147, how he can box and how he can bang if he wants to. And you could hit him. You could hit him with a 40-pound cement slab, and he ain't going nowhere. So what do you do against a guy like that this day and age? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not done. People will talk shit about Lomachenko. Look what Lomachenko did. Hey, listen, for 1 second, if somebody comes in and tells me, oh, yeah, well, you had this many amateur fights and this and that. The guy fought 12 rounds in his second pro fight. No matter if you like him, hate him, or not, against a former world champion. I climbed the ranks, and so did many of the other legends in boxing. Sugar Ray Leonard had 20-some fights. He climbs 4, 6, 8, 10-rounders, right? A lot of champions did. But Lomachenko was able to do with his agility and his technical skills and his God-given ability. Like I said, Crawford. Then you got guys like Spence, who reminds me of a Ennis, who is big, fast, strong. So you got a lot of these guys right now coming up in boxing that are just they're freaks of nature. It don't seem like it because all these guys are competitive though with each other. So I mean, think about this too. Not too long ago, back in the day, you used to watch fights, and sometimes you would see. And I hate putting grades on fighters, but that's the only way I could do it. You used to have B-level fights, and sometimes a decent amount of times you see a B-level guy going and upset a A-level guy, right? You don't see that much this day, because the game has changed that much. These A-level fighters, these elite guys are elite fighters. So.
Okay, all right. That's fair.
Hey,
That's
Kelly.
fair.
How you doing, Kelly? It's King. I mean, Essex. I got a quick question for you because you mentioned Ray Leonard twice, and who'd you come up watching? You said you caught the tail end of Ray Leonard's career. Who'd you grow up watching that got you into it to the point where you first walked into a gym?
Well, I did watch Leonard a handful of his fights early on, but from the age that I was at, you just kind of like at 13, 14 years old, I think that's when he fought Camacho. Maybe I might have been a little bit older than that. But those are the fights that could play in your head too, though, because a lot of times, as soon as I think of Leonard, I think of watching him fall around the ring against Camacho. But I watched Leonard because Leonard still to this day, and I know this is going to kind of be like I'm being a hypocrite here, but I still, with very few with older fighters, I could put Sugar Ray Leonard up there on my all-time list. But I was never I never really followed any fighter. I wasn't a guy, remember back in the day you had the KO Digest boxing magazine, and a lot of fighters would take like the posters in the middle of their favorite fighter and put it up on the wall. Yes. I never did that. I never really had anybody. I observed a lot, and I just like watching boxing in general. De La Hoya was huge. Pernell Whitaker was a big one. Obviously Gotti, because he was just an exciting fighter. So I always kind of, went that way watching him fight. And it was just fun. It was just fun watching boxing in general. I never really had, like, if you would ask me at that time, who was your favorite fighter? I really didn't have anybody that I could have pointed out. I would have just rattled off a bunch of names like I am now.
We got King Born in Austin in Texas says, when you were fighting in the middleweight division, what weight did you walk around at and what foods would you eat during the week of the fight? Again, thank you for coming on the show. I've been a fan of yours since I was a kid.
So the weight changed a little bit throughout my career. When I was younger, obviously I walked around maybe 173. Then as you start getting older, I stayed at middleweight for a decade, and that's pretty hard. From the age of 18 to 29, that was it was tough to do. But as I started getting older, I started getting up right around 178. I would say 179, and then obviously the hardest and the worst one was the Martinez fight. Going into camp, I was 188, so I was 28 pounds over my. Over the weight, but it was just getting hard at that point. So, when I ate, it was a difference. Making weight is more of a science. So you start off the first month of camp. I did a little bit of calorie restriction, but it wasn't like strict because at that point you're really doing a lot of miles, running miles. You're training a lot. You're really in the heat of your training, and so you need to fuel up. You have to eat the foods and get the calories, and then. After that, you finally start taming down the calories a little bit, probably about a month out from the fight, and then usually the last 2 weeks is kind of you're down to minimal food. you know, and you're just kind of hoping that your opponent's going through the same as you are. But the foods would consist of, when I was in the right there, when I started really cutting, you know, we ate fish, you know, a lot of chicken, a lot of vegetables. Nighttime, if I got hungry, I would make cabbage soup, or my dad would make cabbage soup, and I would eat that so I could go to bed, you know, on not an empty stomach, so I could get a good night's sleep. So really had to break it down. I mean, when they say, like, you got 2 fights, you got to skill and then you got to fight, it is very true.
King Born in Brooklyn says, King Born here, peace, Mr. Pavlik. Loved you when you fought, in your opinion. Excuse me, I guess he meant a period there. So loved you when you fought. In your opinion, in your weight class, when you fought, who was the best offense and defensive fighters? I'm glad you're doing great. Peace.
So first of all, thank you. Well, shit, at that time, I mean, you have to go with Taylor. I know a lot of people were putting Taylor down at that time. He was coming off the fights that he had, and I'm not just saying this, but you know, Taylor was a bad dude, and people forget that. You know, yet he looked bad against Wiki Wright, but I think Wiki Wright right now could come back and make everybody look bad still. Mm-hmm. You know, he may not win, but it'll make people look bad. He fought Kasim Uma right before me. Kasim Uma throws 115 punches around, and he was awkward. So with that being said, Jermaine, you know, he was where he was at for a reason. Jermaine had quick hands. Jermaine could fight. You know, just look what he was doing with Carl Froch. Carl Froch, in a lot of people's opinion, is a great fighter, and Jermaine Taylor was beating the crap out of Carl for 12 rounds until he got knocked out. So Taylor at the time, I would say, was probably one of the more skilled guys at middleweight. And then, you know, a little bit towards the end of my reign, you had somebody like Sergio Martinez coming up who both had the offense and the defense.
We got Coach Myers in Connecticut who says, looking back on your career, what fight you wanted the most but never got the opportunity to fight that fighter? And who is the most talented fighter you've been in the ring with, amateur or pro?
Okay. I wanted a lot of fights. So that was, you know, I wanted to fight Abraham because I wanted, you know, the straps. I wanted to unify the middleweight division. I probably would have got rid of those belts so that way I didn't have to pay all them damn sanctioning fees. But
man, we wish in the middleweight division they could have some unification bouts, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, I wanted those fights, but those were unrealistic between promoters. You know, they wanted me to go over to Germany to fight Arthur Abraham, which was ridiculous. I was the lineal champion, you know, and I beat the guy who had the belts. So I did want that. The Paul Williams fight, I wanted that fight. Again, that was another one where through promoters, you know, Ludabella, Top Rank, it just wasn't negotiated, and it kept falling through. And the thing that I always do, because I defend fighters, and I feel like, you know, they need it. Anytime you see a fight that don't happen or something goes wrong with a fight, usually the fighter is the one that gets the blame, and it's always the fighter that's ducking.
You're right.
And I can tell you guys this, unless the game has changed that much since I've been out, it's really not the fighter. It's not. It comes down to managers, promoters, and a fighter goes in there. They train their ass off. They're concentrating on the fight. They got film breakdown, the gym, everything else. They're trying to make weight. The last thing they're doing is worrying about how much is going on with a fight. So a lot of the times, it does come down to the promoters. Don't get me wrong. If a fighter feels that he's not getting his fair share of a purse, yeah, he'll probably bitch or put up a bitch, but usually it's negotiated out and it comes to being worked out. But for the most part, man, it's promoters when the fights don't happen.
We got 40 Thief says, Canelo versus Ward, present time on ESPN. Who wins and how? Wishing much success.
All right, that's a good one. Listen, Canelo is a bad dude. People don't give him the credit for it. He don't get the credit. Canelo could fight. He is that good. But with that being said, Canelo from junior middleweight, and most of the guys at super middleweight, I think that he could go unbeaten. But when you start getting into guys like Andre Ward, who was a big natural super middleweight, who could box the way he did, and frustrate you, I'd have to lean towards Andre Ward in that fight. I think it would be an ugly fight. Andre Ward kind of reminds me of Bernard Hopkins, the way he fights. He gets in there, he offsets your momentum. He frustrates you with the grabbing and his footwork. But I think Andre Ward would get in and kind of rough up Canelo a little bit. He would offset Canelo's punches, and then I think he would start getting off on his punches and everything and start wearing down Canelo. So I would have to lean towards Andre Ward in that fight.
We got Young Tigre in Canelo. I guess he meant to say, is Canelo number one pound for pound in the sport right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible not to put him. So how I break my now, pound for pound's opinionated as hell, and everybody has their own opinion. So, but I break mine down by the talent of a fighter, the natural ability, and then I also put in the resume. And right now, if you're going by resume and talent, by how they're performing in the ring, I got to go with Canelo right now, number one. I got Crawford and Spence. That's a toss-up between them guys right behind him. I've seen some people's, including I think it was ESPN's, where they don't even have Spence in the top 10, and I couldn't believe that because right now Spence probably got the top 3 resumes in boxing, if you break it down. And his skills and size and everything else is just unbelievable. So I got them in the top 5. But, yeah, I look at it as Canelo. I mean, what he's doing right now is kind of hard not to put him number one. And if you don't got him in the top 5, then it's pure bias. So,
we have Adrian Rowan in Wisconsin. He says, just giving a shout out, champ. You're one of my favorite fighters. Love the blue collar style and the way you dismantled Edison Miranda to elevate yourself to take the title. So no question, just love.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
We got What Rep It. This says, when you were active and joined Robert Garcia, what was the main thing he worked on as a coach?
Well, I'll tell you what, man, it was pretty sweet going with Robert Garcia. And I tell you one thing that I liked about Robert Garcia was when I got there, he didn't want to change my style. And it's what I always say too. He goes, listen, you've been fighting this way for so long now. He goes, my only job is to sharpen with what you have. And it's true. You can't take somebody that's been fighting that long and change their style in 2 or 3 or 4 months. I mean, you can't even do it in a year, to be honest with you. So, but when I got with Robert, it was neat because he showed me all these different little tricks. After you're pro so long, like just in my situation, I was already pro at that time. I went there 11 years and I had 3 world title belts in my trophy case and I made the money. So at that point, I really don't want to leave home, and I was kind of pissed. I'm like, what the hell is he going to show me that I don't already know? And you'll be surprised, if you're not hard-headed and you open up your brain and you're willing to learn, there's a lot of shit out there to learn. And just small things that Robert did. And he was very repetitious with the work that he did. And, the angles, the movements, the certain combos, placing combos, all that different stuff. And it was pretty neat. So it was definitely a learning experience.
So let me jump in here right quick. Kelly, if say somebody hit you up and they say, yo, we want to give you, a nice, nice platform, nice charity fight, opponent of your choice. You don't have to pick the opponent, but which modern day current trainer would you pick to train you for that fight? Who do you like out there?
Well, I'm going to go, I would probably go with, how I got to where I got just because of the training that I did and everything else. Jack would be one of the front runners, but let's put Jack to the side because we already know he was my trainer. So you got a lot of guys out there. Listen, Buddy McGirt does a great job. Buddy McGirt, even back in the day when he was training Gotti, but again, that's where I'm going off what Robert said. You see when Buddy was training Gotti, he had him moving and everything else, and Gotti started off the fight moving around. But as soon as Gotti got hit with a good shot, all that shit went out the window. You know what I mean? So it's just that's over, muscle memory and everything that Gotti had. But there's a lot of trainers out there. I mean, Garcia is great. Buddy McGirt does a fantastic job. Juan Diaz, I think it's Antonio Diaz. He does a good job, but I think Antonio is more of an offensive trainer. So I was already an offensive fighter, so I would want somebody pretty much to get me back to like my early days and my amateur days, to back to the head movement and shit like that. So find one of them guys out there, maybe Cunningham, somebody that was going to work on finesse.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. We got Brandon Lenz, who says, you once had a fight postponed due to an infect. I remember that. You had something like staph. What was it called?
Yeah, staph. It was,
staph infection.
Yeah, MRSA.
So you once had a fight postponed due to an infected knuckle. How did the injury happen, and did you ever fully recover from it?
Yeah, that was, and again, there's always shit with stuff, but yeah, that was it was simple, but it was dangerous. So I got that from training camp, and I can't remember, it all runs together if it was Miguel Espino or Rubio fight. But anyways, staph infections come from, especially in gyms, those are like number one places to get it. But from when you have dirty shit touching something, especially if you got an open wound or anything like that. Well, I ended up having a little cut on my knuckle, and throughout the entire training camp, it was small, so it was nothing that ever was bothering me, but I kept putting the same hand wraps on. And I think every fighter knows, I mean, if you go into any gym, 9 out of 10 fighters are going to have some old stank ass hand wraps that they're putting on. So I kept putting those on. Then I had the same sparring gloves. So you take 2 months of training camp with that finger, that knuckle being in the sweat and everything. So I remember after the fight, it was probably about 2 weeks after the fight, and I was playing basketball on my court, and I felt a little pinch on my knuckle, so I wiped it on my trunks, and probably a couple seconds later, I felt it again. I looked down at my knuckle, and there was just like a hole. There was a hole on the top of my knuckle, small, but it was no blood or nothing coming out of it. It was just pus, and yeah, I go, that's not right. So I ended up going into the doctor, and they did the culture on it, and everything came back as staph infection, but I got real sick from the reaction to the medication, the vancomycin.
Sorry about that. Getting some water. And it looks like the next one is from Big Casual, who says, what's up, champ? Do you think... No. Who do you think would win a prime Riddick Bowe versus prime Mike Tyson, and why? In my personal opinion, I think Bowe stops a prime Tyson worse than Buster Douglas did.
Who? I don't know, man. Mike was a beast. Riddick Bowe could fight. So if you're going in a prime, I would have to go out on a limb to say this, and I know I'm going to get a lot of people saying I'm crazy. I'm going to have to go with Riddick Bowe on that one, because the reason being was when Tyson fought guys like Bowe that were that size and stood their ground and fought and punched back, he didn't have success. And I granted that most of the guys that Tyson lost to was afterwards, towards the end of his career, but Riddick Bowe was a big guy. He was 6'4", 6'5", and Riddick Bowe stood his ground and winged him punches. So I'd have to go with Riddick Bowe on that one.
All right. We got Brandon Lenz, who says, do you, Kelly Pavlik, a Hall of Famer, consider Gervonta Tank Davis a star?
Consider him what now? What was
that? A star.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. I don't think right now that he's by far the top guy. I shouldn't say that. I mean, he's obviously a top guy. I gotta watch how I say it, because I get shit for everything. But I think Gervonta's beatable. I think he's beatable, and I'll tell you why. We just seen it. We seen it with Santa Cruz. I had him down going in that fight against Santa Cruz, and until then he had the knockout. I had him behind in this fight until the knockout. And these are guys that are not as fast as Teofimo or Lomachenko or Haney and the other guys. So if they're up in the head in these fights, I think that you're going to see guys like Haney and Lopez and these guys, definitely ahead on the scorecards. And if he's getting touched by guys like Santa Cruz and Barrios, I think you're definitely going to see him get touched by I'm sorry, this dog. Hey, Kel, come get this dog. Sorry, I got 3 dogs in this house, guys, man. They go crazy all the time. But with that being said, why I think Tank could be a star is because he has that devastating power. He has that punch that could change a fight in a blink of an eye. And yes, he's fast enough. He's got good boxing skills. That's why as now sitting back and observing boxing and training some fighters and eventually going to open my own gym and everything else, I become like a student of the game again, and I break it down. So a lot of this shit really got me puzzled. I'm going, how does a guy like Tank have so much skill, but yet he allows himself to give up that many rounds in a fight, and he relies too much on his power punches and throwing power shots, and the knockout. And one day, them knockouts are not going to come. One day, a guy like Teofimo Lopez or a guy like Haney's not going to be there. They're not going to lean in to be hit by those shots, and he's going to be too far behind. But with that being said, do I think he could be that he has star power? Absolutely. Anytime that you could crack like Tank Davis, you're gonna put asses in the seats.
All right. Well, Kelly, man, those are all our questions. I want to thank you, obviously, for coming on. Please give out your social media where anybody can find you. And, yeah, man, thank you for the time. We'd love to get you back on soon.
Oh, no problem, man. Kelly Pavlik on Facebook, and then Pavlik.Kelly on Instagram.
Before you go, obviously, the hot button topic today is the Wilder Fury 3, the postponement, COVID, Fury being positive now for COVID and the fight being allegedly postponed. Who were you picking in this fight, and what do you think this, I don't know, spontaneous COVID test really means? Do you buy it?
You'll never know. If it's documented, then if he went to the doctor and the doctors come out and say that he has it, then you can't. It is what it is. He has it. I mean, it's not out of question for him to have it. I mean, them camps, everything's open back up. But I don't know. And, maybe he might be buying time. I'm not sure on that. As far as the fight, I wasn't a big fan of the third one. And, I want to kind of see, it move on. I think the heavyweight division is on that verge of coming back because of guys like Joshua, Wilder, Fury. But then when you have a third fight, I think a lot of fans wanted to see Fury, Joshua now. And I hate picking heavyweight fights because anything can happen at any given moment. Just like with the Tyson Riddick Bowe fight, that's a fight where anything can happen. And Wilder hits hard enough. It's crazy. And I tell people that too. Wilder, you could put him up there as one of the hardest punchers in the heavyweight division and probably in the heavyweight eras. Wilder can crack. He's 6'7". He's got that long range. I don't know how he generates the power. He would not be a person I would show my young fighter, teach my young fighter to punch but he hits that hard. So it's hard in a fight like that. If he comes out and he's pissed off and he wants to knock Fury out, Wilder stands a great chance of winning.
Well, Kelly, man, thank you once again for your time, man. It was great talking boxing with someone as experienced and knowledgeable as yourself. We look forward to getting you back on soon, champ.
For sure, man. Let me know. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hall of Famer Kelly Pavlik in the building. Let's get back to the debating. We got Majimbe who says, do you really think the rumor of Big Baby KO and Tyson is true? Nobody buying that? Did Jared Anderson KO Tyson Fury?
Yo, that's too much speculation for me, man. But, where there's smoke, there's fire. It's kind of random, right? They're going to say Jared Anderson did it like a boxing fan's that rabid.
Nah, it's not boxing fan. It's Tay Jones, Wilder's cousin. He's on his Twitter saying that we all knew Fury was going to do this. He never defended any of his belts. The real reason is what I said. He was knocked out cold in sparring.
Yeah, I don't know how my man. I'm just saying objectively. I don't know how my man know, but I know plenty of people that don't like me would tell you something. Well, I don't know that they would say something foul. I'm still a likable guy. I don't know. It just don't make sense to me because it's like somebody from Wilder's camp is saying unless I don't know. I question the source.
I mean, it depends. You know, sparring should stay like sparring practice because we don't know if they sparred when Tyson Fury is out of shape, about to get into shape. You know, we don't know what type of sparring. We don't know if he was working on defense or things of that nature. I think people don't know what sparring is really all about. You know, or the instruction that's given when you spar. Everything is not a doghouse when you spar.
I mean, Top Rank themselves, if you go to their social media, they put Big Baby and Tyson Fury. These are pay-per-view worthy sparring rounds. That's what they said. So they ain't working on shit. They dogging in there. If they telling you we could sell these sparring rounds, well, motherfucker, you ain't working on nothing. Y'all getting right in there for real. That's how I'm looking at it, right?
And that, you gonna sell me your pay-per-view rounds
as well. Yeah, and it says that Tay Jones may be telling the truth. If Top Rank themselves are saying, yo, we could have sold you the work they was doing behind closed doors, that means Anderson is hanging with Fury, man. You so can't sell a one-sided fight.
Fury was working on his punch resistance, getting KO'd by Big Baby.
But listen, don't put the KO rumor as straight up hearsay because it's coming from the Wilder camp. Because remember this, Fury spars with no headgear, fellas.
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me see if this as I spice this shit up. Deontay Wilder in a recent interview when to talk about, I mean, he's alluded to, white privilege and racism in boxing, right? So I ask y'all, do y'all feel there is racism in boxing today? Not in society. I'm talking about in boxing today.
Of course. Listen, it's
wait. And if there's racism in boxing, which fighter you can name is affected by racism in boxing today?
Affected? I can't pinpoint who's affected because that's everybody's individual feelings. But what I could say is that boxing is race driven. We've been telling our audiences for 20 years that Mexico versus Puerto Rico is a rivalry. Why is it a rivalry? It's two different nationalities, two different ethnicities going up against each other. Mayweather's been telling us since he turned into Money Way, the green print, which for those that are slow, green print means the way to the money, the way to being rich and famous is to fight a Mexican fighter versus a black fighter. So they're driving the race divide in the sport. It's always been there, and I didn't create the phrase in boxing, great white hope. It's there. I didn't do it. It was before me. So race is absolutely involved.
Because when I hear you, you talking about race, but that doesn't mean if we have the Olympics, so everything is divided, right? Nationality and things of that nature, right? But just because it's a Mexico versus Puerto Rico, I'm talking about racism. I'm not talking about if it's a race, if there's race business models, let's have the black guy versus the Mexican guy, or the black guy. It's racism. Racism, not a race thing.
Well, but see,
there's tribalism, that's for sure.
Whenever you start talking about racism comes out. Whether it's a little drip drop or whether it spews. You know what I'm saying? So you look at something. I'm gonna use something that we've been kicking around for a couple of days now. You look at this Ricky Hatton statue, right? You know what I'm saying?
But that's not a Ricky Hatton statue, though.
No. I'm saying the Deontay Wilder statue, right? Mm-hmm. That he commissioned, a Ricky Hatton commission or something along those lines.
What do you mean commission?
It's a statue.
I seen it in the pre-pro. I seen it. Ricky Hatton standing over a statue of a man on the floor. I don't know who is that man. Wilder?
Nah, that's what I'm trying to clarify. But what I'm saying is something as simple as a picture of him standing there next to a picture of a bronze figure. Right? We don't know if it's a bronze figure of a white dude or a black dude, but it's a bronze figure. So somebody gonna look at that and they might allude to that as being racism. As being racist somehow. And what I'm saying is, anytime you start talking about black, white, now nationalism is different. But again, nationalism lends itself to people that have strong affiliations and views that are racist might come out. Now, when it comes to the sport, I can't particularly say that, a power structure of racism has affected any particular fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that. But what I can say is that people with racist views and tendencies often reveal themselves by how they express their fanaticism for their particular fighter.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement.
I agree with that statement, but yet it doesn't answer that there is racism in boxing today.
I mean, I think there is. I think there is, man.
Question.
I think it just get labeled as everything else. Like someone will call it tribalism, someone will call them backing your own. But yeah, I think there is, bro. Like I've been to fights. It's not just sitting here doing live fights. It's like I've been to fights. Like people are rooting for their own. Whether that leads to something more aggressive, I don't know. But
and look. And that's to your point. Tribalism. Like you seen what happened in California not too long ago with some I don't know where they was at, but it was an area where the home team was throwing tortillas on the court against the team that was winning. I guess they happened to be Mexican, right? So like that's the shit that kind of happened. You could say that's racism right there in the sport. I don't know if you're really gonna see that at a boxing event, and I don't know because there's so many. Men and testosterone. I don't think nobody gonna get crazy. You see, in football
they threw
events,
a bid at Deontay Wilder in Manchester, man.
Yeah, but that's why I said racism in boxing today. You know what I'm saying? Because when people gonna talk about it, we talk about it in boxing, then people gonna bring the outside, what's happening in the outside.
I was there. They was calling him all types of names out there. Some obviously he had tremendous amount of love out there, but there was.
But this is what I'm saying. People with racist tendencies going to come out, but I can't say that that's the structure of boxing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's the area he was in. He was in around about a bunch of racist people. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's racist. It's going to be that way in boxing. You know what I'm saying?
So that's so in boxing, I mean, like the powers that be, and that's what I mean. Like fans are gonna be a liar's always going. You're always gonna find a liar. There's always gonna be a murder. There's always gonna be a thief. That's like there's always gonna be some type of racism. But does racism today affect it? Does racism affect any boxer today? I can't get this title shot. I can't get into the rankings because of my race. That's what I mean. If it's holding,
what you mean? Nah, hell yeah, it's harder for the black fighter. Look at what happened to Jermall Charlo. Look at what happened to Devin Haney. What the hell? Look at what's going on to Jermel Rigondeaux. He beat the shit out of Nonito 20 years ago, and he wasn't no darling, but Nonito out here still on TV, and Rigo can't get on TV. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Look at Laura. Absolutely, the dark-skinned fighter doesn't get love. But don't get me wrong, the dark-skinned fighter is also the most popular fighter. It's a double-sided argument because when you think about it, the biggest stars in boxing have always been black.
But I look at it like this. I think in the same way, like, look, if you're trying to get accepted by the institutions, then they going to give you their ass to kiss. If you chasing them belts and you want to be the blue chipper, right? That's why Floyd didn't go that route. That's why he don't want the belts. I always use the analogy of somebody that find their own way. They make their own way. They say, yo, I might not have done college. I did it my own way. I got this level of education and I did it. So I'm to a point to where I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Floyd didn't want no. I mean, maybe at the early part of his career, but he changed his mind about it. So fighters and any person in any position, if you go chase the institution and you kiss their ass and you chasing acceptance and they give you their ass to kiss, don't be surprised why your lips is brown. Make your own way. And the fighters that make their own way, they get in their shit. Al Heyman is one of the most powerful men in boxing. And he's black, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying racism don't exist. I'm saying he probably have a more difficult time, but that's why he's having a difficult time.
He did. He did have a more difficult time. He was, and my vocabulary is poor, but wasn't he ostracized? You know,
Definitely.
When he came and started PBC, he wasn't embraced the way that Eddie was. Eddie got the zone, and it's like, oh my God, they gave him $1 billion. He's gonna save boxing. When motherfucking Al got a hedge fund, it's like, oh, he's evil. He's paying them too much money. He wants to monopolize boxing. So,
but that's my point. That's my point. He went his own way.
I got a counterpunch, man.
To...
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you, but PBC has been texting the hell out of me for his counterpunch. So let me just let him jump on and do his damn thing. Go for
it. Yo.
I don't be wanting to cut people off in the middle of their sentence. You feel me? That's why I try to take the time. I don't be wanting to cut people off in the middle of their sentence.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you guys on this subject. I was having a conversation with my kids in the backtrack. It's called, mainly to me, how I see it with racism in boxing, is racial divide. Is when, Floyd, mainly, usually people say he went after Mexicans and dressed up like a Mexican. It's racism sells in America. The racial, what is it called? The race theory, critical thinking, whatever, the book that came out. It's just a major factor out here. Look at Tyson Fury, calling out the fight because of COVID. If Deontay did it, they would have shitted on his brains. So
on his brains.
They shitting on Tyson Fury right now.
They are shitting on Fury right now. They calling him a duck. They saying he never cheated.
But I think it's not racism, it's racial divide, and it sells. White versus black is like the biggest thing in America. When Floyd fought Conor McGregor, you had white people who were watching CNN the rest of their life. Ain't never watched UFC. Had Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
That's my call.
I agree with you, man. And that's why I brought up.
See, I agree with that.
That's why I brought up the Great White Hope thing, because that shit is real. That shit is out here. Listen, we got George Foster. He says in a £5 super chat, ticket sales are poor. Ticket sales are poor. Whether that's the reason or not, where are all the Wilder fans showing real support in the biggest fight of his life? So what he's saying? He's saying ticket sales are poor because not enough Wilder fans are buying seats? All right. You blaming it all on Wilder, huh? All on Wilder.
Let me make another point about racism in the sport. And I'm gonna give y'all something that y'all can do y'all history on. This is why Jack Johnson is so important to the sport. In a time like literally post-slavery, Jim Crow era, Jack Johnson, the only reason why he was allowed to do what he was doing, because number one, it was lucrative for the people that was working with him. Of course, now anybody going to tell me racism did not exist, quote unquote, back in the day? Fucking clearly. But what I'm saying is to a point to where he was able to make money for himself and for other people. He created opportunities going against the institution. He could have got himself killed for all the white women he slept with and for all the shit he did. That's no bullshit. But because he went against the institution of society and slavery, it worked for him. And I'm saying all the black fighters, if you stop chasing the belts and you do like what Tank Davis did, fuck a belt. Even Canelo. You know what I'm saying? That's why he jumped and grabbed the belts. He make money with it. But like I said, he created a 155 division. Yeah, Cotto started it, but Canelo finished it. Make your name and make your legacy. Don't go begging the institution to give you a belt and take them. You heard Kelly Pavick tell you them sanctioning fees ain't gonna do shit but rip you off. You might not have to go to college. Get your money. You might not need a belt. Get your bag.
Yeah, and this is why I said this is why I said today in boxing, because of course we're always gonna go back. There's an emotional attachment, to history. You feel me? But I feel that's why I asked the question. You look at the pound for pound list, you look at the champions, you look at we got a Jew promoter, we got a black, we got PBC, we got a Hispanic Golden Boy, we got a white, we got a Brit, Tokyo. We don't even talk about Tokyo. Tokyo got great promoters out there. I'm saying look at the landscape, look at your pound for pound list, look at your champions. In every corner of the world, there's a champion representing your race or your nation. So I'm saying so my question was, who is affected by racism right now? I know it's a race thing. I know it's a national put this guy to face this guy.
I mean,
but at this point,
I just told you the black fighter is the one that's affected. Why does the black fighter gotta? Oh, he ain't selling enough. But the Mexican fighter could be from fucking Mexico, not speak English, never been on American television, and he gets the shot. The Puerto Rican fighter too. The Puerto Rican fighter too. It's like every time it's the black fighter, it's like, oh well, man, he ain't selling enough, man. We ain't got to fight him now.
But so you think so? How about this? It's cultural. It's just a cultural differences. Maybe the Mexicans know how to support their fighter better than an American knows how to support their fighter.
I can't say that because Floyd is the richest boxer in America, and he's American.
So is it racism on Floyd?
But you know what? Racism
and all again, it's my belief that if we did a poll or did the research, we have more African American boxing stars than we have any other country.
Well, look at the flip side of this. Nobody tunes into Floyd except a few people to watch him win or to see how he wins. And this is how racism affects it. A majority of people will turn in to see if he's going to lose. That's the whole great white hype theory.
You assuming though.
Hope.
You assuming that they tuning in to watch him lose. We don't know. We not doing a poll off every buy. We got to ask them before you purchase this.
If you did a casual poll, how many people would tell you, yeah, I'm a Floyd Mayweather fan? They made up a whole phrase of a Flomosexual.
Yeah, but listen, that's still an assumption. They have never done a poll like after you purchase. Why are you buying this? Like, we don't have any data for that. I've assumed it too. Don't get me wrong. I've said it on this show. Like, yo, this is the Floyd Mayweather syndrome. They're going to buy because they want to see you lose. I get what you're saying, but there is no data to back that. Carlos Diaz says, but Tio fight is Thriller, not under Bob. No, son, no. All of a sudden he got COVID when Bob restructured his deal. Then he laughed it off and said he probably got COVID from restructuring the deal. What the fuck? Come on, man. Like, yo, dudes be wanting like the dude to just sit there and be like, yes, we told Fimo to say he's got COVID and he really doesn't. Like, come on, man. Come on. Look, yo, Punch ain't saying nothing. He like, they ain't gonna send this clip to Tio Senior with me saying that. Fuck out of here.
Hey.
No, I know how it is, man. I've been in awkward situations too.
Why you keep on doing that, man? You keep on doing that.
No, because I know how it is, yo. The people get sensitive, man. You gotta be careful because they right away they like, oh wait, you flipped on me, and it's like, nah, bro, that was him saying that shit. I ain't got nothing to do with it. They don't know how to like, understand debate and entertainment as well. Like, we don't only report, we got to be entertaining. Like, how do you get somebody to keep coming back to watch you? Because you reading the news like this and I'm saying, oh, Canelo. Man, nah, man, you got to be a fucking entertainer. We got heavy-handed Jay with the $4.99 super chat here in America. California stand-up. He says, this makes think Fury is cycling. Okay, this makes me think Fury is cycling. He's needed extended amounts of time between fights. Both times, Ottawalin and Schwartz. The first time, now this.
Yeah, but if it was up to him, he would have fought last December. You know what I'm saying? Like, he tried to get that little
last
one in
December with Kaja Ajabel. Come on.
But I mean, he's saying that there's so much time going on between because he's masking or whatever. But the truth is he tried to get in there. So if that was the case, why would he have wanted to get in there so much
We don't
sooner?
know that. They announced some bogus fight while he was in fucking litigation with Wilder. We don't know if he was really trying to fight or just announcing a bogus fight for deflection purposes.
But deflection of what though? He knew they were going to. He didn't. I mean, he was trying to get out of the third fight because he felt like he had other business to take care of. Like, I'm not defending or trying to say that was the right thing to do. All I'm saying is that, you're taking a fact. I'm not you, but he's taking a fact and he's like manipulating it to fit a narrative. And I'm not, like, he could be right. I'm not saying he's wrong, but it's just, That's not like there's no more proof in that than there is that like he's got COVID. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
yo, man, I don't even think it's about COVID, because if he would have came out like I broke my hand in sparring, they still would have been like, your hand ain't broken.
Exactly.
Yo, boxing fans, this is a barbaric sport, and the boxing fans just have a barbaric mind. That's what it is, man. We don't give a damn about fighters.
We just don't believe. You gotta make us believe, and we're fickle. We're fickle. We forget quickly.
No, it's more than that. He's right. Punch is right, because at the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, my man could have said that, he had a loved one die. They're going to ask for proof. Like, there's no boundaries that fight fans are willing to cross. And, like, I'll put myself in that. Listen, I was, in my mind, knowing that I love my wife, I would never let another man disrespect her and try to eat with him. Thinking, I hope Donaire kind of lets that slide and we still get that fight with Castanero. You know what I'm saying? And that's because I'm a selfish fight fan. That's because I'm a degenerate fight fan, and I want the fights that I want. And I'm gonna look beyond morals and moral compasses and all that stuff just to get what I want. And I represent a large majority of the public.
It's like, come on,
give us a little bit more credit than that, though. Give us a little bit more credit than that. If a loved one died, we would accept that, because at least we would have had some footage of the funeral or some pictures.
You would. But there's a lot of people out there.
He said footage of the funeral.
Look what the fans.
Yo, who the fuck is recording the casket, man?
Hey, yo, look what the fans did with Keith. Keith had his injury, broken hand. The fans ain't care. You're ducking Earl. You're ducking Earl. They didn't care.
Yeah, you ain't lying, man. Listen, it's an unforgiving sport. Listen, and let me tell you something else. Malik Scott doesn't buy it. I watched the interview with Ellie Setback. Shout out Ellie Setback. Malik Scott doesn't buy it. He says he's not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They're not going to stop training. They had a session today. They're going to keep training. And I want to ask you guys, like, do you think this is that? Like, is this an ESPN top rank ploy to get Wilder to stop mid camp and then have to restart? Like, oh no, he tested positive. We did another test and he's clean 7 days later.
I mean, do they really believe that he would do that, though? Like, my man seems very, very motivated. I don't think he gives a shit what his antibodies are doing right now. He's doing his thing.
Okay, but the report right now literally says it's postponed. Earlier, 5-7 hours ago, it was possibility of that. When Malik said that in the interview, the reports were the possibility of postponement. Now Railfield is saying it is postponed. Fury does. Not people in the camp. Fury is now the one that is tested positive. So, why would you keep training if Fury is the one that said, why wouldn't you take a break in camp?
Listen, you went from 2 weeks left in camp to possibly now 6 weeks left in camp. Why are you shutting down?
Why wouldn't you take a break if they're saying the man is ill?
He's had over a year break. What are you talking about?
Dog,
he's been on break.
I'm talking about the training camp. Understand that you can't be in camp for 15 straight weeks, 16 straight weeks.
No. You can't peak. You can't push it like you're getting into the, like we all know the way that camps work, right? Exactly, right? You scale back during at the end. Like, if anything, he ramps up. You know what I'm saying? If anything, he was getting ready to start to kind of chill down. I mean, we're talking about 2 weeks away. I mean, it's absolutely right.
You're right, bro. You're right, Ness. He gotta stop. Because we don't want to hear nobody saying that they ain't have no legs. So no, stop. Actually, take a break.
Yo, Brandon Glanton. Listen. Brandon Glanton told you today that fight was the way that it was because I've been in camp for fucking 2 years.
Over a year, exactly.
So has Wilder.
My man was gone for like 8 months. We didn't even hear from him.
So has Wilder. Don't forget his fight was like he's been in camp forever. All right, look. I guess you don't get what I'm saying.
There is a such thing called that's called overtrain. Yeah,
and leaving it in the ring, absolutely. But we're not talking about a postponement that's going to take us to February or March. Like it's a situation where he's going to have a certain amount of time, probably like a week or two, before he's going to be able to test negative. Look, the bigger risk here is Does this fight end up still in Vegas? Does this fight still end up at Reliant?
Well, if you follow Vegas, like their own city Twitter, they themselves have reported that a lot of there's been a lot of COVID outbreaks in Vegas, so it might have to get moved. It might not be fake. We are just so untrustworthy because we've been done wrong as boxing fans. But let me get to some of these super chats, and I think it's time to open up these phone lines. We got Mad Bant, 100, Kansas City. After Wilder KO Fury, y'all gonna say he had COVID. Exactly. You see what this does now? Now he comes back off of COVID and loses. Oh, I was sick, man. I was recovering. We've already seen fighters say that.
But that's not going to be acceptable. No excuses. You got to be totally unilateral.
We wish is like that. We wish. That's why I said in the beginning, I said, we got all hands on deck. No excuses. Or everything is going to be dictated by excuses.
Hey, look. We either didn't care about Pacquiao's fake shoulder injury or we didn't let it be an excuse. Right?
It was an excuse. What you mean? It was.
Who accepted it? Who accepted it as an excuse?
It's not an excuse that anybody put any merit
into. Millions of Pacquiao fans. I mean, millions of Pacquiao fans.
Listen,
my kids believe in Santa Claus. My kids believe in Santa Claus.
Exactly. Though you can't use those. You can't use that demographic. You can't use that demographic as a means of compare and contrast because those are the diehards. They would have invented a shoulder injury if they had to.
Put it this way.
Let me run down. Let me get 5 off, y'all. Let me get 5 off. Let me get 5 super chats. We got a $10 super chat. Jesse Wyatt that says Fury was banking on Wilder not being ready, and now that he sees Wilder is locked in, he trying to buy more time to get ready. Anybody with 2 eyes and a eggplant emoji can see that Fury getting smashed in sparring. Now that makes
vaginas can't see it.
I mean, I just don't even get it. Like, why you gotta have an
eggplant?
Yeah, I'm so lost here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure that what's her name that watches and always comes for me. Damn, I forgot her name.
Who comes for you?
The girl that be super chatting. And always coming from my throat.
Is it?
Starts with an A, I think. No.
It is an A. Anna Marie?
Anna Marie. Yeah, I'm sure Anna Marie could, sniff it out anything else that any other. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make no sense to me, but whatever.
Steve in Chicago with the $5 super chat says, your buddy Hearn says White is ready and available. I did see that. Thank you for bringing it up. Let me go ahead and ring the alarm.
That'll be good. I like that. I like that.
Now, look, the thing is that just because it's a COVID postponement don't mean the fight's off. So getting excited about White and Eddie saying White is available to step in for July 24 versus Wilder, it isn't worth your energy, but word is born, I'm excited. Word is born, I'll take it.
That fight's been marinating a long time.
I'll take it. Like, yo, if Wilder's like, fuck it, somebody got to feel this pain.
And show us what he's been working on.
You go ahead and get over your little fake fever. I'm going to knock this dude, Dillian White, back to Jamaica, and then we going to fucking fight me and you. I would love that. I would love that. But I know it's fake. It's just Eddie being a fantastic promoter and putting his name and his fighter's name amongst one of the biggest fights that's happening right now. This is a hot trending topic, this fight being postponed. What do? We cling our names to that. How do we do it? We add Dillian, Wilder, and the whole, it works.
Next, I think we got our next guest. Jose's there.
Jose Benavidez.
How you doing, champ?
What's up, Jose? ¿Cómo está?
Thank you so much for the invite.
Thank you, brother. Can you turn your phone sideways just so the people can see you a little bit clearer, man? See how young you look, still having those 2 fantastic boxing sons and being such a young-looking father right there, man. So we wanted to get you on just to, I guess, make it a little bit clear for us. Your son has said some things that's gotten us excited. He seems to be like the hunter of the Charlo, man. And now he's saying that in order to slay the lion, he's willing to go to 160. But we've seen him miss weight at 168. Obviously, he's been in camp. He's still got 2 months for the Uzcategui fight. So he's feeling confident that 68 isn't a problem. and maybe not even 60. You as the trainer, father, is that a possibility after Uzcategui since Charlo has a title?
Well, just for the records, the last fight, David, a week before the fight, was at 168 because he had to prove, and he had to, everybody was talking about that he couldn't do the weight. So a week before, he was right at 168, no problem. I think definitely he could do, I don't know if he could go to 160. I'm not going to lie to you. We really want these fights with all these people, especially Charlo. But we definitely could do a catch weight, mid in the middle. I think there's no problem with that. David really wants this fight. He knows that he has to make a big sacrifice and give the people what they want. And it's not going to be easy, but it's doable. And I think I think he could do it, no problem.
So Charlo's biggest excuse is David doesn't have a belt. If David proposes a catch weight, the belt won't be on the line, or at least David won't be able to win it. Are you okay with that?
Well, you know what, man? To be honest with you, I'm not, if it's for a title, anything's, like I said, anything's possible. Anything's possible. But this guy has to be serious about making that fight happen, We'll do in our power anything that has to be done to make that fight. We don't care about belts. We don't care about nothing else. We just want the opportunity to fight him. So in reality, if we could do it 160, it's pushing it a little bit too much. But if he's fucking serious about this, let's make it happen. But if he wants to do a catch weight, we'll make it happen too, without the belts. I think the fans deserve this fight. The fans want to see this fight, man. And don't get me wrong, it's a very dangerous fight. Charlo is a good fighter, very intelligent fighter, but I think David can really knock him out, to be honest with you. And we're so confident about our work and what we can do in order to get recognized and make history. I think these are the type of fight that we need to get.
Do you think that you can call on the WBC because of the ranking of David at 168 and the fact that he's a two-time youngest WBC champion? You guys have attended the conferences. Can you petition for a title shot versus or to be ranked for a title shot versus a Charlo through the WBC?
I think there's no problem, man. The only problem we have here is the duck Charlo. He's ducking David. He doesn't want to fight him. So at the end of the day, there's nothing we could do. To be honest, if Charlo doesn't want to fight and he's doing all the excuses, the vaccination, the under 24, 25, whatever there is, man. To be honest, man, this is just a fucking waste of time with this guy. This guy doesn't want to fight. If he really wanted to fight, and if he wanted to prove everybody wrong, why not take this fight? If David's so easy, why not take that fight, bro? Caleb Plant doesn't want to take the fight. Canelo doesn't want to take the fight. Why I don't understand why is everybody so afraid of David, I don't understand. If he's beatable, if he's so easy, why not? That would be a good fight. Any of these fighters that I mentioned would be a great fight. Everybody wants to see David fight any of these fighters. But these guys, they don't talk about them. They really don't. They don't want nothing to do with them. So at the end of the day, there's nothing we could do. Just keep working hard, staying focused, and keep doing what we're doing.
So when you say he's a duck, you say that so confidently. Do you have any, have you had conversations that the fight was offered to him? Or are you just going off the energy of his interviews?
The reason I'm calling a duck is because I talked to a promotion company. There's no problem there. They'll make the fight as long as he wants to make the fight. There's no problems there. I reached up to him with a lot of respect up to his DM, through his Instagram, and I told him, hey, listen, buddy, your own promoter. Your own manager. I think this will be a good fight for the fans. I think it's a very dangerous fight for us. Let's make it happen. That guy never got to me back, I try to get in touch with whoever he's involved. His trainer also said that David doesn't bring anything to the table. And look who he fought. And he almost got beat. What do you mean David doesn't bring anything to the table? So I have a lot of respect for his trainer. But when you start talking shit like that, that to me, you guys are a bunch of ducks,
Punch, you got anything for Coach?
Yeah, I mean, like y'all giving up. Y'all actually saying to the world that we're willing to drain ourselves to get this fight. Y'all giving up everything, no belts, whatever, catch weight, or we'll just go to 160. I mean, Jermall Charlo should just jump on this opportunity. In my opinion, I mean, there's a fight that the fans want to see, and y'all willing to give up everything. Y'all don't even want the B side. Y'all don't even want the B side complimentary. So
I don't care, dude. Let us be the B side. Do whatever you guys want to. We're not even fighting for money. You know, I'm not even talking about negotiations with the fight. I don't care about the money, bro. We don't care about the money. You know, we're willing to go down. We're willing to do whatever it takes to give the fans what they deserve. You know, I mean, fuck it, man. Who cares if somebody loses? You know, at the end of the day, we all win. You know, and the fans win too, man. It's time to make these fights happen, bro. You know, fight good fighters against the good fighters. You know, they talk about the other side of the promotion companies and this and that. Fuck, we don't have that. But why is it not happening? You know, because if these fighters don't want to fight, nobody's going to obligate them to fight.
Do you think that there's certain fighters that's just not willing to carve their own legacy and waiting on Canelo too long?
Well, I don't think they're waiting for Canelo because nobody, Canelo makes his own fights. And imagine if we sit down and wait for Canelo, that might never happen,
Oh, I'm saying like a Charlo that he might not want to fight you.
I know, for all the fighters too. I'm talking for all the fighters too. Why wait, bro? Really? I mean, boxing, bro, it doesn't matter if you lose. If you give a good fight, that's how you're going to make history. Look when all these great fighters, Duran, and Sugar Ray Leonard and all these guys fought, man. They were exciting fights, bro. It didn't matter who lost. The people were super happy. They want to see this rematch. They want to see sometimes they fought 3 times, bro, because the fights were that good. So this is what we want to do. We just want to fucking fight, man. Good people. Nothing away. I'm not taking nothing away from Uzcategui, but dude, really, he's not at that level anymore, man. We're not underestimating Uzcategui. He's a dangerous fighter. He was a world champion, but we can't just beat him. We got to look impressive. We got to put him out, bro.
Well, man, you basically said everything I wanted to hear, man. I'm more of a doer than just a questioner. Like, I'm texting with Mauricio. I'm trying to get Mauricio on. I want to get this fight, mandated or called. This is a big WBC future fight, and I think that maybe Mauricio can get involved and kind of give a double ranking to Benavidez in both 168 and 160 so that he is eligible. Especially knowing that Canelo is a person that drives his own career. You can't really, like, Benavidez could possibly be in the same situation that Charlo was in when he was the mandatory to Canelo, and then Canelo just took franchise status. So, like, I say that to say that it's not a given that you're going to get Canelo just because you're the mandatory at 168.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, it's nothing's for sure. We're going to fight for another eliminator for the WBC, but that doesn't guarantee anything, man. I'm just so, I don't know, not happy, bro, because, all these fighters claim to be the best and they want to fight the best, and they end up fighting guys that have bad records. How the hell are you, what do you mean? I don't understand that. I think we should prove ourselves and fight. And like I said, we're willing to do anything with any of these fighters. Canelo, Caleb Plant, Charlo, whoever's up there, bro. We're here, man, to fight any of those guys. I think David has the experience to fight all these guys. He was a 2-time world champion, undefeated, 24 years old. That's what we're here for, man. We train hard to show what we got, and at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that should push these fights. You guys got to demand these fights because, I mean, you guys are the boss. You guys are the ones that support all the boxing and buy the pay-per-views and the fights and all that, So, I mean, that's the only thing that could probably happen, when you guys demand all these fights. I mean, we're here to fight. Whoever you guys want us to fight, we'll take that fight.
Coach, being as though that you guys are contractually obligated to Samson Lewickovic and Sansom Boxing, you're only exclusive to PBC through the connection of Samson, right? Or do you have your own?
No, man. You know, to be honest with you, Sansom is a great person. He got us to where we're at. We're so thankful. We're still working together. Everything is going well. But, you know, anything could be possible. Anything, anybody, you know, anybody from another promotion company wants to make it happen. We're here. You know, we're not difficult to work with. We're not thinking about the money. We're not thinking about A side, B side, title defenses or title eliminated, whatever, man. We're here to fight, bro. And we got to prove ourselves. We got to show you guys that we're ready to get to those titles, whatever it takes. We're here to get anybody that it's up there and it makes an interesting fight.
So you're willing to put your son in with a Demetrius Andrade who also can't get a fight, also is considered a dangerous fight, a difficult style. Canelo said he's a horrible fighter.
I like Demetrius Andrade. Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I like Demetrius Andrade. You know, he talks nothing but good things about David. And I support him too. He's a great fighter, very slick fighter, very difficult fighter. But, you know, I'm not talking shit about him. But, you know, if he wants to make that fight, man, that could be another fight that we're interested in. And let's make it happen, you know. I mean, he's looking for a fight. We're looking for a fight. There's a fight right there, bro. Anybody, man, to be honest with you, we'll fight anybody right now at 168. I'd rather fight the fighters that are up there and have a lot of experience, the dangerous fighters. I'm not going to say no to the guys that are not up there, but we'd rather fight the guys that are known and bring a lot of danger to the fight.
So, I mean, you kind of answered this next question, but I guess I still want your direct opinion on it. If the PBC tries to push you towards the David Morrell route, would you take a stance and say, look, we've been with you for a while, we want a bigger name?
No, like I said, you know, no names. I have never said no to a fighter. At the end of the day, you know, I'm super happy with what they're doing with David's career. I will never say no to any fighter. Everybody's welcome. We're here to fight whoever is there, and if the people want to see it, let's do it. Let's do it, man.
Well, David, those are all our questions, man. Excuse me, David, no, Jose. Those are all our questions. We definitely just wanted to make sure that this 160 thing is realistic, because we know someone will interview Charlo and he'll say, well, I mean, I think the next statement's going to be, well, he's got to make the weight, you know, so we can see if it's real.
Now, what excuse is he going to come out with now? You know, motherfucker, send the contract. Let's do it, and then you'll see. You know, I mean, I think whatever, man. Let's just be serious about it, and we'll make it happen. I don't think it's that difficult, man.
Again, when you say send the contract, is it difficult for you to tell Samson, hey, we want this fight? Can you see what shakes and falls out the tree? Like, have you called anyone and said, hey, find out about this fight?
It's not difficult, man. Like I'm telling you, it's all about these fighters wanting to fight. We can make it happen. These guys are making it difficult. They just said they want to fight, they want to do this, they want to do that, but they're not serious, man. I'll tell you right now, and if they're watching, if the Charlo's watching, if he's serious about this fight, get in contact with me, man. Let's make it happen. I'm David's manager, and we want this fight, and let's make it happen. But you got to be serious about it, man. You know, you can't just be talking a lot of shit, you know. Grow some balls, you know, and step up to the plate, and let's make it happen.
Do you have
Do you have
Ronnie Shields' number? Because he kind of advises. I mean, he's been there forever with Jermall. Are you in contact with Ronnie?
No, man. You know,
right,
hey Ronnie, if you're listening to me,
I'll send you
everybody
the number.
has my number. It's
No,
on the
I'm
website. You know?
sending you the number. I'm sending you the number right now. Don't you worry.
Number.
Call him up right now. Call him up right now, Ness.
Call him right now. Let's make it happen. Call him right now, bro. Let's not wait. Let's give the people what they want.
Ay, sí, coño, así mismito.
Go ahead, Mario. I cut you off.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute.
Somebody call him.
I'm trying. I'm texting him ahead of time. He's reading it though. He's got an iPhone.
It's never gonna pick up, bro. If they're watching this show, they're not gonna pick up.
Nah,
If he knows what's happening.
Ronnie picking up.
Ooh.
Ronnie picking up.
Jose,
Look, he already said when.
In a perfect world, right? Would you want a fight before to get to like see how he acclimates to the weight? Like, would it be a no? You would just jump straight into it.
If we're gonna make a sacrifice, we got to do it now, bro. David's 24 years old, man. Right now I feel really comfortable that he could do any weight right now. Like I said, he was a 168, and we'll push it, and it'll happen. It'll happen. He's young right now. He's only 24 years old. I don't know. I don't know if I can say that next year, man. We're running out of time here for that weight. I don't know what else to do, man. Believe me, we'll make anything that's possible in our hands to make this fight happen.
You got to pull the Shannon Briggs. You got to go with Jermall Charlo's eating dinner. Go out there, eat whatever he's eating. If he's on the beach, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Take the towel away, whatever. You got to do whatever, man.
Pull up on the golf course.
Let's see. Fingers crossed, because I've lost relationships, David. I'll be honest. I had this fantastic show one time. It was Eddie Hearn. It was Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, fucking Shelly Finkel. But we lost some friends because of that. So I'm letting them know you're here.
Listen, you will never lose me, my friend.
I'm glad.
I'm honest, man, and I'll tell you, right now there's a big thing going on about Rolly Romero. That he's mad because he one of his opponents fell.
Pulled out.
He didn't want to fight for the title.
Austin Dulay. Austin Dulay is pulled out now. I think he's got like a knee injury or something in sparring, and Rayo wants to step in, right?
I have a fighter.
I know, Rayo.
Let's make it happen. Man, we're warriors here, man. We want the opportunities. We want to show what we have. We're not scared of losing, man. Lose or win, that's what we train for, man. We're here, man. We train super hard, bro. We're very confident, and we're here to give people war, man. We're here to give people good fights, man. And in order to make history, like I said, we got to go through all these dangerous fights. We got to risk a lot, man. But we're here. Jose Valenzuela is ready to take that fight in 2 weeks. He's been training, no excuse, and hopefully they can take it.
We got Ronnie. I love my job. Ronnie Shields, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, man.
Turn that sideways so Jose Benavidez Sr., David's father, trainer, manager, can see you clearly. So obviously the conversation and the talk of the week is the fact that Benavidez, David, said he's willing to come down to 160. Senior here, they just don't believe you guys want this fight. So I want to just see if we could just talk about making this fight amicably. So who wants to take it away?
We're ready to make any sacrifices. We want to give the people the best fights. Like I said, Rich, sir, it's a pleasure talking to you. I have nothing but respect for you, and you have a great fighter, a very dangerous fighter. Like I always said, Charlo, it's a very intelligent fighter, but I think we should make this fight, man. It should be an easy fight to make. We'll work. Negotiations will not be a problem. We could work it out as much as we can, but we got to make this fight. What do you think?
I think it's a good fight. I think it's a good fight myself. But,
what's the possibility of making this fight?
The thing about it is I'm not his manager. Al Heyman is. You have to talk to Al Heyman about that. You know how it goes. I'm the trainer. That's what I do. And
okay, well,
but don't you got final say, Ronnie? Don't you got final say? I mean, you've been on here saying that they give you the names, and and then you make the decision, right? I mean, you still got some say in that camp.
But Al would call me. He would call me and ask me my opinion, and once he does that, then we'll see.
Well, Ronnie, I have a question for you. I saw one of your interviews, and you said that David doesn't bring anything to the table. I got a little bit mad. I'm not going to lie to you, but David brings a lot to the table. He was a 2-time world champion. I think it's a fight that people want to see. I mean, what do you think that he doesn't bring anything to the table?
No, I think what you misunderstood was when David, when all this started with him and Jermall, he had just got stripped of his belt. And and he was talking about Jermall moving up to 168 to fight him. And I said, for what? It didn't make no sense for him to fight for nothing.
Listen, I think we need this fight. You need this fight. If he beats David, he'll go straight to Canelo. I mean, that would be a great fight. Both of these fights would be super
David to get
big
to
fights.
Canelo. We don't need David to get to Canelo. We don't need David to get to Canelo.
Oh, congratulations! So you having this fight with Canelo? Oh, sorry about that. You don't need David. David doesn't bring anything to the table, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we don't need David to get to Canelo. Why would we need David?
Are you guys afraid or what? What do you mean you don't need him? If you guys if you're in boxing and you want to fight the best, I think David's one of the best fighters right now. Why not take that fight? Why not take that fight?
He is one of the best fighters.
Are you guys scared? Or what is the? I mean, I don't understand. Why would you fight Canelo? Why would not fight David? And I mean, people want to see that fight.
So
let me ask you something, Ronnie.
If you had a choice to fight Canelo or Jermall, who would you fight?
I will fight. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Jermall is a more dangerous fighter than Canelo. To be honest with you, it's a more risky. Well, I'll take your fighter, Jermall.
No, you wouldn't. Stop lying.
Why not?
Why
not?
No, you wouldn't. That's just a bald-faced lie, man. You know damn well you will fight Canelo before you fight Jermall. You know that.
Why would I do that?
I mean, this is a business. Because you're gonna make twice as much money fighting Canelo than you would Jermall. So come on, maybe go keep it real. Keep it real now.
I'll tell you right now. We don't care about money. We don't care about belts. We care about this.
Okay.
In order to,
well, you know what? You're the only person in the world that don't care about money or belts. You're the only
money
person
comes.
in the world that's in the sport that don't care about money. You don't care about it. You don't care about money. Okay. You know what? You're in the wrong sport. You're in the wrong sport.
When we beat Charlo, the money's gonna come. Don't chase the money. The money will come.
If you beat Canelo, the money will really come.
Well, I mean, I don't worry about money. I worry about legacy, making history, and fighting the best. You guys are the best, and we want to fight the best. But if you guys don't want to fight, there's nothing we could do.
Wait. I just think that Ronnie is more into the gym than some of the boxing politics. So I want to ask you a question, Ronnie. Do you think that the fight between Charlo and Benavidez is pay-per-view, or is it just Showtime Championship Boxing?
I don't know, man. I mean, it could do good on pay-per-view, maybe.
All right, so I'll remind you that when Earl Spence did 48,000 in Texas, he had David Benavidez on the undercard. I was there live when he came out. They were lit. Go back and watch the playback. They were there for him as well. He's Mexican, and he's a two-time champ, one of the youngest. I mean, black versus Latino, it's the green print. Floyd showed us this. And the fact that he's Mexican and willing to concede not only in going down to 160, why can't you do it in Texas? Charlo being from Houston, this guy being Mexican, the fan base. I mean, we could put this in Dallas. There isn't anything at 60. What do you want for Charlo at 60 not named Canelo?
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, look, we just got off a fight, as you know. And look, if he can get Canelo right now, he would definitely move up to 68 and fight Canelo.
All right, so I just got a text from Mauricio. He's with the family, but he said if David Benavidez and his father want to formally submit a petition, we would absolutely submit it to the board for voting. So I'm telling you, bro, you could use politics to get the fight. You could become the mandatory at 160. They don't have anybody like Ronnie, no disrespect, but at 60, you have no one for Charlo, right? Like, I'm going to break it down for you. What happened? The reason Montiel got the fight is because no one wants the fight. They went down the list. Like, Charlo already beat Dervinchenko number 2, and he's moving to 54. Jaime already doesn't want it, and when he takes a shot, it's going to be on his network with the WBO. So that's 1 and 2 out the way. Nobody wants to see Selecki. Nobody wants to see Selecki. Jacobs beat him. People beat him. His name isn't Benavidez. He's not Mexican. He don't sell tickets. Get that out of here. Montiel just lost, who's number 4. Liam Williams just lost to Andre. Like, who the hell is John Beck? Charlo don't want to fight another Eastern European that nobody fucking knows. I'm just being serious. It's time to both of you contact the powers that be and make this fight. Like, at 160, there's absolutely nothing in the WBC for Charlo. There's nothing there. Name one fight that you like for him.
Hey, Ness, I just want to give a shout out to the Benavidez brothers.
Damn, you ain't gonna let Ronnie answer that first. You just gonna let me cook and cook.
Hey, bro, I just really wanted to come in because they came. Lil Dave came up sparring Kelly Pavlik, and I'm from Akron, Ohio.
There you go.
And Kelly used to train with Jack Lowe in Youngstown, and man, that's a hard fight for anybody getting in there with Benavidez, bro.
Troy, we trying to make a fight here. You talking about Akron and Youngstown, man? What the?
I'm trying to tell you, it's gonna be a hard scrap.
No, we got Ronnie right now. Bro. Ronnie already texting Al. I can see his fingers moving. Like, Ronnie, do you like the fight? Do you like the fight?
I like the fight.
I like all fights, man.
No, do you like this fight? Don't you feel the demand from the people? How many interviews you been asked about this same topic? Ain't it time to give us the fight? Or do we need 3 years to build up?
This is the first time somebody's personally asked me about David and Jermall.
You got to be kidding me, Ronnie.
Telling you, I've done plenty of interviews and he's never come up.
Yes, he did. You said that he didn't bring anything to the table. You changed the conversation. So that's what he did come up.
I think that was with Nestor. That's after he got stripped of his belt. I say, if we move up to 68, why would we fight David when he has nothing to fight for?
It's a lot. I think you guys could gain a lot from it. And the people are interested. They want to see that fight. I think, like I said, Charlo is a great fighter, man. You know, people are going to tune in, man, because that's the fight that people want to see. Like I said, Charlo's a dangerous fighter, a very good fighter, very intelligent. And, man, I think that's the fight. That's the fight that people want to see. So we all gain from the fans, the fighters, and everybody. That will put Charlo up, and all the way in the top, bro.
But you know what? Call that anyway.
What do we call the Charlo to take the fight better?
Nah,
you can call Charlo all you want to.
Yeah, you got to call Al. You got to call Al.
You can call Jermall all you want to.
All right, but Ronnie, can I ask you a question, Ronnie? Now that this conversation has been brought to you again, would you bring it up to Al?
Of course I will.
Beautiful.
I will bring it up to him.
And again,
exactly what he has to say.
And to reiterate, do you believe that this is a pay-per-view worthy fight for the fight fans?
Well, you know, look, man, this pay-per-view is a tricky thing. You know, I mean, it really is. Depends on timing. Depends on everything. You know, I mean, it could just as well be on Showtime, but you know, it's the powers that be that decides whether it's pay-per-view worthy or if it's just regular, Showtime worthy.
It's definitely pay-per-view worthy. I would pay for this. Let me ask you a question. Did you see the Tank made around 215,000 pay-per-view buys for his fight with Mario Barrios, who's also Mexican and from San Antonio?
Yeah, that was great.
All right. So you don't think Charlo, the 2-division champion, current WBC champion versus the 2-time youngest Mexican champion could do over 200,000 pay-per-view buys?
Oh, I think it could.
Because I'll remind you.
But again, you asking me that.
Because I got to convince you. I got to convince you first.
I ain't got no say so.
You got all the say so. You got Al's number.
What I think if it's going to do 300, 400,000 pay-per-view buys.
Nah, because when they call you, Ronnie, to ask your opinion, you have the power to be like, yeah, this could be a lucrative fight.
It could be a lucrative fight.
Your opinion matters.
I'm saying it could be a lucrative fight, but I can say that all I want to, but I can't tell that. I can't say you got to make this a pay-per-view fight. Who can I tell that to?
Nobody. You just
That's what I'm saying.
You just suggesting a good business model. You suggesting a good pay-per-view versus a good 2-division champ versus a 2-time champ, a Mexican in Texas. Come on, man. I don't even know why we waiting. This shit should be on the schedule.
Hey, I would love for it to be on pay-per-view.
All
If
right,
that was
so
the case,
we
I would love.
gonna circle back with you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks time long enough to hit up Al?
Hold up, did I lose you?
Nah, you right there.
Okay. I don't see you guys though.
It probably.
Thank you, sir. There we go.
So I was just saying, 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time enough to double back and see if you and Al had a conversation. Give you and Mr. Benavidez Sr. here time to call the powers that be to get this done. I mean, because he's conceding. He's saying he's coming to 160 now. There's nothing really to talk about, right?
Hey, you got it, brother.
Look, here's the thing. Again, if Al said, "Hey, man, this is the route we need to go," boom, we there.
That's it. So you got it, Benavidez. You know what you got to do. You got to make the call, man. You got to make the call.
We did already. He approved. He already approved for it. We just waited for Charlo to approve and his team. We already.
He never called me.
I already asked.
Al never called me about that.
Well, you say that you're not the manager. What will he call? I don't know. He probably called Charlo.
You just said Al said it was okay.
He said,
Stop lying, man. You know you ain't talked to Al about that fight. You did not talk to Al Heyman about that fight.
Well, let's make it happen.
Did you call Al Heyman?
I called our team. I called him our promotion, and I told to Luis de Cubas. You know who Luis de Cubas is? He's the one.
Every day.
I'm about to text Louis, man. Let me talk
to Louis every day. He never mentioned that to me.
Well, call him again, and why would I lie? I'm not lying.
What I'm saying is, if you called to Cubas and talked to him, I just talked to Cubas a little while ago.
Call him again.
He never mentioned it to me.
Let's call him again. I did mention that we wanted to fight Charlo. That's the fight we want. I mean, why would I call somebody?
You might have mentioned that to him, but he never mentioned it to me. Is what I'm saying. Al, when I talked to Al, I talked to Al the other day. He never mentioned it to me either.
Yeah, we've been talking to him about the fight. We want to make this fight happen.
My point is, nobody mentioned it to me. Nobody said anything to me about it. Nobody said anything to Jermall about it. I talked to Jermall yesterday.
Well, can you talk to Jermall?
They mentioned about this or that. Nobody's mentioned it.
Well, can you? If nobody has mentioned it, Charlie's been talking a lot of stuff, so why not make the fight?
But what I'm saying is, you said you talked to the powers that be, the Coopers and Al Heyman, but they not mentioning it to us. Nobody said anything to Jamal. Nobody said anything to me.
I even with a lot of respect, I sent Jamal a DM to make this fight happen. Never heard back from him, So I'm just trying to find a way.
He knows how to talk to you. Every one person he's going to talk to, and that's Al Heyman.
Everybody has my number, so let's make it happen. Al cannot make nobody fight if they don't want to fight. We're here ready to make that fight. If you guys want to make that fight, but Al can't make nobody forced to enter a fight if they don't agree, they don't want to do it. At the end of the day, you guys make the decision if you want to make the fight. I don't blame you guys if you don't want to make it. I'm just trying, with no disrespect.
All I'm saying is, you say you talked to Al, you say you talked to the Coopers, and I'm telling you that none of them mentioned anything about Benavidez. So what part of that don't you understand? Maybe they got it.
Ronald Shields, how you doing? Can y'all go to Al and ask for the fight for the David Benavidez
He
fight?
already went to Al. He just said he went to Al. He said
we already asked for that fight. We told Al, we told Luis de Cubas, but at the end of the day, it's about their team. If the team doesn't want to agree with it, Al,
what team don't want to agree with it? See, you're confusing me. You say what team don't want to agree with it? Or you mean Al don't want to agree?
We can go to Al. We can go to Al. We can go to Luis de Cubas. We could go to everybody. But if you guys don't want to take that fight, nobody's gonna make you guys take that fight.
You keep saying you went to them already.
David, you're blocking your face, David. You
gotta make up your mind. Either you did or you didn't.
I did, but I'll go again.
Okay,
I did.
But nobody has mentioned that to us.
Well,
This is just the fact and nobody has mentioned that to us and said, okay, you know, maybe they will,
David,
maybe they
you
won't.
blocking your
I don't
face.
know.
Jose, you blocking your face with your hand.
Oh, sorry, bro. Oh, there you go. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. This fight has, I mean, we won this fight, and if you guys don't want to take that fight, I mean, whatever you say, whatever I say, it doesn't matter. If Jermall doesn't want to take that fight. I mean,
now you're right. You're right about
so
that.
yeah. But I thank you. You know, like I said, you know, you're one of my best trainers, bro. I look up to you a lot, and I mean, at the end of the day, if he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to fight. He has his own reasons or his own path that he wants to follow. I mean, but we're here to fight anybody. I'm not looking for Charlo. You know, we just want to get the big fights with Charlo, Canelo, Caleb Plant. You know, Demetrius Andrade, anybody, man. We're here to take those challenges, and you know what? They're very dangerous challenges and very, very dangerous fights. You know, but at the end of the day, that's what we do. We train for it, and we want to make history. And we're here to see if we can get those fights. If not, you know, we keep working.
Yo, man, I tried to call Louis, man. He ain't answer. I called his ass twice. Ronnie, call Louis, man. Give us this fight, man.
Ask him. I asked him. There you go.
You too, though. No, but you too, Jose. You too. You gotta be persistent too. Call Louis and say, hey, why? I spoke to Ronnie today, and he said no one's ever told him about this fight.
I just talked to Lloyd not even an hour ago.
You should call him back or at least text him back like, yo, what's this Benavidez Sr. talking about his son is willing to fight us? And you would offer me that. Come on, Ronnie. Let's get this. Yo, you can't act like, listen, Charlo, it was two brothers on one pay-per-view and numbers reported to 120. I'm telling you, man, this is what I do. Those two alone will definitely get over 200,000. If Tank out here doing 200,000 with Mario Barrios, man, come on, man. Charlo versus Benavidez. If y'all don't crack 200-300, that's easy. That's easy. How isn't it? Come on, Charani. Look, I don't want to keep you any longer. It's late. I know that. So thank you, Mr. Senior Benavidez, and thank you, Mr. Ronnie Shields. I appreciate y'all both coming on the show. But please, let's call each other's team. Nah. This ain't just a TV. We want to call each other's team. Are both of y'all saying, oh, look, he left. So it's up to you, Ronnie. Call Louis, Ronnie. Get this one done for us.
All right, man.
All right. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you again. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ronnie Shields, world-renowned trainer. We're trying to make it happen, man. Hey, Al, man, give me my cut, man. I need more than 10%. I got a lot of mouths to feed. You know what I'm saying? Punch, he was a part of that. Amin was a part of it. I mean, Brandon in the back end, like, you know, I need more than 10%, man. Oh, shit, Benavidez is still there. Benavidez, I was saying hit up Louis the Cougars, man. Hit up Louis the Cougars. But go ahead and enjoy today. I'm going to eject you from that call. We're going to keep it moving. We got some super chats. We got Steve that says, now we read that, right? Jaime Nieto says, if Fury does have COVID, I wouldn't go into that big of a fight right after because people have had prolonged effects after. This is what I'm saying. The excuse is there. Now he's sick. Now he lost because he was sick. It's just that simple, guys. It's just that simple. You're muted, I think. Champ, you're definitely muted.
Yeah, I think the Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, man, is getting too toxic to the point, man. Like, it's just going to be a whole bunch of excuses, whoever wins, bro. I don't know, man. What y'all think about this, man?
I mean, with this whole COVID, yeah, if Wilder wins, the Fury fans will say, oh, he was sick. He was coming off COVID. Yeah. He wasn't 100%. You know what I'm saying? They're going to use it. They're going to look, but it don't matter. Even if this wasn't, there would be an excuse. There would be some sort of excuse. Oh, it took so long that Fury's timing was off because they was off for a year and some change. And that's why he likes taking tune-ups because he likes to be, you know, they're going to find an excuse. It is what it is. Whichever way it goes, whether Fury wins or Wilder wins, we got Big Chop Unbiased Boxing says, now if Wilder wins, is Fury going to blame COVID-19? See? We just talked about it without knowing he was going to talk about it. Like, that's already the excuse. JB Cinema says, Mr. Moonshine and TBV. Y'all just made my day. You already know I've been trying to get Punch on here forever and a day, man.
Dímelo, mi gente.
I'm going to stop some of these stupid chats and go to these callers because it's lit over here. We got a new caller in South Carolina. Who this? 843 South Carolina. Who this? $843.
Oh, Neff.
Yes. Oh, this D in the South, man. What up, D?
Yeah, man. I got a new number.
All right,
Yeah.
I know that voice a mile away, man.
Okay.
What's good?
What's good, man? Man, I done bought. I ain't bought my tickets yet. I bought a damn flight. I booked a damn flight. So I guess I gotta cancel that shit.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate.
This disappointing, man. This that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I thought he
is vaccinated.
Him and the team was straight.
He is vaccinated, but he only got one dose. He ain't get the double shot.
I'm fishy with that shit, man. It just sounds. And then in the back of my mind, I knew that something like this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
What do you do? Hopefully, okay. What? Why September? I heard September. You can't do that shit in September. You know that's Canelo date.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Why so far back? You know why so far back? Can't have it next month.
They said next month. No, because Pacquiao Spence is already August 21st. Can't do 2 pay-per-views in 1 month. You're trying to kill people.
They said October.
Yeah, you're right. Wow. I'd fight. If I was Wilder, I'd fight somebody.
Yo, Dillian White came out and said he available, and so did Eddie Hearn. They both said he available.
Do it. We all fiending for that.
We've been fiending
We
for
all
that.
fiending for that.
That's what I said, man.
Hopefully we get something, man.
Hopefully. All right, D in the South, man. Thanks for calling in, champ. We going out to Chrono in Richmond, California. What up?
Yo, what's up?
What up?
Great show, man. What other show got managers and promoters and all kind of shit going on where they battling it out? What other show?
We working, baby. Hit that
Man.
thumbs up button, man.
Yeah, for sure. Hell, I forgot the hell I was gonna say. Yeah. As far as the COVID shit, did they actually postpone it, like, officially, or are they just kind of saying, it's in jeopardy?
Nah. Dan Rayfield said it's officially postponed, but unless his report is not true, then yeah, but it's officially postponed.
Okay, because I figured they wouldn't come out and say nothing if it wasn't going to be postponed, so I assume it is, going to be. As far as, like, I don't like how you put Ronnie on blast like that. Put him on the spot. Because he really don't.
Nah, I text him. I text him before.
He don't really got the decision like that.
No, but he do. He
Yeah.
He told us on the show they sent him the names. He told us on the show they sent him the names. And I also prepped
they
him.
sent him the name.
know.
Hold on. They send him the names after they finish everything on their end. So when he said yes to either one of them, they don't have to go think or redo anything. They already got the numbers, everything ready. So the thing is they are trying to get a fight with Canelo. They probably got another fight they lining up to get him with Canelo that's not Benavidez. So they just desperate, man. They don't want no money. They don't want no belt. They don't want no.
But how far you think the Canelo fight is?
They willing to go to 160?
Champ, how far you think the Canelo fight is for Charlo, man?
It could be the next, the fight after next. And he could have a warm up at 168 against somebody who's not Benavidez, who's a little, kind of a tune-up, and then he can get that fight with Charlo. As a matter of fact, Canelo just said that, he would fight him like recently.
Yeah,
he's still kind of floating that.
He still want to undispute. He also talking about Bivol. He also talking about Benavidez. I mean, like, and him and his trainer also said we not going down to 60. He said the only dude
but
doing
didn't
64.
Ronnie just say that he would go up to 168 for Canelo?
And that's my point. That's my point. It's like you about to just go straight up to 68 your first fight and face Canelo?
I didn't know. I'm saying, I'm saying that he made that. See, the thing is Al is probably planning this. There's probably like more going on with this. You don't just go fight Benavidez like, oh yeah, let's go do it. No, that's a detour. And he's trying to talk to you and tell you without telling you the biz, if you know what I mean. He was saying, why would we go with you when we can get Canelo? He was telling you. They just can't tell you officially.
But that's what you're not getting. He cannot get Canelo. They was already evaded that opportunity at 60. Now the trainer and the fighter telling them we not even coming back to 60. They so disrespectful to Charlo that they saying, actually, we ain't coming to 60 for your ass, but we'll go to 64 for Earl. Come on, man. Make your own fucking lane. You out here with your hands out. You give me Canelo shot, sir. Canelo shot. Fuck out of here. You got an opportunity to be a pay-per-view star on your own right now with Benavidez, man. Anybody that was at the Earl fight know Benavidez brought him in. Them dudes was good. Yo, he walked out and it got crazy in there, man. Carlos Diaz with the super chat says Sweet Pea all day. And then he was picking Sweet Pea, I guess, against Floyd when we was talking to Kelly Pavlik. We going out to Class and Bound in Texas. Talk to me, man. You in Texas. Would you come to that fight live, Benavidez Charlo?
Benavidez Charlo? You absolutely, I would come for that fight. I came to Canelo Saunders, and first of all, that was a hell of an experience. That was fantastic to be a part of history for, the pound for pound #1 global boxer in the world, Canelo Alvarez, that every fighter wants a piece of. And Benavidez Sr. is capping, right? He would absolutely take Canelo over Charlo. Anybody would. I would right now. I'd sign up to fight him immediately for like $1,000, and we could fill out AT&T Stadium right now with like 60 or 80,000 people. But honestly, I wanted to talk really quickly about this Wilder situation. Man, it's really funny hearing Wilder fans complain about excuses when all they did after the second Fury fight was give 18 to 35 excuses and conspiracy theories and putting on their tinfoil hats about how Tyson Fury cheated or Deontay Wilder was drained by his suit, or how Deontay Wilder's own trainer was involved in his defeat, or just some other kind of nonsense. So when I hear these guys talking about Tyson Fury is doing this and that, they really have really short-term memory and selective memory, to be honest, and I'm not trying to hear any of that. Let Tyson Fury take his little thing from COVID. Is it real? Who knows? But none of us know what these fighters are really thinking or doing, so it's all speculation. All I know is that I saw Tyson Fury put a beating on Deontay Wilder, and that's a fact, and nothing will ever change that. And it's going to it's going to happen again in the third fight. And if anyone wants to put some money on it, I'd be down to do it immediately. But that's all I've got for you guys.
All right, brother. Thank you for calling in. Let me see here. We're going out to Brandon in Cincinnati. What up?
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up from back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. From jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the thick glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
And would you ever let me and Matthew bike to Monster?
Brandon, going once, 2 time. We got a super chat from Sway, New York City, who says, per Sports Illustrated, Twitter, Tyson Fury got COVID. Yep, we know. Damon Wilson, you're up. Damon on Skype. 1 time, 2 time. Mr. PBC, talk to me on Skype. What up?
You're a hater. What's up? Huh?
You just muted yourself, champ.
My call, fool.
You mean your intro or your call?
Yep. My call, my intro.
I'm giving you your call. That's why I said Mr. PBC. Who else is Mr. PBC? The bell rung, dog.
Damn, no intro?
I played it. You probably wasn't listening.
Mr. P.
I ain't never heard it.
BoxingWorks.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. they sharp tonight, they cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby.
Yo. Shout out to all the callers, man, who call in and make it seem like something, but it ain't really nothing. You know, the fight's gonna happen in 2 weeks. Is it an excuse? No. He got COVID. Is it COVID? Is it real? Who knows? We'll see, man. Keep all that good shit talking, man. You know, it makes me hungry. Makes me motivated. I can't wait to see the fight, man. Like, all this bullshit, smart guy stuff is funny. But we'll see. That's my call. And shout out to the Deontay Wilder people who friends to the end. And shout out to the niggas who had to end it.
Yo, shout out to Mr. PBC. We going out to California zone.
Mr. Info Joe.
This portion of the show we call In the Know, presented by my brother.
Yo, what's up?
What up, Joe?
Yo, what up? Hey, man, this was the most disappointing shit I done heard. Hey, man, I hit JP. Well, he hit me up, man, talking about we was going to Vegas. I was like, nah, we can't afford that shit. Them tickets, man. We was going to do like a big fight party at his house, man. This is like the most anticipated fight, man. It's like our Super Bowl of boxing, man, for the summertime, man. If the shit fell apart, man, I'm disappointed, man. Shit. This was I was going, go all out. This is gonna be an event for me for the day. I'm like you. That's all I watch is boxing. So I hate I'm missing out on our Super Bowl, man. That's some bullshit. I hope that it ain't no bullshit going on with him saying that. I hope that is real. I mean, if it's real, get better. But if it's some bullshit, that's fucked up, because it's fucked it up for all of the boxing fans out here, man. But that's all I got. Great work with hey, man, if he coming down to 160, man, he can't give up no more concessions than that, man. Thanks for pushing that fight. That would be a great fight to have to close out the year for us, hardcore boxing fans. So if you're listening, Ronnie, if you're listening, Charlo, man, make that shit happen, man. Shout out to the boxing guys. I'm out, brother.
We know they listening, man. Motherfucking Cassius Chaney got offers, man, off his interview out here. Polite got offers off his interview out here. Give my man Benavidez an offer off this interview, all right? We need this fight, man. I don't understand what the hell the plan is for Charlo. He got his brother out here looking like the savior of boxing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
They're gonna send him an offer. It's gonna have hydration clauses in it, COVID testing. It's gonna be crazy.
Yo, he already coming at 60. Like, what else they want, man? Come on, man. It's too good of an option right now. He gotta say yes right now. Like, who else is better out there? Plus, he know he that type of dude. I remember when Julian was talking shit. He wanted to shut Julian's mouth. He wanted to do that.
Plus, if the Jacobs fight got turned down, you already looking like, I wanted to ask about that, but they was all in the Benavidez thing. I'm like, turn down the Jacobs fight. What's up, man? You got to take Jacobs or Benavidez.
That is the caveat, right? Jacobs said he was trying to make the fight before Montiel. It didn't happen. What if they give you Jacobs Charlo? Are you mad that you didn't get Benavidez? Dang, he got to think. Look, they both thinking.
And actually, I'm not mad.
Say it again, because I was thinking about something.
So what if they announce Charlo Jacobs? Are you mad you didn't get Benavidez?
I mean, it's a good fight. I mean, that fight been marinated for what? Since Brooklyn? Yeah. Since like 5 years.
You ain't touching names, bro.
But you see what the WBC told you, right? If somebody want to make a fight, petition for the fight.
That's it, man.
So when people out there on the chat, when they be like, yo, this person is ducking who, this person don't want to duck, just ask the right question so you can get the right answer. Have you petitioned for the fight?
Exactly.
Have you spoke to the WBC?
Exactly.
Petition for the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Mauricio out here giving dudes opportunity, man. I want my 10%, man. For real, because Benavidez was about to lose all his weight, begging, man. Just become the mandatory out that bitch, man. You could be in the mandatory in both divisions, man. Because of who he is, 2-time champ, Mexican. Man, you kidding me?
Nah, but for real, but Ronald Shields, bro, he started off with saying that he's just a trainer. He got no power. And then after that, they got to go through him to make the fight.
Is that I knew that. It's true because they send him the number. Listen, he been having the Charlos, bro, from the very beginning. Like, only other dude that had the Charlos is the father. So it's like, he vets, man. He the one, like, bruh, come on, man. He told me it was Montiel. I just kept my mouth shut. Like, and we know why it's Montiel. Nobody wants it. You gotta go down the line. Jaime's number 2, number 1, he like, nah, pass me. Derevyanchenko, like, he already beat me. I'm going down. So I don't understand. Like, it's crazy, man.
Is it the side of the street of myth? Because Gary Russell Jr. couldn't get the Leo Santa Cruz fight. I mean, Kalen Plant and Benavidez didn't happen. So is it this side of the street of myth?
Man, I told you racism exists, man. Nobody want to fight the slick black fighter. Why you think? Yo, it's my belief that Santa Cruz is finally saying Gary Russell's name because his numbers with Gervonta wasn't as good. Like, think about it. Yeah. You doing 200 and Barrios doing 200? My man, you won 4 titles. Barrio just won half of one. Like, something's wrong. So I'm sure they told him, like, bruh, you know, we've been giving you great fights for a long time, and we put you on pay-per-view. It ain't do what it was supposed to do. It's time. You in a tough fight. You know what I'm saying? It's time to be in a tough fight. And that's Gary. He ain't fight Gary for how long? Like, he been a champ at 126 his whole career, never want to fight Gary, he finally just said in an interview, I want to fight Gary Russell. Like, he just said that shit.
Hey, I would have fought him right after he touched my daddy.
Bruh.
You know what I'm saying? You know what he gonna look like fighting against Gary Russell? You ever see somebody running in the rain and they just got their hands up just trying to block the rain, but they keep getting wet? Like, the blinding speed. One thing I give Gary Russell credit for, you know what I'm saying? I jokingly call him alligator arms, but he's got some blinding speed. And he's not gonna be afraid to step in there against Leo and touch him up real quick. That'd be a great fight.
Nah, I think that would be a hell of a fight. It's a hell of a fight. I think these guys, for real, I understand the hustle. They want to go and fight in pay-per-view. But I think Gervonta Tank Davis' name is ringing bells. Remember, Teofimo Lopez Sr. has stated that their reconstructed contract is really, they got the 2 pay-per-view fight and 1 ESPN fight. So that's 3 fights. They reconstructed the contract. So I do believe, like,
fights?
They
doing so they putting Loma on pay-per-view and who else?
He got 1 ESPN fight and 2 pay-per-view fights on that contract. So the next fight might be after Triller. It might be ESPN, a free fight.
Nah, because the pay-per-view fight with Triller don't count as they fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got the 3 with Top Rank. Triller. So yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. On Top Rank, who you think is the pay-per-view fight? Loma and
Lomachenko.
And who else? Or is it the rematch clause? That's why it's 2?
I don't know if they had a rematch clause, but I'm thinking that, of course, it's Lomachenko to be the pay-per-view fight. And or I think the free fight, to be honest, I mean, what makes sense to me, logical sense to me, is after the Triller fight, the free fight will probably, they try to do it in the East Coast. That will be next year. So they probably MSG. Jose Pedraza at 140. I think so. I don't think that Teal's gonna be fighting Devin Haney. I don't think he's gonna be fighting Ryan Garcia. None of that. It's gonna stay in house for him. My opinion. But I think that Gervonta Tank Davis and these guys should be fighting a free fight. I think that if he could do 200K, you fight on Fox, or put him on, you know what I'm saying, primetime TV and Gervonta Davis the next pay-per-view fight after fighting on the free TV, I think he'll jump to like 300,000.
Yeah, but the thing is, he ain't got free TV to fight. They can't put him on Fox because he was Showtime.
Showtime. Yeah.
Let me get to Jermaine and where you at, Jermaine? Alabama, Philly, Chicago, right? No, shit.
Nah, Jermaine is in Charlotte,
Louisiana. What up?
Man.
Yeah, Ness. First before I say that, say what I have to say. David Benavidez, that's my fighter. I like that dude. I really fuck with David Benavidez. But Charlo shouldn't make that fight right now. Charlo lay there and sat there through all that GGG and Canelo ducking and all that shit, and he finally finna get his feet wet. Nah, he got Canelo called him out on the zone, saying he want Charlo next over Benavidez and GGG. They asked him who he rather fight, Charlo or GGG. He rather fight Charlo. Al Heyman finna make this trying to make this network deal with Canelo, fight a couple fighters. Earl Spence was mentioned, Charlo was mentioned, Benavidez was mentioned, and Plant. They're trying to make that a network deal. Nah, Benavidez messed up. He should have laid there and lost that title at 168. So he was right there. Canelo was right there ready to pick him off. He the one that stayed disciplined to come out there and lose that title at 168. Now he fishing. Nah, dude, get in the back of the line. Should have stayed disciplined.
What you mean?
Then he
making his own lane. He
lost
making his
twice.
own lane. He making his own lane.
Okay, but no, he's trying to jump lane right now.
Nah, he
Charlo
going down in weight.
there.
He going down in weight.
Okay, listen what I'm saying. He can go down and weight all he wants to. Charlo trying to fight Canelo. They just said right out the plant.
He ain't getting
Canelo
no
said
fight.
it out his mouth. Right
He
out.
ain't getting no fight.
Come on. Why you not let me go, dude? This what Canelo said out his mouth. How you know he was not getting? I'm telling you what Canelo said. Out the plant, he want Charlo. That what Canelo just said.
At 6'8".
So why are you trying to knock that shit?
At 6'8".
So I don't care. All you gotta do is don't try to throw Jermall a fight at 168, a little fight at 168, let him get accustomed to him, and they fight in May.
Yeah, Benavidez.
And we've been waiting on that fight forever.
Benavidez at 168.
No. Listen, why you hating, dude? You sound like a hater right now.
What you mean?
I'm
hating because Charlo versus Benavidez is a good fight?
No, I'm hating because this man right here been waiting on the Canelo fight forever. He got it at his doorstep with Canelo finally calling his name, saying, I want him next, and you trying to throw a smoke screen. You know how long we've been wanting to see Charlo versus Canelo?
He don't want
Come on,
him
dude.
next.
Why you just don't like a butthurt girl right now?
He don't want him next.
You trying to throw a smoke screen or something?
You know it, and I know it. Canelo and
What?
his team.
What?
I'm gonna tell you, Canelo and his team clearly told us is Plant next, and then Earl at 164, maybe Charlo at 6'8", maybe Charlo at 6'8", maybe Bivol or maybe Better BF. My man got options. Why we acting like he gonna just say, yeah, I'm gonna give Charlo the fight? He got like 7 options, man.
No, nobody didn't say that. Listen, man, you act like Al Heyman play chess. I mean, checkers. Al Heyman playing chess. He just sat there and told you. Eddie Hearn, you watch Eddie Hearn interview on the Zone right now. He just sat there and complaining, crying because Al Heyman trying to make Canelo sign a 4 or 5 fight deal with Fox to fight multiple pay-per-views on Fox. So who do you think the fight is going to be? He already been marinating. So why are you sitting there throwing a smoke screen with David Benavidez? And I fuck with David Benavidez. And he'll get that fight too. But you can't jump the line. We've been waiting on Canelo and Charlo since 2016, 2017.
Don't you understand Benavidez is the mandatory at 6'8", man? He the WBC mandatory. He number one. He number one to Canelo at 6'8".
Listen. See, that's where I got you at right now. Charlo was the mandatory at 160 for Canelo. And what did he do? He pulled that franchise shit and he didn't have to fight Charlo.
But bro, that's my point. That's my point.
No, my point is Canelo, who never wanted to do, he did this to GGG. He didn't want to fight GG forever. Then he started calling GGG name out, and he fought him. The man didn't want to fight Charlo forever. Even Oscar said it. Now he's calling out Charlo name, and you trying to throw smoke screen with David Benavidez, who lost his fight.
Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, because I ain't like you. I ain't satisfied with the bullshit fights that I've been getting out of Charlo at 160. He got a Terrence Crawford resume at 160, man. Nobody would give a fuck about that. You want me to sit here on my hands and zip my lips and say, oh, well, he been waiting for Canelo, so let him keep fighting Dennis Hogan, Brandon Adams, fucking Derevyanchenko off of 2 losses. Fucking John, what is his name? Montiel, whatever. Yeah, and then because of that, I want boxing to bless him with the biggest fight of his life because he just went through the gauntlet of nobodies. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. That's why I ain't got no fucking friends, man, because they don't want to hear the fucking truth, man. I'm not going to sit here and try to get an interview with Charlo by saying that he somehow beat a bunch of people at 60 and deserves a fucking Canelo fight. No, go beat that Benavidez, then you deserve a Canelo fight.
But it's just like he said. He said waiting. He's been waiting on Canelo for a long time. That's the problem.
You ain't even. You've been stopped waiting. Let me tell you something, Punch. You been stopped waiting once Canelo moved to 68. You ain't even on the list no more. You at a whole different division. You ain't waiting no more. You just in your own fucking division playing with your food. Ain't nobody, who he fighting at his division? Ain't nobody caring about them fights, man. This a fight people doing interviews on, people doing Instagram posts, people fucking talking about this, man. Ain't nobody talking about Juan Montiel Monteis. And what did Monteis bring to the fucking table? How many tickets he sold? How many pay-per-views he got? Like, come on, man. People just make up shit. Oh, don't throw the roadblock. What? So Montiel wasn't a roadblock, huh? So basically you saying give him more fucking dudes he gonna walk over while Canelo decide to give him a shot. Man, y'all sound crazy the way y'all like boxing. You don't like boxing, man. You like
to
fighters.
Be honest, man, I wish Canelo Alvarez will pull Mayweather after the fight with Kalen Plant and he gets undisputed and retire. Because I just want to know how everybody else will move. If Canelo say, yo, I'm out, gonna retire like for a year or whatever, I want to know how everybody else will move.
You know what they're gonna do? Everybody gonna start fighting for vacant titles. They always do it. They're gonna I want that vacant. I'm fighting for that vacant. Everybody a fake champ now. Come on, everybody a vacant champ.
Yo, you think Triple G is getting a pass?
You think somebody gonna clean up? Man, Triple G, what? He ain't never moved up in his life. He out here talking about fighting Ryota Maroda, Toyota Corolla. Get out of here, man. Dude be stunting, man. That's another dude with like a 1,254 pounders on his fucking 160-pound resume, man. James Benitez, talk to us.
What a great show. Man, yeah, you definitely need to get a cut, man, for all these fights that you've been making lately, man. I really believe that Benavidez really wants this fight more than Charlo does. I believe that if Charlo was to try to come to terms with this fight, they're going to be asking for a 90-10 split. It's going to have to be in Houston. He's going to have to get blood tested before and after the fight and maybe 30 days and 60 days and all that stuff, man. So Benavidez is willing to take the ultimate B-side to take this fight because he really wants that smoke. So hopefully Charlo's listening, man, and takes the damn fight, man, because it'll be the biggest fight, probably the best fight, one of the best fights on his resume, debatably. You know, with the Tyson Fury stuff, I'm strongly disappointed, but, you know, end of the day, we've been hearing all these excuses from Wilder's camp for like the past year and a half, man. So it's like, let's just see the damn fight. I'm sad that we're going to have to deal with 90 more days of this shit. I was so anxious and ready to get this shit over with. But end of the day, man, what a great show. You're the best in the business, Ness. And, hey, have a good one, man.
Thank you, brother. Damn, he said something I was going to fuck. That's why I love cutting off, man. Something I was about to say. He said something. Oh, he said something about like Benavidez being the best on Charlo's resume, and I had to think about that because, you know, I fuck with Trout heavy. He got that Cotto win. So I guess when you're looking at resume, right, and you're looking at who Charlo beat and who he beat, right, who they beat, then it's arguable. But if you're just going off of accolades, Benavidez would be the only 2-time champion that Charlo would ever have faced. Everybody else was either a one-time former champion or just a contender. You know,
Yeah.
he's never faced the champion. Wait, did he face? He never faced the current champion except K9 Bundridge. There's no other current champion he faced, right? Or am I missing this up?
And he older than Canelo.
Right? He's never faced a current champion. Like, he never unified, and other than fighting Bundridge for his belt, he never faced a champion. His only former champion was Austin Trout, and then the next one was a contender in Julian Williams, and everybody else has been contenders, you know?
Is that a new form of ducking? That every time you hear PBC, they bosses, the PBC fighters, they bosses, but then they go, well, we got to talk to Al Haymon.
I don't think so. You cut out a little bit, but bruh, like I always give them the pass for that because of this. You made me rich, Punch. I mean, look at the way Jermall's living. I wish I had a house that big with that fucking beautiful gymnasium and all those amazing cars. I'm a huge Back to the Future fan. He got the fucking DeLorean in his house. Like, why would I not listen to Al? Why would I listen to some guy on YouTube who's criticizing me? So, yeah, you got to listen to Al. It's not the new form of ducking. You got to listen to whoever's advised you to this amazing point in your life. Like, you are financially straight. You're taking care of your family. Your kids are extremely happy. Like, it's hard not to listen to Al, man. It's hard not to listen to Al.
I'm cool with what Al has done. I'm cool with what Al has done. I'm just saying that, is when the fighters be like, yo, I'm a boss. Man, you might have a promotional company, but we all know who the boss is. It's Al Haymon. Just start off the conversation like that and don't go off saying you're a boss and things of that nature.
I don't think that Al is the boss. I just think Al is the smartest person in the room, and you want to listen and at least maybe take his advice. You know what I mean? Like, why not? Like, fuck, why not? That's like Joe Buttons and Joe Rogan coming to the same room you and I in. Like, why wouldn't I pick Joe Rogan's mind and Joe Button's mind about podcasting? Them dudes are the
true.
They like, I look up to them. Like, if I could be Rogan's level, fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? Rogan got a whole compound. Like, so yeah, if someone is better at something than you might as well take their advice and heed to what they saying is all I'm saying. I wouldn't go against the feathers. But that doesn't mean you don't tell them what you want, though. Because then Al can say, okay, look, the time ain't now, but let's set that up. That's what you want? Oh, because look, Keith had to tell Al, like, I'm close with Keith. He had to tell Al, I want Porter. And then he said, they don't want you right now. And then he said, I want Porter again. And the time came where Porter said, yeah, we want you. And the same thing. Yo, I want Danny next. You know what I'm saying? Well, Danny said he need a tune-up first. All right, well, get me Danny. And you got Danny. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you got to ask. Over my years of doing this, dudes that got their fight is because they asked. Laura had to ask Al, and he still had to do. But Al got Laura, Trout, the Canelo fight. I don't know. And think about that for 1 second, man. All this Canelo ducking Charlo. We just seen Juan Manuel Montiz, man. We just seen that, man. We just seen that. And on top of we just seen that, now we know Al has gotten his other slick black fighters, difficult fighters. They got the Canelo fight. They got the Canelo fight. What's harder for Canelo, to fight Charlo or to fight fucking Laura, the southpaw? The Cuban. Sure. The Cuban with all this amateur background, with the boxing brain. He's running away. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand why we believe this dude is ducking. PBC is the one putting Charlo in with 54-pounders. If they really wanted the Canelo fight, I think we would have had it, man. I'm just being honest. Why they ain't even put him in with Jacobs, man? They don't want to put him in with Andre, man. But Montiel might have showed us why. He ain't win, But he might have
But he
showed
put
us
up a
why.
fight. Put up a fight.
He might have showed us why. Like, you telling me Montiel shut your eye? Canelo might break your eye like he did Billy Joe. You see? I'm just saying. It's just food for thought. I don't know. I ain't saying I'm right, but it's like, come on, man.
Now I'm saying if you get the level of competition.
You keep muting out, man. What's up with your shit? You stopped at the level of competition.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, when you they go for the level of competition time and time again like that, they're gonna get got later or not, because you preparing for low level opposition, and then you're gonna get that competition and you might lose because you ain't prepared. You've been fighting low level competition for a long time.
I mean,
you don't know what elite looks like.
Though I think it's still practice, but I get what you're saying. Elite is way more difficult, but boxing is repetition, or at least part of it is repetition. Let me get to these two super chats. I got Boxing Expert who says PBC dude is not the guy to talk about this topic. He gets on here and calls Canelo the horchata boy. Get the fuck out of here, bruh. And that was to Mr. PBC from Seattle. We got Jesse Wyatt that says, y'all missed my $10 super chat. Charlo is about to go undisputed and not on the list, pound for pound list. It's funny how two top ranked fighters got COVID 2 weeks before the fights. Thinking emoji. That's what I was telling everybody that would listen. I even put a little picture. Let me put it back there because it was so funny. The internet is undefeated. Punch, you would have to look at the live actual broadcast to see what I'm screen sharing. But it's this little picture of Fimo hugging Fury, and Fury's like,
somebody sent me that.
And it says, I understand the ticket sale issue also, Tyson. Trusting Bob to make it better. Hashtag Top Rank Lies. That's crazy, yo. The internet is undefeated, bro.
But he not with Top Rank. That wasn't Top Rank. That was Triller.
Yo, internet's still undefeated, though. They gonna make you laugh whether you want to or not.
Yo, they got me like a TO manager or something like that.
Oh, hell yeah. Bro, but listen, get used to it, champ. That means you growing. Because I remember, like, when I started, I was cool with Danny, so it was the Danny voice. Then I got cool with Porter. It was the Porter voice. I got cool with Keith, the Keith voice, the Wilder voice. You know, it goes on. They think you in everybody's camp just because you get a few interviews, man. But you really in this camp. You know that. Y'all tight as fuck over there.
T.O., that's my boy right there, son.
Yeah, man. I got Killer Kels in the building and said, just tuned in. Have y'all picked the Fortuna Diaz fight? Yo, we ain't even fucking talk about the fights, bro.
I know.
It's 4 hours in and we ain't mentioned one fight this week. So I'm going to go ahead and say Zurdo. I'm going to go ahead and say El Abejón, a lo fuck de lo mío. I got to go with Mons, you know. I'm going with Javier, even though
Diablo grasita usted.
I know. Yo, even though I know that they going to say, not they, I'm going to say he probably left it in the gym, I mean. And my man been training for a fucking year in Puerto Rico. Everybody canceling. He probably got more than 12 months training. He had fights with Campbell scheduled, with Linares, with Ryan, with Haney. And now finally he's actually won, 2 days from a fight? Like, who knows what happens now, man? And anybody seen the weigh-in anyway? Because, yo, Jojo Diaz looks weird with black hair, right? I'm not used to regular hair. He looks like just got out of jail Mexican because he got the tattoos now. He got the black and then this mustache. Have y'all not? Let me screen share this shit because y'all acting like y'all ain't see this, bro. Let me go straight to his little Instagram where he got it on the way, and it's crazy, man. Joseph Diaz Jr. Yeah, bro, look at that fucking mustache, bro. My man looks like a straight up, yo, like Viva, like, yeah, bro, like he's in fucking Blood In, Blood Out with this one, man. Look at the mustache and shit. He got the fucking hair pushed back. It ain't that cute Abner Mares haircut. Nah, this the fucking just wet it, get the black fucking comb like Fonz, pop, and slick it back, bro. My man's out here, and look at him here in the weigh-in.
All he missing is the bandana and the sunglasses.
Yeah, yo, look at Samson right there with the ponytail, yo.
With the ponytail,
2021, he got the pony. But look, this is why I'm picking Javier. Look how much bigger Javier is than him. Yeah, and he said slit throat on Joseph. It's slit throat.
Javier Fortuna gonna be like, Diablo, 4 horas y no hablaron de mí.
Ah, shit. That's fucking crazy. Yo, translation, 4 hours and y'all ain't talk about me. Look at the side by side though. What you think? I mean, right there they look a little bit even, but Javier still look bigger and he ain't rehydrate yet.
Yeah.
I just hope again. I hope he ain't leaving in the gym. So again, to answer Kells, I'm picking Javier. But obviously Jojo Diaz has to be the more skilled fighter. But he's at a disadvantage. He's the one moving up, and he's already thinking about moving back down. Like he talking about moving back down. Damn, he even got a tattoo in the back of the fucking head where the Brooklyn goes and shit, where you faded and shit. Damn. Okay, champ.
Head tattoos don't hurt.
Yo, so yeah, I know you got one too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all crazy with that. Yo, but who y'all picking, man? I'm going Javier. Who you going with?
El platanero, el mofongo.
Uh-oh, he going Javier. What about you, I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Fortuna as well.
What? Don't be biased. Don't get influenced by us, man.
Nah. Listen.
Yeah. He's going to Punta Cana for vacation.
Let me see what's the betting line. Let me see what's the betting line.
Diaz, I feel like Diaz, if he's active and he keeps throwing cool, but I feel like Fortuna can go in there and chip him up and slow him down.
Wow, don't say that.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Wow, yo, that would be great for Haney because they want that fight. Eddie wants that the winner of this. So Javier Fortuna, it's a tight fight, fellas. Javier's actually an underdog. So if you believe in Fortuna, $100 gets you $160 plus your $100 back, $260 to go home. Don't forget to use my code BETTBV on mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag.
Damn, they got him on the under. Diablo, so racismo. Racista.
He on the underdog. Yo, he's not the Olympian. Jojo is the Olympian, and he's never been a full. Has he been a full world champion, or was he regular title world champion?
JV.
Oh shit. Joseph was a real champ. He took it from the champion Tevin Farmer. So, Javier, look, this Javier fight to shine finally, man. De lo mío, vamos a ver lo que hace, oíste.
But you know what? And again, I don't want nobody to get it misconstrued. I'm not picking Fortuna, based on anything other than I didn't think he got the win over Farmer. I watched that fight a couple times. I
got the win over Farmer. I scored that fight. I got the win over Farmer. Yeah, man.
You scored it for Joseph? Okay.
Yeah.
I got Nafal Hamed. He says, Bob said Wilder and Fury both was vaccinated in the press conference. He sure did, but remember, vaccination they always told us the vaccination doesn't mean you can't still contract the virus. Plus, Fury only took 1 dose, not the 2. Rod in the 870 says, this fake, the fuck, COVID has me ready for... What the hell is FB season? Football season? Don't say that. Mad face. Oh, clown emoji too? Damn. And 100.
So nobody could get COVID in boxing.
Bruh, we don't want to hear that you got COVID. We just want you to fight.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
We barbaric, bro.
Yo.
You don't give a fuck.
My Jimbe de lo mío says shout out to Punch. Bring the adobo to the show. And then he got the little salt emoji. Hashtag boxing brings people together. Yes, it do. We back with another one. Rod in the 870 says, the heavyweight division is a joke. Killing boxing slowly. 100 emoji. I don't know, man. It's the most talked about division, man. It may be slow to produce the big fights, but it keeps, hey, Raw Boxing TV, what up? It keeps the excitement, man. Even in headlines, like, yo, remember that time? Like, I was talking about that shit today, bro. Do y'all remember, like, when you could talk about AJ every day? Yeah. Punch, did you ever like anything AJ was like, boom? You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody gets their time, man. And it's especially in the heavyweight division, man. Especially in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, because we yearning for that heavyweight division to really blow up. And I think it did blow up, to be honest. It's blown up. Thanks to Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder. Because even when Tyson Fury left.
No, because you got to give him credit. He the one freed the belts up. Remember, when he beat the beast, the dragon in Vlad, who was defending for fucking 12 years, he threw all the belts away basically by vacating and allowed AJ to get a belt, other people's to get belts.
Now, you know why I say Deontay Wilder? Because Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua held it down because they bring the excitement back to the heavyweight. Their style of fighting and knocking people out. You know, even when Tyson Fury beat Klitschko, it was like boring. Like, even when Klitschko came back, who watched his fight? Who remember who he fought when he came back? You know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't that exciting fighter, but these guys brought the excitement back to the heavyweight division.
You talking about Fury?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch. I watched both of them fucking fights. The Piñeta and the other dude that he tuned up with. I watched them. I was live at the one in Manchester, for fuck's sake.
But don't give him too much credit. You acting like, you know, Fury did it on purpose. He was like Thor in whatever Avengers joint that was. He was like Thor sitting, couldn't find his hammer with his fucking belly out. It ain't like he freed the belts and then he ceremoniously gave it, you know. And those two guys created a rivalry when you talk about Wilder and Joshua. So they definitely held it down.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Let me go to James in Tennessee. Are you available?
James Payne is my name, partner, how about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chilling in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody, better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the post.
TBV, I'm out of your sound.
I mean, other than whatever little plastic thingamabob in your hands, you good.
You said plastic thingamabob. What it sound fucked up?
Nah, it would sound like you, like something was like, I don't know, like you was messing with something. But go ahead, it's good now. How are you?
Oh, okay. Man, I'm good, man. How y'all living, man?
Oh man, it's a great show. We got 4 hours and 7 minutes rocking.
You damn right it's a great show. You damn right it's a great show. Now, before I even get too deep into talking about any of y'all topics, man, you got your soundboard handy, boss?
Yes.
Man, go ahead and serve me up some crow, man, because I made a statement earlier in the bed. There we go. I made a statement earlier in the back chat, and like a real man, I own up to this shit. I was trying to rest assured King Born and JT and several of the other fellas. Info heard me. Everybody heard me state that it was all cap and that the Fury would show up on the 24th, and now that ain't happening. So I accept my crow. I was wrong, guys. So I told y'all, get your tickets. Don't cancel shit. So that's on me, champ. So I fucked that up. But something I didn't fuck up is July 16th and 17th in Atlanta, man. Yeah, I still can pull up on your boy, see your boy. I'm going to be there in full effect. The fights this weekend, I got Zurdo. I want to see JoJo get it done against Fortuna. Because, I mean, the last time I seen JoJo, he was looking, well, let's see, the time before last when he pulled the upset. So I'm hoping JoJo can get it done. I'm rooting for JoJo. What's some of the other topics that we had going on? What's some else I was
this
talking about?
weekend fights, you got obviously you just said JoJo, you got Zurdo, and the Seniesa Estrada is also on the undercard in the championship fight. We were also talking about Benavidez moving to 160.
Yeah, oh man, hey yo, good fucking interview, good session, man. What the fuck going on with Troy, man? Like, why he do that, man? Y'all had some epic shit going on, and then all of a sudden it was like,
yo,
like,
and now look, and now he gone. He literally just jumped in for that and dipped. Like, he crazy, man.
What
he
the
crazy.
fuck, yo? Hey, it's not, man. Hey, that was some epic shit, though, man. I like what you did right there, man. Hopefully, they can get us some fucking traction on the road with that fight, man. Because I want to see that fight. Because ain't neither one of them gonna get Canelo. So it's best that they see each other, or let's get Charlo in the unification bout. Come on, man. Let's get a unification bout. Benavidez, man. Let's get it popping, man. Come on now. You got some other guys out there you can get your hands on, hopefully. So that's my call. I'm going to hang up and listen to the rest of the callers. I appreciate it. TVV, salute. I'm out.
Let's go. We got my Jimbe with another super chat that says, El Gualdo Germán guy is always... Oh, excuse me. He said, that Eduardo Hermanga is always working. Hashtag work ethic. Hashtag Wilder White. I would love that, but I know it's nowhere near possible. Like boxing doesn't work like that. Like a fight of this magnitude, Fury falls out and Wilder takes another fight. That'll probably break the contract somehow. So I doubt that it happens. But bro, I would love if White stepped in for July 24th. What? That would be amazing. Amazing. For real. We're going out to JP in Long Beach. Heavy-handed Jay. What is going on?
Long Beach in the house.
Yeah, amazing show as usual, family.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, man, I'm going to get to a bit of a taboo subject. Allow me to theorize before y'all poo-poo it totally. We going to talk some PEDs, right? So, and this is just general knowledge, and all the resident experts can poke holes in it after they want. But on a general basis, we all know you cycle for 2 years, and then after you're off for that 2 years, you reap the benefits. Okay, and what fighters will mostly do, either be out for 2 years, i.e. how Pacquiao's coming back 2 years and 1 month from the date for his fight versus
Floyd 2 years, right?
Floyd has done it. And also what they'll do, which Canelo has done when he started jumping through those classes and fought Kirkland and Khan, those fights weren't tested for. They weren't VADA fights. And then they'll go take low-level competition, 2 quick fights, and then they'll fight their tough fight with testing. So let's get on the timeline real quick. Fury takes Klitschko November 2018. He's gone for 2.5 years. We all know in that time, he gains 100 pounds, gets on coke, goes through depression. Then he comes back on a redemption path. He's a spokesperson for depression, all that. He takes a fight in 2.5 years plus later, 2018 in in June against Sefer Safiri. Then he takes another quick one 2 months later against Francisco Plantia. Then quickly again, 4 months after that fight, he takes Wilder. Okay? He takes Wilder. Now that's boom. And then right after that, we go into 2 quick fights. He's not on. Now he's taking 2 low-level fights where he looks like crap. Schwartz, Wallin. 2 years later, Wilder again. Now we're a year and 6 months out about now. I guarantee you this fight does not happen before December for sure, and I bet it doesn't happen till after February. That is a direct pattern of cycling. Now, if this fight don't happen till after the new year, I don't want nobody saying shit to me. All right? That's my call.
All right. Man, I'm going back through the comments, and Steve, you're very harsh, man. In Chicago said, this is why nobody don't fuck with us. I clearly brought Ronnie up to speed, and I told him David was on there and Jose was on here and wanted to talk to him about David. And I even said, please say yes. So he was not ambushed. All you weirdos saying he was ambushed, you're just like a hater.
You bringing a content that is not even easy to do. It's not easy to do what you just did, and
they still find a way to fucking shit on your parade, bro. It's like, damn. They always hate, and they always be, oh, did you freeze up? Oh no, okay, you're good. I thought you froze up. Yeah, man. But anyway, I'm trying to look for the next super chat so I can screen share before I go to the next caller. JT, let me know if you're available while we look for whoever is next on the super chat. Fuck. All right, we're going to JT then because I can't find the next one. I know it's there. I'm not leaving anybody behind. We just going to screen share them all.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What are you going to do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what to say about the what's going on with the fight, but basically it could be two things. It could be Fury messing with try to mess with Wilder, getting in his head mentally, because he ain't find a way to get in his head yet. So it could be it could be something dealing with that strategic mental toughness move, I guess, whatever. Or it really it could be that Fury we just leaked out that he got beat up in on sparring bad. And you know what happens when you get beat up in sparring bad, you know, they be wanting to find a reason to pull out their fake an injury, but everybody can fake COVID now and say it's COVID. but it's crazy. Like Bob Arum, you know, at this type of fight with this type of magnitude, you know, you'd think everybody in his camp would have took a test. I mean, took the vaccine, you know, because I had a lot of money on the line. But I don't know, man. I hope the fight still happen. But if the fight don't happen, you know, based on Fury record, I think he got something up his sleeve. He's looking for a way out right now. I don't think he's mentally ready for the fight. Then they're gonna find a way to try to blame Wilder for Fury mistakes. But that's my call.
All right. Yo, I'm making a little poll right here. We've been doing polls today. Is Charlo versus Benavidez a pay per view? You know,
And
let me know
Andy
what
Ruiz
y'all
and
think.
Chris Arioli was. Shit, of course.
Yo, I actually bought that like happy. I was happy for that. I like, you know, when Andy beat AJ, that whole week, I was like, yo, he needs to get out that contract and fight Ariola in LA. I swear. I never was mad at that fight. I knew that fight was gonna be what it was, and look at that shit. Look at it. Fucking Ariola out here getting offers from Eddie. I just did an interview with Eddie. He's like, yeah, Dillian White's thinking about Ariola. Fucking Ariola still out here. His resume, bro, and this is what I'm saying, man. When I started, I would call dudes bums, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't appreciate the difficulty of this fucking sport. But Ariola's been in with both Vlads, with both Klitschko's, man. He fought both Klitschko's. He fought Bermain twice. He fought Wilder. He fought Ruiz. I mean, he fought Kaufman. The only dude he ain't fight yet is Luis Ortiz.
He's like the Chisora.
He fought Thomas Adamick. I mean, the dude got, holy shit. Eric Molina. I mean, he was probably the first one to beat Eric Molina.
He's like the Chisora of America.
Hell yeah, he the Chisora of America. But no, because see, he retired. Chisora spunky as hell. He always ready to fight. Ariola is a dude that fluctuates in weight. He just got disciplined in the later half of his career. Remember, this motherfucker be like, I'm sorry, guys. Fucking tacos. Like, yo, what the fuck? All in the post-fight talking about tacos and cursing and shit. But Jaime Nieto with the super chat says, David and his Jose... are taking away all Charlo's excuses. When are people going to start holding Charlo's feet to the fire? He's ducking and running. I mean, should we be holding Charlo to any fire? I am going to be honest and say, like, Jose needs to do more. He needs to call. Like, just being on interview saying you'll do that. Like, you really need to have Samson tell someone, hey, my fighter's willing to come to 160 to make that Charlo fight. He's willing to fight in Texas. We would love it to be on pay-per-view if Showtime's interested. If not, I guess it's a fucking Showtime fight. So what? I'm just saying, if you want to make the fighters happy, put them on pay-per-view. Give them 50% share. You know what I'm saying? Make them work for that money. Because it's up to them to get the people to buy it. Like, yo, you doing 120,000 pay-per-views because you ain't doing interviews. You ain't doing interviews, man. You think you know, who else doing 120? Charlo. Who else? Crawford. What they got in common? No interviews. I mean, it ain't hard to tell. You know what I'm saying? It ain't hard. So show me a pay-per-view dude that fails on pay-per-view, and I'll show you a dude that don't do interviews. Andre Ward, don't do interviews. Failed on pay-per-view. Gennady Golovkin, don't do interviews. Failed on pay-per-view. Daniel Jacobs, don't do interview. Failed on pay-per-view.
Bud Crawford.
Terrence Crawford.
Dog, I could go on and on. Motherfuckers think like they don't know this sport, man. They don't know this sport. And it's cool. Go ahead and eat your plaques. Go ahead and eat your plaques, man. Go ahead. But if you want to make them fights happen, do them interviews, man. What the fuck? Who in the car? Who that? David? Jose, you jump back on and shit? Somebody definitely jump back on. Jose. Yeah, somebody jump back on. But anyway, we got rid of him. We got Jaime Nieto that says, Ness and Jose have Ronnie stuttering and deflecting. Chill, B. Ronnie, my man's, you know.
Damn.
Who else we got? Info Joe, what up, B? Who else we got? Jay Miller says, real men decide their future. Stop the excuses. I wonder what was that in reference to. What else we got? All right, we going to King Born here, Brooklyn. Yo, Punch, where you from?
Harlem, Wash Heights, baby.
Oh,
shout out to Washington Heights.
Oh, you from
Harlem,
Heights.
New York City, tri-state area. Let's go.
Oh, you all over. Okay. He gave like 3 boroughs in 2 states. Let's go. We going to King Born.
When you see old dirty bastard form a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your.
Yo, you hear me?
We hear you.
Listen, man, I want everybody to hear me. You came to me late, Ness, man. Don't hold me back. Do not hold me back tonight, man. I'm also Commando mixed with Rambo going at the fucking Predator, man. Tyson Fury's a fucking 6-leg critter. He's a roach. He's a fungus. He's a germ. How the fuck you 2 weeks from the fight, now you got coronavirus? Why the fuck you didn't tell Corona, if coronavirus stepped to you, Tyson Fury, why you say, yo, my man, let me get this fight on with Wilder, win or lose. After the fight, coronavirus come to me and give me the shit. This shit all fake. This shit is fucking Godzilla in the Pacific Ocean eating a hamburger. I don't give a fuck, man. It's some bullshit. We ain't never getting this fight now, man. Fuck that, man. Fuck Fury. Fuck Fury. For real, man. Kind of bullshit is that? Yo, 2 weeks, 2 motherfucking weeks, man. I'm dejected. I'm depressed. Anybody got Henny? Send it to me. Yo, Punch, you from Washington Heights. I'm from Crown Heights, Brooklyn, man. This some bullshit, man. Come on, man. The fuck going on right now, man? Y'all serious? 2 fucking weeks? Now you got Wilder head all fucked up. Now you got this nigga on some neck shit. Yo, show me the proof. Fuck that, man. I want to see Tyson Fury in a fucking hospital with tubes in him, all that, man. Shit is bullshit, man. I've been holding this shit all day, Ness, man. I fucking called King Amin. Yo, I called King Amin at work, Ness, and said, yo, man, you hear this shit, man? Yo, I'm going to tell you how this shit feel real quick, y'all. You know when you go to court and you got a death ticket and you be like, yo, I'm going to come home, you know, and chill. So you go to the judge, see the death ticket, right? And all of a sudden the judge say, yo, you got to do a week because we didn't know you had a warrant from 10 years ago. That's how this shit feel. He dissed us, he dissed us, he dissed us. This shit ain't never happening, man. Fuck out of here. Fury ain't fighting him. Yo, Fury, put the belt in the bag and just give the shit to Wilder. You ain't fighting him, man. We see the shit is on the wall, y'all. Fuck you mean September, October now. Now watch when October come. He got a shoulder injury. His fucking feet hurt. Shit ain't gonna be the next year. Then he gonna try to get out the fight, man. He saw Wilder all pressed up, chipped up, ripped up, ready to go. Then Fury had a black eye and a busted lip and sparring. Then that nigga like 280 now, out of shape, flabby and shit like Larry Holmes. Fuck that, man. He dissed us, y'all. I'm fucking tight. I need some Henny. Peace. Fuck that, man.
Yo, he is. I love that people call in to express their frustrations. Honestly, Beast.
Energy, man. He just came out of church, bro.
All right, yo, I got one from Jaime Nieto. Jaime Nieto says, Ness, if Fury loses, no excuses.
Fucking hype.
Hold up. Who's that? Who the fuck
He's still on the line, son. He's hype, son. This is boxing, baby.
Yo, I think Ranger's about to jump on, right? Let me see. Is that what you're saying, me? Because people text me, I'm on the show. I'm like, I think he's saying he about to jump on or he coming on tomorrow. But if you on tonight, jump on tonight, bro. This about to be the first one. Have we ever gone past midnight? I never done this. I know this is your thing. You be going with the late night vampire.
We bringing Happy Hour Thursday karaoke night over here, son.
Damn, bro, late night. It's about to go to midnight in this
Sing a
bitch.
tune or something, man. Let's get this shit lit. What you got in the bottle, man? What you drinking? You just smoking?
I'm just smoking and drinking mad water. I had to take a fucking bathroom break. Listen, I got Jaime Nieto with another one. Says today's show is fire. Topics, interviews with Kelly Pavlik, Jose Benavidez Sr., and Ronnie Shields. Man, TBB for life. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Ranger, is that you?
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
You got no camera? You just calling in to talk, or you in your studio?
No, I'm calling it. I'm actually on the road. I was calling in to get a few things on my chest to say what's up to Punch.
Yo, what's good, Ranger?
And listen, the first thing I want to tell you is in regards to the Joe Diaz and Fortuna, I'm going to go ahead and pick Fortuna's on this one. I'm hoping that Fortuna hopefully bites down on his mouthpiece and does it for himself, first and foremost, does it for his people. I don't want to hear none of this about Fortuna being a quitter. This is one of the opportunities he's got to put a stamp on his name. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm going to pick Fortuna's on this one. I'm with you when it comes to him being a little bigger. But, Jojo Diaz, in my opinion, is the better is the more skillful fighter. But I have noticed sort of like a decline, especially on that mental aspect of Jojo Diaz. So I don't know where he's at on that. I don't like the things I don't know if the things that he's been going through outside of boxing is affecting him inside the ring. But I'm gonna go ahead and stick with Fortuna for this fight. In regards to the Charlo versus Benavidez situation, when a fighter tells you, look, I'm willing to come down, I'm willing to go down to your weight, I don't need no tune-up, straight to you. What he's doing is he's giving you food on a silver platter. If you don't take it, my man, I don't want to hear nothing about being a lion. As far as I know, the only lion is a 154 with a Charlo last name. There's only, for me, out of the two Charlos, there's only one lion, and that's Jermel. Because you got David Benavidez, who can't nobody deny that this kid is a credible opponent, more than a credible opponent, I say, one of the most dangerous 168-pounders in boxing. And he's willing to come down to your weight division, where he could potentially be a little, quote-unquote, weak from cutting so much weight, to fight with you. But somehow, we gotta, it's not coming to fruition. I think what it is, man, when Montiel fought this guy, Montiel pretty much exposed Charlo's team to something. Maybe he's not ready. Maybe he's not ready for such a pressure, for a fighter that's willing to come forward and fight. And Benavidez is not just a rock and sock and pressure fighter. Benavidez is a fighter that has size, has power, has a bit of speed. Yeah, he lacks on the inside game a bit, but so what? I just don't think that they are confident enough that they can actually beat a David Benavidez, even at 168, even at 160, if he cuts down to 160. I personally wouldn't like to see this fight at no damn catch weight. I don't want to hear nothing about no catch weight. If it happens, it has to be at 160. But and in regards to the Fury situation, man, I'm a bit disappointed. I'm not going to sit here and act like, well, I'm not affected. nor am I going to make accusations and say, well, this is fake. It might be. I just don't have the evidence to go either way. And it was kind of crazy or funny to me to see people calling with their veins popping in their neck, screaming out their lungs, demanding for proof, right? Demanding for proof for this COVID. But we still have not seen proof of the 18 different excuses that Wilder came up with. That's one thing. So we got to keep the difference, the same energy.
But the energy is the same because aren't people asking for the proof of T.O.'s COVID?
The same. Oh, of course. But I'm saying, like, if you're going to demand proof from T.O. and from Tyson, then it's kind of like I can't demand respect unless I put out respect. If Wilder and them are demanding proof, then, you know, the world of boxing is demanding proof of all the accusations you've been giving us as well.
They got the proof, though. T.O., they got the proof.
Oh, they already got him?
Yo, did you see?
Cambosa sent his doctors over there. That's what Cambosa said. Cambosa's doctors, they went to Las Vegas to test Teofimo Lopez.
What?
That's what Cambosa said in the interview.
What interview? On Fight Hype?
I don't know. I spoke to the manager, and somebody else spoke to the manager. He said something like that.
So
they sent Cambosa's doctor.
We bring him back though. Here we go. Oh shit! Hold on a minute, fellas. I'm gonna bring y'all right back. Let me remove some of these people though. Anyway, so that's interesting. I want to know, do he got a link for that? In terms of Cambosa saying something like that. Let me see. All right, that should be good. All right, fellas, what up? Y'all good? Because there was an echo there. Y'all good? Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's crazy? If you do a parlay with Gilberto Ramirez, Javier Fortuna, and Hector Tanajara, is Ranger still there? Ranger? Oh, he's gone? Yeah, he's fucking gone. Shit, who's up next? Intrigue, what up? Yo, Intrigue, who are you picking Tanajara in the chat? I'm going to do a new poll, actually. We're going to find out right now with a new poll. Intrigue in Atlanta. What is up?
I said this bitch on fire hotter than a throwaway. I need my money now, no extra day. Your time's up, goons ready. Ain't no other way, it ain't no other way. That's all I got. I say what I mean, do what I say. I pray my chopper bullets don't spray. If you cross, you better look both ways.
What up?
What up?
Good show, man. You can't get that shit nowhere else but on the Boxing Voice, man. Good shit.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. Just to talk about what was going on, man. To me, Ronnie sounded like he was blowing a whole bunch of smoke, man. Like they ain't really want that fight. You know what I mean? That's just to me, like you was saying. Who else is it for Charlo to fight at 160? Ain't nobody you want to see. You're gonna sit around and wait for Canelo. That's what you're doing. And it ain't promised that you're gonna get him. And old dude calling, talking about jump the line, man. He was one of them fanatics, man. He was just talking ridiculous, man. I don't know what he was talking about. But he sounded like he didn't believe Charlo could beat Benavidez. So it's like, why fight Benavidez when he might beat him and stop him from getting the Canelo fight? Like, you've been waiting for that Canelo fight for goddamn I don't know how long. So, I mean, man, go ahead and goddamn create your own fucking lane. Fight Benavidez. And you know you're going to get that shit. It ain't no more waiting around. You know you're going to get that shit. But what else I want to say? The Joy Spencer, that interview was good.
I was rocking with him until he said the goddamn Spence had one of the best resumes in boxing, and that's why he should be on the pound for pound list. That shit is just so crazy. And everybody know I'm a Thurman fan. Thurman and Spence got the same goddamn resume before Thurman lost to Pacquiao. And ain't nobody was calling for him to be on the goddamn pound for pound. And his resume is way deeper than Spence. That shit, that's how you know it's like, that's why I don't give a fuck about the pound for pound. But I just had to say that. They got the same damn resume, but Spence's resume is one of the best resumes in boxing. And I be hearing that shit a lot. When on YouTube and a bunch of boxing fans, they be like, "Yeah, he need to be on pound for pound." I never understood why he was on pound for pound. Then the Canelo and then the Spence fight, man, I'm tired of hearing about that shit. That shit, in my belief, it ain't never happening until Spence is like really solidified or ready to cash out. Spence get his face broke fighting Canelo, man. You can't fight Canelo. That shit is a fucking mismatch. Maybe before we saw Spence fight Porter and Danny, like it was this thing. Like Spence was legendary. He was just such great fight. He can't get in there with Canelo. I'm sorry. I know they hating on me right now, but that's just the truth. And last thing I want to say, Troy just almost fucked up everything. He just came in this motherfucker talking some goddamn crazy shit right when you asked the goddamn shit we wanted to hear. Troy, man, learn to be quiet sometime, man. But that's it, man. Keep doing y'all thing. I'll let you, Ness.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, man. He that shit was a little bit crazy. I ain't get that one, man. I ain't get that one. Listen, I fucked up the poll. I ain't know I couldn't put the name, so it says yes or no. But if you picking yes, that means you think Hector Tanajara is gonna win. If you picking no, you mean he's gonna lose. I hope. Somebody tell me in the chat, man. Who you picking, man? I don't know anything about William Zepeda, to be honest. Seen Tanajara though. What about you, man? You picking Hector over Zepeda? Because Zepeda is like Mexican puncher and shit. Coming over here with mad knockouts. He's like 22-20. He had one fight in America only. Everything else is in Mexico. All fucking knockouts. And then Tanajara can't punch, man. He can't punch.
I'm going with the puncher.
Oh, shit.
Going with the puncher.
The thing is this, man. There's a nice little parlay. If you like Tanajara. So what about you? I mean, you seen Tanajara before? You watched him? I think he beat one of the Maloneys, right? Nah?
Yeah. Who did he beat? Jason Maloney? Did he beat Jason Maloney? Or the other one?
I think he beat one of the Maloneys for that belt. Oh, no, that was Franco, right? Who the fuck Tanajara beat? Shit, maybe he ain't beat nobody yet. Then it's a step up. I know he was...
Jason Maloney only lost two. No, that Rodriguez. He lost to Rodriguez, Jason Maloney. Andrew Maloney lost to... I don't know Andrew. I know Jason Maloney lost to Rodriguez and Inoue. That's the only loss he got in his record.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Zepeda though. I'm gonna go with the puncher as well, man, because I feel like the Zepeda, that's gonna be definitely an equalizer. If he get the land, we're gonna see what's up. I don't know.
Yeah, man. I'm just wondering because damn, bro, if you pick Tanajara and you pick Fortuna and then you pick Ramirez, that's plus 434, man. $10 alone makes you 43, or 100 makes you fucking 434 plus your 100 back, But Tanajara don't have this punching power, and this dude, even though he's fought all in exclusively in Mexico, like he's still Mexican. They tough, and he punching and shit. It's an even fight too. Betting line got them both minus 115, so it's a pick'em fight with Zepeda, and then Javier's your dog, and fucking Gilberto is a huge favorite over Sullivan. So that's a nice little parlay. I got LV Slugger that says, don't care about COVID excuses. Wilder will have his O. All right, let's see. What else we got? I feel like somebody's got, who's on this? Us? Okay. What we got? Trey in the Bay, you rocking out?
Just listening. I got a lot of wins.
All right. We got Kendall Nobody wants Charlo to fight bums. Shout out El Borracho.
Dímelo, mi gente.
Yo, so what you be having in the bottle? Everybody calling you the drunk and shit. What you got in the bottle, man?
Yo, just moonshine, baby. Just moonshine.
Okay. I got Jaime Nieto says, Ness, Heyman out here working for the hardcore boxing fan. Let's go. Oh, Ness Heyman. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Uh-oh. Esteban said, just order some custom shorts for Border Wars. You better get with me because I got to fight for you before you run out of fights, champ. You better get your fight now. Y'all sitting around here waiting. This shit getting matched up big time.
Nah, but you know what you do though? When you call the WBC and you brought up, and every time Mauricio Sulaiman, he's like, petition for the fight. Yeah. That be exposing people.
Word.
When they be like, oh, we contact whoever we needed to contact. Just file the petition. I know it's a couple of $1,000, but
they gotta do it, man. They gotta do it. Exactly, bro. And scared money don't make no money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta bet on yourself, man. But damn, where this next super chat shit buried? Let me see if I got any other boomerangs other than intrigue. What rep it? What up? I ain't go to you yet, right?
What's up? What's up? A-Punch, you're a hard worker, just like Ness. You guys are beasts. Thank God you started talking. Yeah, thank God you started talking about the fight that I've been wanting to talk about, that Tanajara versus Zepeda. I got Zepeda. I was wishing people would be sleeping on Zepeda. I was wishing the gambling sites just didn't give a shit, but I think I favor Zepeda. And I already got what you're saying, Ness. I have a Fortuna, a Zurdo, and I have Zepeda as a parlay. I'm gonna do that.
Yo, and it's the same money. Actually, it's minus 10, bro. It's minus 10.
Yeah. I don't know why people are disrespecting. Like Jojo Diaz is a great fighter, a great boxer, but he's never been at 135. I don't understand what's going on or why that number is like that. Right? It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I saw Fortuna.
He's an Olympian.
Yeah, I saw Fortuna fight bigger
champion.
guys.
He's an Olympian and a world champion. He beat Tevin Farmer.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he been in the ring with Gary, but he got outclassed in the Gary fight. Or am I not remembering that?
Nah. In the championship fight, Jojo Diaz came back.
You mean the round?
How about the last fight with that guy Asmarov or whatever the guy was name was?
Rock him off. But you talking about, but Punch, you talking about the championship rounds?
On the Gary Russell Jr. versus Jojo Diaz. So
you saying what? The last two?
The last 3-2. Really, the last two. He was man fatigued. Gary Russell was man fatigued. That was when that was in DC. That was in DC. And Javante Tank Davis, that was the time when Javante Tank Davis wasn't cool with me with the promotions around that time.
D-Style in the building saying Ness next week. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. You already know. Wheels.
Hey Ness.
What up?
Ness, is the one with Tanajara? How much is it for the three? Say you put 10, a simple $10 on the parlay you said. What do you get out of that?
You making 42 and some change. Hold on, let me do the right math though. It should be like 42.20 maybe. $10. You make 42.44 plus your $10 back. Don't forget to use my code BET.
I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna use it.
Bet TBV on mybookie.ag.
What have you tried adding on another fight to those three fights?
I don't really have anything else I like out there, man. I don't be trying to stretch it. I just look for what's good. But you could always add something that's later, like a Charlo. Look, let's see what Charlo is. Money line. Charlo, wow, it brings you up to $599. So if you want to wait to make an extra almost $19, because $10 now gets you $59.92 plus your 10 back. So you could do two parlays. You could do a parlay without Charlo, then a parlay with Charlo, which would be a long bet for next week. But you making your money, right? I mean, essentially.
Yeah.
As long as as long as your underdog and Javier wins, because he's the dog. He's the dog.
Hey, do you think that Caleb versus Canelo fight is already happening, or do you think Hearn's already negotiating better beef if they already have a set date for September 11th?
Nah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Canelo seems focused on what he wants to do. I'm sure it'll get a lot more public if Caleb didn't want the fight.
Would they be negotiating with Top Rank right now, though? Because if they have a set date of September,
I guess. I mean, in theory, but isn't I want to. No, I don't know. I don't think he is, right? Better Beef is not with Aegis Clemus, right?
I don't know. I just thought he was with Top Rank. I'm not sure he was with anybody else, right? He's just with Top Rank. I would think. No, he's not with Clemus. He's not with that guy Clemus, the guy who does Lemachenko, the one that usually in the Mexican restaurant. Is the guy in the Mexican restaurant, right? When you're in that's him. Yeah, nah, I don't think he's with him.
Listen, let me get to some other callers, champ.
All right, man, later on.
All right. I got Super Chat James Benitez that says, shit, I fucked that up. He says, Ness, if Wilder took that White fight, we all know damn well the excuse would be he trained for Fury. Damn, James, so you done with Wilder, so you don't even think he beats White? You think he loses to White and then blames it on training for another man? You're terrible, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's gonna be an excuses parade on both sides, bro. It's an excuse parade, bro. Yo, I never seen it where both fighters. I know there's one fighter that could tick off the fans, but it's like both fighters massively have ticked off the fans.
D Styles with another one saying, "Shout out to Mr. Moonshine. Yo, te quieren a ti.
Ya tú sabes, somos familia aquí.
You don't be betting?
Nah, I don't bet on boxing, bro.
That's crazy. So who you got winning the Hector fight? Or you don't know them weight classes like that? Nah?
I'm not in tune too much with the, I don't like making a prediction where I haven't seen the fights. There's certain fights and stuff like that.
Nah. I hear you. Vamos ver who's next. All right, here we go. Sarcasm, inflation, flammation. That's for D-Style. D-Style, you getting famous, baby. Jaime Nieto says, yo, King Born, got me. I'm pissed. Fight might not happen. I was in the MGM last week with my family and we took pics in front of the ring in the lobby. Yo, you know what's crazy? They said that the COVID outbreak happened in Vegas, bro. I was out there for the Haney fight, and I went to the Logan Paul fight. So I got tested for the Haney fight and passed, being in Vegas, because I landed like Wednesday, tested like a Thursday or some shit, got cleared and did all my work. And then so Vegas is party life, so it's just like mad people. So now I'm around. My level of exposure is heightened because I'm in an area that's fluctuating with people from all over the fucking world. They're flying into Vegas, right? So then I go from there to another gigantic party to Logan Paul. So whole fight week, no drug tests. I mean, no COVID tests. Whole fight week. So if somebody had
anything goes.
Exactly. If somebody had it, I got it. Fight day though, prior to fight day, you had to have a clean COVID test to get into the fight. So they test me again and I passed again. So, it's really fucking like random, bro. Cause I'm around people that are flying in from Atlanta. That's another fight I was in and I had a test. This is what I'm saying. I'm around people, so I should be more probable of contracting it because I'm not in my house. I'm out and about and I'm touching and I'm talking and and I've been okay. So it's a really random situation. A guy like Tio and Tyson, they're in their camp training and somehow they still getting this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they said the report said that it was a sparring partner that infected everybody.
But Moonshine. I mean, fuck Tio, right? And I don't mean that like that. I mean it in the sense that like the bigger fight is Tyson. They got like $25-30 million per person on the like. How the fuck don't you get your sparring partners tested?
Exactly. That's
why
manager.
why they even made it into the gym without being tested. And guess what? Yes, take it a step further and test them twice. You know? Yeah. Listen, it was very simple. When I got to the Devin Haney bubble, that was my first test. I was staying away from all that shit. I'm a conspiracy theorist. So when I got there, I'm like, fuck, I gotta do it. It's over. I gotta stick this shit in my nose. I got, you know what I'm saying? And I did it.
Pause.
You know what I'm saying? So they did the test and I was clean. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I'm clean. I'm out here working. I'm in dudes' gyms left and right. It's crazy. This COVID thing is crazy, man. But yeah, that's your New York shit. You hear him, y'all? He's still laughing on a stick this thing in my nose pause thing. That's what he want. He want a Harlem pause or something. We got James Benitez that says, think we gonna get that Thurman Porter too soon. Man, I don't know. Porter been announced on his podcast like, yo, I got the call. You know, he was all excited and nothing happened from there. So I don't know. Young Prophet with the fat $10 spot says Charlo camp sounds scared. They want payday. Canelo, #Canelo. Fortuna for the win. Okay, got me confident. Fury definitely got COVID. He was in Florida. So what? I'm in Florida. See what I'm saying? He said Florida's a hotbed. That's where the Logan Paul fight was at. See what I'm saying?
It was because.
But why?
Nobody got. I was there. Nobody got tested.
For which fight?
When I was going to go to the Triller one, the Triller for the TO, when I was going to do media work over there.
Exactly, because the setup was always there. But that's what I'm telling you is for Floyd, we got tested. And it was in Florida. It was Florida's Miami. And the Canelo fight was in Miami. We yeared them. We got Young Prophet that says, okay, we said that, right? So we stopped that. Fortuna for the win. Fury definitely got COVID in Florida. Florida was a hotbed for the Rona, vaccinated or not. I mean, I hear you, man. I hear you. See, my girl's vaccinated. My lady's vaccinated, so.
You not?
Nah. You are?
Yeah.
Whoa. That's that New York shit, because they had y'all locked down, man. They had y'all locked down.
Nah, man, I regret it, though, man.
Why?
I don't know, man. I feel like I did it for all the wrong reasons.
Uh-oh. Yo, they was, I tell you, and I shouldn't say this out loud because, you know, who knows how powerful our voices are, but I would only do it if they forced it for like mandatory flight because I'm a dude that I need, you know, we both Dominican. Yo, don't give me a high. I give you a high. I give I got to get on a plane. So it's like if they do mandatory vaccinations, like passport cards, some bullshit like that, where they link it to my passport, I got to give in. If it ain't for that, I'm fighting to the death. Fuck out of here. I don't need it.
My grandmother, my mother, and my sister caught at the same time.
Is that you in New York, man? Y'all on top of each other. It ain't no. I don't even know why people live in New York. They building on top. Everything is a building. It's too many of y'all. Like, I don't know. That shit was crazy. But I was living in New Jersey for most of it, and you know, they did a lot of lockdown. They did, you know, restrictions. Even when they opened back up, it was, you know, very small a percentage of the restaurants and things like that. So I don't know. I think New Jersey handled it a little bit different. And I know you said tri-state area, so obviously you've been around there. We got Carlos Diaz con otro. Let me go ahead and ring the alarm for Diaz. It's definitely like your fourth, not just your third, champ. And while we at it, we're going to drop a bomb for Jaime Nieto. I know you done did like 5 or more. 5 or more. So shout out to the both of y'all. Carlos Diaz says Fury versus Wilder targeted for October 9th. 9th. I mean, that works because honestly, I wanted to throw an appreciation. I know you don't know what that is, but if we get together, I had Sullivan at one, Wilder was at another. Like, we get as many fighters as we can to come and we just chill and, you know, we got drinks and food and.
Yo, Wilder coming on the next?
I don't know about all that. You know, only God has the power of mending relationships. I think the Bible says something like I don't know. I'm gonna fuck up the past the thing, but it's more like make up with your enemies before going to sleep, right? Something like that. Is you a Bible guy? Where my Christians fight? Where Christian fight fan at? Where you at?
Yeah, I am, but I can't be
recite it.
TD Jakes right now for you.
Yeah. Oh, I. Let me see. What else we got?
But invite them, though. Invite them, man.
Yeah, bro. Listen. The end of the day,
that's your guy, man.
That's my guy. I ain't even changing my avatar. Call me a stalker. That's my guy. We rooting for him to knock Fury's head off.
I'm rooting for Wilder.
I'm just not a. That's what I'm saying. We rooting for Wilder to knock Fury's head off. I'm just not a. You know, I'm both sides. I like to see both sides, hear both sides, and I like to report both sides. I don't think people like that. People want you to be only on one side, and
I'd rather have real dudes than yes dudes, bro. I'd rather have real dudes than yes dudes. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, man.
Around, you know what I'm saying, in my circle.
For sure.
Of course, I like the ladies on it.
But this is the thing. Everybody, right? Everybody, or every leader of his circle is the one that, you know, sets those rules and boundaries, right? So you can't tell somebody else who is a yes man and who's not. To him, he ain't no yes man.
Crack a joke that you know is fucking corny, and if whoever fucking laughs, you know that's a fucking yes man.
Yo, I mean, I hear you. But look, I think that's everybody. LV Slugger just jumped on. What's up? LV?
TVV, what up?
What up?
How I sound? I sound straight.
I mean, you know, you got hella background going on, but I mean, what we gonna do?
Yeah, man, this shit sound crazy. Yeah, sad news, man. Definitely looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? Less than 3 weeks out, man. We about there, man, but you know who we dealing with. So it is what it is, man. You can't put that there, so I don't need to see shit. I already know what it is. Fury is a liar. And, you know, a cheater, man. And so it ain't no telling what they got going on, man. I thought arbitration said it couldn't go past September. Now they talking about October, so ain't no telling, man. It really ain't no telling what's going on, man. Like, hopefully we get the fight. You know, I was looking forward to it, man. I had my plane ticket ready. You know what I'm saying? They just messed up everything, man. So, yeah, man. Hopefully we get it, man. Ain't no telling with Fury, though. But yeah, man, that's all I got to say. But no, I had something else to say, man. Like, people like calling in saying, you know, just wild accusations. Like, I mean, what they got to do with Fury trying to drag this shit out and, you know, not trying to fight Wilder. Like, I don't understand. Like, people just find ways to blame shit on Wilder, man. But it'll be all right, man. Hopefully, man, we get the fight. You know what I'm saying? I will be tuned in. But yeah, good show, man. Great show. Good interviews and everything. But yeah, man.
All right. We got Young Prophet with another super chat. And he said, had COVID before, but only got vaccinated for time off of work and they paid me. People at work catching every day while vaccinated. So there you go. I mean, you can catch it, man. They always said it. That's why I didn't understand the point of getting vaccinated. Like, what, I'm gonna get vaccinated, but you telling me I could still catch the virus? Like, what's the point? I guess your probability.
Man, hey man, I got a couple of stocks. I bought a couple of stocks on these shits. Hey, it's doing good for real, man.
Really?
Yeah.
On the Moderna and shit.
Moderna, man, doing good, man. Moderna doing good.
Super good. Let me tell you, I had a friend in one of my group chats and shit. They told us about that shit, bro, so long ago. And I watched, it's like 30 of us in there. I watched like fucking 15 or maybe 5 of them buy stock and didn't even asked questions, didn't buy, and now it blew up. I fucking missed the boat. Right in my own Border Wars chat, bro. Them dudes all bought. Anthony, I think even Shandu, Cruz, all them dudes bought fucking stock. I ain't get none. I dropped the ball. Intrigue, you want your boomerang?
I'll tell you like this. In a month, one share got you $101. I gained $101.09 in 1 month off the Moderna. That's good, man. Everybody was thinking about that Dogecoin, that crypto coin shit.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, man, that shit's it ain't gonna go nowhere. I know that shit.
But it did, didn't it?
No, it did good, but I'm saying it was going to plateau some, that's
Fucking
what it does.
Fucking
Yo, this is
Bitcoin,
educational
man.
right here, son. We got to educate the people,
what's up
man.
with Bitcoin, man? They tripping right now, bruh. Shit trapped at 34, got my money looking funny. I'm tight with that Bitcoin shit. Intrigue, you there? I got you unmuted.
Yeah. I'm here. King Warren, you said you want some Henny, man. I don't got no Henny for you, but I got some Henny water for you. I forgot. It got a nice little accent of Henny in that water. It's good, bro. It'll just make you wobbly and lose your legs, though. You know what I mean?
I need that Intrigue, man. He a fungus, dog. He a fucking fungus nest, man. He dissed us, man. We not getting the fucking fight, y'all. I'm telling y'all, dog.
Hey, Ness, you heard about the Spence and Pacquiao press conference on the 11th, and they got Thurman and Porter being the analysts. Yeah, so
I got the email today about the tickets and everything. So people were talking about injunctions and all this bullshit. I got an email saying it's an official live press conference on Fox too. That's big. It's gonna be televised on Fox.
With Thurman and Porter being the analysts. So to me, that's a little like letting you know, like I think Thurman and Porter too coming. That's just my take. So, and then the last thing, you was quoting that substitute teacher. I'm throwing the shot. You ain't throwing the shot, but don't quote that substitute teacher no more, man. And I ain't saying his name, but you quoted him in the beginning from Wilder's team. Don't do it no more, man. That dude is a funny guy, man. Don't do it no more.
I mean, he and his team, bro.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, man. He's a funny guy. I say that on YouTube. I say it anywhere. And he in Atlanta. Funny guy, man. Move funny, man. I call it what it is, man. That's what it is, man. Peace to y'all, bro.
All right, brother. Well, that is the last call on SGTO, Instagram, and Twitter punch. Where can they catch you? What time is your show, though? What time is
I'm going after this, man. I'm going after this. I feel like going live after this.
Go.
Punch Run
Boxing.
Punch Run Boxing everywhere. Punch Run Boxing, Instagram, Mr. Moonshine 10, Twitter, my website, punchrunboxing.net, my podcast, the Smelling Salt Podcast, and that's it, bro.
Yeah, man. Make sure y'all head on over. You going live right now, or you got to think of a topic and shit?
Nah, I never think of a topic, man. Off the head, man.
Damn.
I mean, look, it's a lot of fucking news right now.
Yeah,
we still got Jermel.
You cut out.
Big news.
You said what?
The Jojo Diaz. There's big news with the Tyson Fury, and then next week is the Undisputed bout. So there's a lot to talk about.
Yo, I seen your episode on what's going on with that fight going under the radar, and you're right. It's not getting no love. It's crazy. Undisputed ain't getting no promotion.
That's weak, bro.
The biggest promotion he got was going off on Coppinger, and we forgot to talk about it tonight. It was one of the notes. He blacked on Coppinger, and by he, y'all, I mean Jermall Charlo again. He mad that he ain't on the pound for pound list for ESPN. He blacked, but he got to understand what Crawford did. He did it in one division. Now he's a 3-division champion plus undisputed. Mel think because he's unified, he belongs on the list. That ain't how it works.
Yo, but people used to be like, yo, they trying to take my boxing card. I had Jermall Charlo on my pound for pound list for a while, even before the Jason Rosario.
But that's what I'm saying. How? Like, you unified don't make you pound for pound.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think that people downplay the 154 because the division is not sexy. But that doesn't mean he ain't fighting. That doesn't mean he ain't fighting. Look. Rosado's getting a lot of props. He beat Rosado a long time ago. He avenged his loss with Tony Harrison. He beat Charles Hatley. That was supposed to be. Charles Hatley had a lot of heat coming into the professional level.
I hear you about all those wins, but how?
And Jason Rosario beat.
But how does that make you pound for pound though?
On the pound for pound list. I have him on my pound for pound list.
I mean, look, I'm not saying he can't be on your list. I'm just saying
I didn't have him top 5. I had him in the beginning. I had him 10, and then moved him up when he beat Jason Rosario. I didn't even have Estrada. I had Jose Ramirez.
So you putting dudes on the list for unifying?
For unifying, undisputed. You got to be on the list.
Just for unifying, you cracking top 10? So if Andre unifies with Charlo, he's pound for pound.
No, depending who's on the pound for pound list.
Wow.
It's a heavy pound for pound list.
That's why I don't fuck with pound for pound. But
is Lomachenko on your pound for pound list?
I mean, Tio took his spot.
Exactly. And Tio wasn't no pound for pound, so I don't put Lomachenko on the pound for pound. He's not on my pound for pound list.
Wait, he wasn't on your pound for pound list before Tio fought him?
No. Lomachenko was on my pound for pound list, but because he lost to a guy that was not on the pound for pound list, he's out my pound for pound list.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah, get him out of there. I never thought he belonged there, except he was doing the shit he was needing to do to get there. But the thing was, he wasn't in with a puncher, a real 135 pounder. He was fighting little dudes, in my opinion. And I do have Tank in mine. Do you have Tank in yours?
Nah, come on, man. Come on, brother.
Yo, take a sip, man. You must.
Come on, brother.
You must ain't watching boxing right. Like, take a sip. Maybe the
come
moonshine
on,
wore off, man. The moonshine wore off.
So
wait a minute. You're gonna tell me that a dude that unifies in one single division goes on your list, but then a dude, right, who becomes a champion, legit champion in one division, right?
Okay.
Moves up, right, and beats other former world champions in another division, right? Moves back down, beats a
former division like 6 years ago, former champion that.
Former champion is former champion. Devin Alexander's fighting Luke Santamaria. He's going to be introduced as the former 2-time welterweight champ. You can't take those accolades.
No, but I'm not taking it away. But come on, it's just like when we talk about Bud Crawford and be like, yo, who was the last time he fought somebody?
Yeah, but you can never say he's not a 3-division champ.
Well, I'm never gonna say it, but I'm just saying. So who you got? Name the top 10 right quick. You got Canelo. You could say Inoue, Bud Crawford, or Alessandro Usyk is still.
I ain't got no fucking Inoue on my shit, man.
Also, you don't got Inoue on your pound for pound. He's 3-division world champion.
I don't know about him, man. That's not
Super Series.
Look, that's not really my thing, but.
So you got Inoue. You don't got Inoue, but you got Gervonta Tank Davis.
I'm not saying I don't have Inoue. I'm just saying, like, these lists are mad subjective. Like, I don't know Inoue's competition other than fucking, like, Nonito and 1.5 more people. You know what I'm saying? When people told me that Chocolatito was pound for pound, that wasn't me. I wasn't sold. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't sold. Like, I like knowing who you fought. I like knowing your competition.
So the Estrada's on your pound for pound list or no?
Juan
Estrada, yeah.
The thing is that I don't probably go past like 5. So I'm throwing Tank on the other 5, the bottom 5, where I don't really know where who's down there. Because I could
see if you don't have Estrada or Ioka, I could see you putting Gervonta Tank Davis.
He said Ioka. My man out here wilding. My man can't help me make a bet.
4th division world champion.
You hear him? Yo, you so funny. He can't help me make a bet on Hector, right? But he knows Ioka and who the fuck he was fighting. Who the fuck is Ioka, bro?
Diablo, man. Come on, man.
No, you got your priorities fucked up. Why is you watching 105 pounders when Hector's out here fighting in America?
No, but when he's moving up though,
it don't
That's
matter.
for
Hector's
division.
in America. Hector's in America with Robert Garcia. But
So if you
can't-
don't see it,
can't
if you
help
don't see
us-
it, you can't have him in
You
your pound
can't
for
help
pound?
us. You can't help us pick Hector's fight, but you gonna tell us about some dude in what country he's from?
Japan, Tokyo.
No, mi hermano. Así no fue que hablamos, ¿no?
Pues, so
Tú
you
tienes
already
que
got
hablar
your
de la
top
gente
five.
tuya, compadre. ¿Cómo tú vas a estar hablando de gente? Ese tigre está para allá.
Pero que-
Nadie ni puede ver ese tigre pelear. Tú estás loco. Nobody can see my man fight. He out here. Man, listen. Yo, Hector, man. Hector, man. Yo. Ioka. Listen, pound for pound, I've got Canelo. I got... Man, I'm gonna have to pull up the ring to because you know they ain't. I ain't saying they got it right, but they can help me visualize mines better. Because pound per pound is so subjective, man. Shit's so subjective. But let's see what we got.
I even got Jermell Charlo over Earl Spence on my pound for pound list.
I mean, you giving out pound for pound status for unifying, so I would assume you got Jermel above because he got more belts than Earl.
Yeah.
You know, you giving out mad credit for belts and shit. I hear you.
So he beats Brian Castano, or you put him ahead of Earl Spence?
Who, Jermel?
Yeah, undisputed.
If he beats Brian Castano, he becomes undisputed, so he's automatically on the list.
No, but will you put him above Earl Spence on your list?
Above Earl? Yeah. Man,
Okay.
man, Josh Teller's above Earl on my list.
Yeah, mine soon.
Tio's above Earl on my list.
Okay, all right. So we on the same. All right. Okay.
I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know how Earl is on the list. He's just a unified champion. Like I mean, what y'all doing is crazy to me. Y'all like pound.
I got him 9.
Pound for pound is supposed to be a dude that is so dominant that you think he can beat other dudes in other divisions if they was the same weight class. Or it's a dude that is so good, he jumping up and down weight classes to show you he's good. You just giving dudes credit for doing what they're supposed to do. Uh-oh.
My fault.
But I'm going with number 1, Canelo.
Okay.
Number 2, Lord. I see why so many people on this list. It's thin right now. You gotta throw those types of names on there right now. But let's try 1 Canelo.
Siga ahí.
2 Crawford. 3 Inoue.
Pues tú tienes Inoue. ¿Qué tú estás hablando de que tú no tenías Inoue?
You have to because he's a multiple division champion.
That's what I said. 3 division and a unified.
I'm trying to be fair, but the truth is, don't nobody know who the fuck he fought, man.
That's on them.
That's on them. You can't even pronounce them dudes' names, bro. But number 3 would be Inoue. And this is, I'm struggling because I'm using their list, but
this ain't your list.
I'm building one right now. I don't have
you
one.
looking at a list, but looking okay.
Yeah. I don't do pound for pound, so I'm giving you what I think right now. So, you know, we'll do Canelo 1, Crawford 2, Inoue 3, Tio. I mean, actually, fucking Chella done Trump Tio. So Tio is Trella's 5. Tio is, excuse me, Tella's 4, Tio's 5. Actually, Tella's 4. Tella's 4, and to be fair, Usyk is probably 5.
So we got the same 5, but just in a different position. Like we got the same top 5.
Yeah. Then Tio would be 7, right, or 6, and then that's what I'm saying. The rest don't even fucking matter. Like you could put Earl.
But let me ask you a question: Are you putting
Jermel.
heavyweights on your pound for pound list?
I don't have any, but if we gonna put, we could put. If we gonna put, we could put Tyson Fury
and Anthony Joshua.
No,
his resume don't, and he avenges loss.
It don't matter. He
all right. Let me ask you a question. What do you feel about avenging your loss?
He needs to do something great. Yo, that's right. Shout out to him. Okay, help me out. We got 1 Canelo. 2 would be Manny Pacquiao. 3 would be Crawford. 4 would be Inoue. 5 would be Josh. 6 would be Usyk. 7 would be Earl. 7 would be Tio. 8 would be Earl. Nope. Nope. 7 would be Tio. Loma would be 8. Jermel would be 9. Earl would be 10.
So you said who you put? Look at mine. Mine's Canelo 1, Inoue 2.
Oh shit! So look, when
you said Pacquiao haven't fought in 2 years, you still got him on your pound for pound.
He's still the dog, man. He's still the dog. He beat Thurman, and he about to fight Earl. He's 44, still fucking out here rocking out, man.
All right, I'm gonna leave Manny Pacquiao, but I did have Manny Pacquiao because of inactivity. I took him out. But he on my pound for pound.
But listen. This is the thing. If you say no Pacquiao because of inactivity, then that gives me my tank at 10. If you say Pacquiao's in because of legendary status, then I got to take Tank out of 10.
I got Canelo, Inoue, Bud Crawford, Usyk, Fimo, Josh Taylor, Jermall Charlo, Ioka, Spence, and Estrada.
Tripping, man. So what is your criteria for pound? Strictly like skill or achievement? What?
Your skill set, who you fought, when you fought them, how you beat them. And of course, first your accolades, of course. Belts.
I mean, I hear you, man. I don't know though. Tank is at number 10 if we taking Pacquiao out, and he's jumping divisions. He's picking
because
up.
Think about it, Nuss. If Keith Thurman was top 5 in a lot of people's list before he got injured, right? He had almost 2-year layoff. He beat Josecito Lopez and lost to Manny Pacquiao, who's supposed to be a pound for pound. Is a pound for pound guy losing to another pound for pound guy take you off the list? No.
Yeah, but he fell from the list. He fell from the list because he got stripped for one of the belts or gave up one. Then he suffered the loss and then the inactivity. It's like you said, is Pacquiao on my list? Well, is Thurman on? He's been off for 2 years. Then he got the Pac fight. Now he's off for 2 years again.
Yeah, but we're talking about the 2 years. He was number 4 when he fought Pacquiao on my list. When he fought Pacquiao, he was number 4 pound for pound.
That's the thing, man. That's what fighters need to understand. Out of sight, out of mind. He was number 4 on your list, and somehow he can't even crack 10 now.
But how many pound for pound fighters fight other pound for pound fighters? We've seen Canelo Alvarez fight Triple G.
That's why before Josh Taylor undisputed, I gave Tio Loma's spot. So he was like 3 on my list at the time of the win. Because only Canelo fights dudes on the list. Canelo fought Gennady and Laura. Those dudes were pound for pound. Earl is on my list. See, your definitions for why is different. Earl cracks my list because he fought Mikey, who was on the list already. When he fought Mikey was a pound for pound fighter because he started at 26, won a title there, went to 30, won a title there, went to 35, won a title there, and skipped 30, 40 to go fight Earl. So he put himself on the list. Plus he beat Broner on the way, So yeah, man. Earl got on the list for beating Mikey, not for being unified the way you putting Jermel on the list just for being unified. Like, Jermel, who Jermel beat that was pound for pound? Not fucking Harrison.
No.
Nobody.
But he's fighting top 10, top 5 level. 154. I think because
Everybody
154 pounds is not a sexy division.
So why you ain't have Josh Taylor on your list when he had 2 belts?
He did. I had him on my list. I put him up when he beat Ramirez. I had Ramirez number 10.
No. Ramirez makes him undisputed. I'm talking about why you ain't have him when he got out the fucking World Boxing Super Series and unified with Regis.
Well, Regis Pro. I had him on my pound for pound list.
Oh, all right. Well, then you're doing good.
Yeah, I had Josh Taylor on my pound for pound list.
I
think I was the only one that had Danny Garcia on the pound for pound list back in the days. But nobody had him on the pound for pound list.
You mean that 40?
Of course, he'd be Amir Khan and Lucas Matisse and Lamont Peterson, 3 guys that everybody thought he was going to lose to.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you mean that 40 as long as we're on the right page. We got Safia who says, great show. Andre versus Charlo officially dead? Who does he fight? Eubank wants a tune-up? GGG? Hashtag no big drama show. Andre pound for pound if he beats Charlo. GGG. I mean, we would love those fights. Those are just, tough.
But that's the same shit. Look, if Demetrius Andrade beats Charlo's not on the pound for pound list.
Yeah, but that's her opinion.
Oh, I'm just saying. But I will put him. I don't know, man. Boo was my guy though, man.
Bruh, is that dudes is out here undisputing, they jumping in divisions, they multi-division champ. Like, you gotta do more than just unify. Come on, man.
Well, he's 2 division world champion. Both of these guys.
Who?
Both.
Who?
Both Boo Boo and Charlo.
Man, Charlo got the vacant shot, and Boo Boo, all his shots are vacant. At least Charlo fought Bundridge, but like, and this is what Charlo needs to understand, right? Like, this is no slight, this is no shade, but this is just fact. You a 2 division champ. The first time you became champ, you beat 44-year-old K9 Bundridge. The second time you became champ, you beat Patrick Hyland and was given the belt. That's just the facts, man.
I still don't know. I don't know, man. Gervonta Tank Davis, I don't know. He ain't cracking my top 10.
Bruh, I mean, all right, but Leo Santa Cruz is bigger than any name Jermell Charlo's beaten.
Was he pound for pound when he hit that list?
Probably.
When he beat him?
Probably because Leo Santa Cruz got better wins than Jermell Charlo.
But the thing is, for me, once you went to 135 to fight a small guy, I give the prop. I give the props to Mikey Garcia to try to fight Earl Spence.
The fight was at 30. Not 35.
Yeah, he's fighting at 40.
No, Tank fought Leo at 30.
No, I'm at 30. I'm just saying he's a guy that's fighting at 40 now. He's a bigger guy. I give the props to Mikey Garcia fighting the Spence guy. I don't give credit to Spence to fight Mikey Garcia.
But
give Mikey Garcia.
But you see, that's what they gave you. That's what they did. Y'all said, yo, he's fighting little dudes because he crushed Leo. So he fought a bigger dude, and now you saying, yo, he's a bigger dude.
No, I'm cool with him. I'm cool with him fighting 140. All I'm saying, he fought 140 for the JV belt. I ain't never said that he's a little guy fighting a big guy. Cool. I don't think nobody be mad at Gervonta Tank Davis. I think people are mad at Mayweather Promotions and what they say and how they moving them. I don't think nobody's really mad at Gervonta Tank Davis. I think they take their anger on Floyd Mayweather or Leonard Ellaby. And then, but I don't think people, come on, man. If you got an eye for boxing, Gervonta Tank Davis is special.
Yeah.
I think the hate is Mayweather Promotions, not Gervonta Tank Davis.
We got Protege. Shout out to Protege. He's actually fighting in Border Wars. He said, shout out to TBV putting in the work. You already know. I love this shit. T Bonify said, TBV working hard as usual. You already know. I love this shit. But I did get the message from my lady with the big ass GIF emojis, like late. It's like an alarm clock saying late. She's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? Jaime Nieto. I'm not talking pound for pound, but the fact that Keith has one loss to a legend and people forget about him or act like he don't deserve a fight is crazy to me.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
Yeah, but he's leaving so much out of that story, right? It's more than he has one loss. It's about having one loss, taking 2 years off, right? Before that one loss, having a bad fight with your tune-up in that one round, you know, not giving Earl a fight. Like, it's a culmination of things why people want to forget him. It's not just the one loss. He did a few things that pissed people off.
Yeah,
not
but it's
me,
funny
not
that
me. That's my guy.
With certain fighters, people bring up Al Heyman. But when it comes to Keith Thurman, they don't bring up Al Heyman. In your interview before Keith Thurman said that he's been good. He's been good for a year. That he's just haven't had a date. Yeah. So is that on Keith or is that on Al?
That's on the networks. They don't want Keith back, man. Is he hot? Is he buzzing, or is their analytics telling them that Ennis is more buzzing, that Ennis is bringing more eyeballs? I ain't saying he is. I'm just throwing
about it, Ness.
Things out there.
What network has Keith Thurman
done bad
ever disappointed?
Never. I mean,
he got the best number in reality.
But
he has
ain't
the best
getting
number
no fight
PBC.
though. For a reason, he ain't getting no fight. It's a reason, man. It's a reason. This dude was getting mad fights. Now he can't get a fight. It don't make no sense. But yo, that is definitely all the super chats and all the callers now. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Catch us on the next one. Nesta, if Thurman beat Porter, is back on pound for pound. I mean, hell yeah, if Thurman beats Porter, he back on a pound for pound. Porter out here a dog. He just had a great fight with Earl. He beat Formella. He beat Danny. Yeah, man. Thurman, he got to get back in the mix, though. He got to get back in the mix if he want any of that. Yo, let him know where they can find you. Still going live? So they can follow you?
Yeah. Punch Drunk Boxing YouTube channel. Subscribe. Y'all already know, smash the like button, the notification button. I'm going live right after this, man.
Yo, and I'm
karaoke night, happy hour Thursday. Well, it's Friday Eastern time.
And I'm back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So go enjoy Punch while I get some Z's, and I'll get you through your morning work and routine. Punch, thank you for joining me, man. And have a great show, champ.
All right, thank you for having me, my brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being on.
All right.